shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. A word on slow illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to consume the world cracks open, ushering down. So with the command, come deploy and accord. If you know what's good, feed more the overlord.
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome to the party. So we are going to be judging some debates later. Well, actually, you know what? Since nobody's here, let's figure out exactly how this is going, because apparently there's a bajillion different things that Horseradish wants to do besides just using StreamYard. So now we're trying Video Ninja, and I'm not exactly sure what that is. So let's see. All right, hold on one second there. Hold it. We got. Oh, I'll just copy and paste it. Stupid. Copy and paste. Because, I mean, ideally, username, the Indian Jesus. So it should be up here. We should, oh no, what happened? Join room with camera. Okay, good. Waiting for camera to load. Allow visiting the site. Boom. So we go in there. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So that when they're doing the debates, hopefully I can flip that. I hate when they mirror everything. Hopefully when they're doing the debates, then, or not hopefully, now while they're doing the debates, we'll be able to see everything that's going on. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. So until then, we are just hanging out. So say hello. What is good? I've been saving up. Check out the Discord server. Will always be pinned to the top of the chat. Or I keep saying the top of the chat. They moved it to the bottom, but it'll be the pinned chat. Join the free Discord server. And I've been collecting a bunch of videos that I need to show you guys and show you that TikTok actually is, in fact, king. Shout out to Smoking Spaceman. Now I was talking about the other thing with the Video Ninja. Let's see how that works. We refresh it from here. Okay, perfect. So let's try the Indian Jesus. And then we join here. And so we start that. And the question is, do we have the settings to flip it? Activate, reload. So I think that when we're on the debate, I'm gonna be reversed, but that's all right. That's all right. Sent a debate for what? What you talk about, Willis? Welcome to the party. I am doing just fine. I'm actually sleepy as a motherfucker, so let's get started. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Welcome. So, in terms of the debates themselves, do I have them here? I thought I had the yes. Okay. So the first debate is going to be the U.S. government should eminent domain corporate-owned residential property for a new Fair Housing Act. So that's going to be Know Nothing Attorney on the affirmative and the Ruckus on the negative. And the second debate is going to be the United States has lost the trust of the international community with Game Boy 64 on the affirmative and our favorite Emmett on the negative. Then we have the final debate. A lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind in life. Ooh, that is going to be a good one. With vegan as the affirmative and our boy Circa as the negative, the guy that I debated the abortion thing last time. Well, I mean, we are definitely going to see some left-wing bullshit tonight. But as the judge, my goal is not to be like to pick which side I agree with more. My goal as a judge is to say who did a better job representing their side. So I'll be very obvious or very open about about who I am more aligned with, because I don't want that to. I want to be able to give the reasoning to, even though I agree with X, I think Y won because whatever. So the debates aren't starting for a couple hours, so we got some time to chill. But like I said, I got a bunch of videos for you guys, and I think you're gonna like it. Did I draft a rubric for scoring? I don't think I did. I was thinking. What does this say here? He said, do things a little different here. Okay, so that's something different. Boom. No, so I don't. What? Because I was thinking about, in general, it's a 10-point system. So there's 10 points to give out, and so it might be, if it's a tie, it's 5-5, 6-4, 7-3, 8-2, or 1-9. And they, as far as I understand, that is part of it. If me and the other judge disagree, then it goes to the crowd reactions, or the crowd poll. But yeah, in terms of the rubric, because it's a 10-point system, I'm going to start with having everybody at 5-5, and then if you gain a point, then I'll give you a point there. If you lose a point, then it goes back, And I think that's the best way for me, at least, because like I'm especially with having you guys and talking to you guys and chatting with you guys and stuff. Then I don't necessarily think. Plus, they're only 15-minute debates. They have the 3-minute openings and then 15-minute debate with another 3-minute closing. Then insults are not an automatic loss. These will be used as I always tell you. So this will actually be good for you guys to see when we're breaking down other debates, how I apply that in real time. Because I always talk to you guys about how the whatchamacallit, the goodwill. So if you come in, let's say someone comes in and they're being good faith and goodwill and they're answering questions and they're doing whatever and nothing too crazy, and then the other person is being bad faith, and the first person is like, "Yo, what the fuck? Like, stop being a little bitch and do that." Like, hey, it is what it is. But it's the ad hominem that is a problem. And so the difference is not that an ad hominem isn't just name calling. It's using the fact that that person is this name, therefore they lose the debate. That's really. I knew it was hot in here. Give me 1 second. I knew it was hot in here. They actually fixed the heat. They came in it was almost a month ago. My AC wasn't working. I tried it for the first time, and luckily we had some early warm weather, and I realized, AC is not working. So I called the dude. And so it was warm that week, so I wasn't really sure. But I could tell after a few times that like the fan was kicking on, but the heat itself wasn't working. And that's just been a whole bunch of things. But anyway, they are back now. I think that is going to be a little bit more of a free flowing thing. And so if you make a good point, if you're making like a good conclusion, if you bring a good conclusion, if you force somebody into a corner, if you employ debate, if you're on your back foot and you employ something that switches the dynamic, I don't know. I've never judged before. So I mean, as much as we do watch debates, and I feel comfortable understanding what is that is good and that is bad, just like you would necessarily, if you look at MMA. Right. And you wouldn't necessarily have the judges say that, okay, if you do this, then you lose 1 point, and you do that, then you lose 1 point. And no, it's a good question. But no, I don't have a specific rubric. I'm going to be the more vibes based guy. Like if you're debating well, again, it's not about what I believe on the prompt. It's about how well you represent your side. And so just in my own, for selfish reasons, I don't want to be giving somebody a win who agrees with my position if they're not arguing that position well. Especially since I'll get the opportunity to speak myself and be like, well, give my opinion on the prompts. Then I'll be able to say what I want to say. And so it really is about how well are you representing this side. If I was debating this, if I was debating you, if I was debating the other side, regardless of what I think, if you're A and I'm B, or I'm A and you're B, how much would I want to debate you in terms of how easy would it be? How much would I want to debate you based on, I think this is going to be an interesting, entertaining back and forth. So we'll see. I do like that kind of system better. And I mean, you know about the Lutch's scoring system in MMA. That I think would be a better one to use, but that's what they do. So we're not just watching debates. So the Horseradish DMZ debates that I've done before that are like the shorter 15 minutes debates. Instead of being a debater, I'm gonna be a judge. So we're doing it live, baby. We are doing it live. So we're just waiting on that. I figured, like I said, it's not starting for another couple hours, but I figured if I was laying in bed until, like 9:30, 10 p.m., then there was no way I was getting up. So I was like, I may as well just come. We'll hang out. I can keep it riding. And I got some pizza down here. We'll make a party out of it. So yeah, and requests are always welcome. $5 side quests, and since we are kind of in an amorphous thing in terms of we don't have one specific thing that we are that we're covering, I'll make you a deal. Anything under 20 minutes. Usually I say 10 minutes, but I'll double the time. Anything under 20 minutes. And so $5 side quest for anything under 20 minutes. Usually it's 10 minutes, but 20 minutes. If you got something 20 minutes or under, then we can do a side quest. Basically, yeah. Basically, my feels. But I think my feels... Right, but you got to send the money. $5 for the side quest. And there we go. Shout out to Jay. Oh, where'd it go? Come on. There we go. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. And I'll keep that up. You said it's in free chat. Which one? The YouTube video? Matt Walsh debate student. Let's do it. I'm gonna move that there. And thank you so much. This is what JL's got for us.
All right. So, long time first.
Thank you. But hang on a second. Thank you so much. There's one person here who's really got their head on straight. Go ahead.
So, okay, y'all have talked about, political violence and related things a couple of times now, and you've cited some things I'm not specifically familiar with. My question is mainly for Matt. So about...
Oh, this is the first time we pulled something up, and I sped it up, and then I was like, oh, wait, normal speed will be good. All right.
6, 7 or so months ago, you cited this graph in one of your videos. You reported on it.
Sorry, I hate that meme so much. Let's listen.
6, 7 or so months ago, you cited this graph in one of your videos. You reported on it.
Okay, so
basically,
come on.
7 or so months ago, you cited.
So it's a mass shooting rates by demographics 2015 to 2025. It said, I think that's a trans non-binary up here. And then trans men, trans women. I think that's what it says. I can't make it out that clear.
This graph in one of
it definitely is mass shooting demographics.
Your videos, you reported on it. Basically, it alleges that transgender, and I'm just going to use your definitions because I think that's more useful. That transgender.
See, I would give a point for that. Maybe not a full point, but I mean, I would give okay, that's a good one. There, like, hey, I'm just going to use the words that even if I don't appreciate it, or even if I don't abide by that, so that we could be better understood. That would be like, all right, one for you. Maybe not a whole point, but I'm saying, that's what we'll do. We'll just do tally marks. And then we'll multiply it by 10, and then whatever that is, we bring it down, and that'll be the score. There we go. Shout out to JL for helping me figure out the rubric.
Transgender, and I'm just going to use your definitions because I think that's more useful. That transgender biological males are approximately make up 0.769 per million population commit mass shootings. That's the allegation, right? And then similarly, biological female, it says 0.667 per million, and then much lower numbers for every other demographic. So I was curious if looking at this, how many people is that stat based on?
Shaking hands. And this is always a good question whenever anybody brings up statistics. How many people is this based on? Under 1,000 people is not a good sample size. Now, if you have like 800 people, it's not like, okay, we're going to throw away this study. But if you have a sample size of like 200 people, it might be like, okay, we have, what's going on here, but that's not super strong evidence. Oh, is that who else is the other judge? Welcome. What is going on? They're just asking about my my rubric. Do I have a rubric or not? And I'm gonna be like, okay, good on you, bad on you there, and then we'll give it the 10 points by the end. Welcome. I just checked out the video ninja thing, and that seems to be working. So I like that better than Discord. But Tyler said marginal error between 1,000 and 100 or 10,000 is very low from what I've seen, but don't quote me. I heard it in passing. Bingo. Right, and so the the amount of people that you have in that study. So I'm going to imagine that the study that this dude is holding and the way that he's talking, it's probably not a good study. Now, does that mean? Yeah, I mean, Tyler is a good judge. I will give him that. Does this mean that if the sample numbers are small, that the conclusion of the study is wrong? No. It just means it's not strong evidence. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. All right. How many people?
And then much lower numbers for every other demographic. So I was curious if you know, looking at this, how many people is that stat based on? Like how many transgender shooters is that stat based on?
Too many. No, but good question.
Because you cited it, I mean, you didn't cite your source, so I had to go digging for it. So I was curious if you knew.
This is a graph from when?
About 7 months ago. It came up. It was going around on Twitter.
Do I have all the details of a graph that I posted 7 months ago in my head?
No, ballpark, just approximate.
I guess you have the answer, so go ahead and tell us.
I do. It's one person. So you cited a per million statistic based on one person as evidence that there's some sort of epidemic of transgender violence going around this country. But
there definitely is. So I'm going to imagine that. All right, maybe it is definitely not beyond Matt Walsh to overemphasize numbers like that. But I highly doubt that anyone took the time to publish a study of one person. Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. We are checking out this paid side quest by our boy, JL.
Obviously been multiple transgender shooters just in the last couple of years.
I'm not denying.
Not according to ChatGPT.
Any sort of specific individual instance. I'm talking about this is a statistic in which you compared these numbers for all of these other populations are significantly lower than they would be with actual statistics. I was just curious, I want to understand, your process here. Why you wouldn't cite that source? Is it just because it's embarrassing that you only cited it off of, or based it off of one person? Or more to the point, why do you have to lie to make your point? Why do you have to, if there's this epidemic going around?
So that would have been 2 points for this thing over here, even though I strongly disagree with the side that they're representing.
Why do you have to make shit up in order to make the argument?
Well, first of all, I think
that's the claim.
Someone who believes that women have penises, you're not one to lecture people for lying.
So again,
that's the is that the two quid quo fallacy that I didn't remember from yesterday? That well, you think women are men, so true, but that doesn't address what he just said, that you quoted a study with one person.
That women have penises, you're not one to lecture people for lying.
And to be fair to the transy, they're not lying, they're just wrong.
That's your definition.
No, it's okay.
Again, I'm using your definitions here, and that regardless, that wouldn't be a lie. If you disagree with me, that would be a mistaken belief, not a lie.
So far, Pink Shirt is winning. I don't know what you thought, JL, but we got a lot of time left. But so far, we are winning. Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome. Said arguing points of logic with people who think men can be women is pointless. They have relegated themselves to the kids' table and deserve the stock answer because I said so. Nah. That sounds like cope to me. Well, I can't get around your intellectualization, so I win. That's beta shit.
Here, and that regardless, that wouldn't
get better at arguing their bullshit.
Be a lie. If you disagree with me, that would be a mistaken belief.
No, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you that they're retarded, but that's just because people are retarded doesn't mean that they're automatically wrong. And because of the fact that you are unable to knock down the argument to a third party audience, to somebody that dumb, is more of a reflection on you. Again, the royal you, not you personally, but that's more of a reflection on you. If this person's that stupid and you can't demonstrate to an audience of a third party that they are that stupid.
your definitions here, and that regardless, that wouldn't be a lie. If you disagree with me, that would be a mistaken belief, not a lie on my part.
Well, it's either a lie or it's a mental derangement.
Okay, but what about the number of people in the study, Matt?
I mean,
You can call that a mental, right? And I can say all of the beliefs that you have.
Okay,
Mental
I mean,
it's meaningless. I'm very curious why.
Well, it's actually not. It's actually not meaningless.
Why
at all.
did you? Well, I mean, I'm saying we can have this back and forth where you're.
I mean, they're just gonna keep. They're as far as they go, as strong as they are. They're that much stronger when you stop. So do what you want, but I certainly am not gonna let these people just say their bullshit unopposed.
Like, oh, he said that. Oh, whatever.
Well, do you want to talk about the fundamental issue, or do you want to spend the entire time talking about some graph that from 6 months ago?
Well, whoa, what? Wait, what? You're the one, Matt, who's been talking about things about other than the graph. He asked you about the graph, and you haven't answered about the graph, and now you're complaining that he's talking about other things in the graph.
Do you want to talk about the fundamental issue, or do you want to spend the entire time talking about some graph that from 6 months ago? Do you want to talk about the issue itself?
I'm interested in it because you, as an organization, purport to share these facts about this ideology or whatever. And here's a graph that you cited, didn't cite a source. When I had to go digging for the source, it turned out to be incredibly embarrassing for you.
Okay.
That's why I'm curious.
I don't think that your interpretation of the methodology behind that graph is
It was
correct.
a random Twitter user that put it together based on one person.
Okay, I'm not going to take your word for it. Now, do I have...
Anyone can Google it. His name is Frank McCormick.
Am I able to speak for a second? Okay. I do an hour-long show every day, and it's very well researched. We spend a lot of time researching it. There's a lot of data and information in every single show that I do. So if you're going to go back 6 months for this kind of gotcha moment to pull one graph and then demand that I have all the information related to that graph off the top of my head, of course I don't. Obviously, I don't remember that precisely.
Right. And so what Matt should be saying here is that let's say that this picture is completely lying and completely wrong about where the stats come from and what he even said. Let's say that's the case. In this moment, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Because what we are watching is Pink Shirt said, you lied about this, and Matt's, running all over the place. And so what he should be doing is saying, I don't think I ever used that or anything. I'm happy to correct it if I ever did, but the point behind it is very clearly that we have an issue with people who are trans-identifying and are violent. That is how you do it. Not like, well, you expect me to remember the things that I said to people. Yeah, dude, kind of. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Smoking Space Man says you call them out just like Costco did. Point out their delusion, explain anything after they say is illogical because they themselves are a representation of illogic. Is that so? I mean, but I think that's essentially engaging with them and showing no, this is why you're wrong. And then yeah, if they're gonna go spout out a bunch of bullshit after that is based on one point that doesn't really matter, then let them do. It's the same shit. Hey, look who we got, our boy, the Horseradish. Welcome to the party. I just checked the ninja thing, and we are good to go. Welcome. Picture's trying to go for a gotcha moment. Yep. But if you got, then you got. Oh, going for a gotcha moment is only a bad thing when you don't have the gotcha. If I'm like, ha, you lied about this thing, and they didn't lie about that thing, then that's a problem for me. But if I catch somebody in a lie and I call you out for that lie, maybe it's a gotcha moment, but there's a gotcha there. Again, I'm not saying that is the case, but just trying to get a gotcha moment is not inherently a bad thing. That is the name of the game with modern political discourse anyway. Let's give it a dilly. I'm just trying to wake up and get drunk, but cheers. So let's see. I mean, because this is the problem. This is the problem that we want to play team sports, but we have to what's the word I'm looking for? We have to address the words that are actually spoken. Now, said a gotcha moment based around the individual's hypocrisy instead of the prompt, though, is an ad hominem. Sure. I mean, in a specific debate, but they're not debating over a specific prompt. This is just a Q&A. So yeah, if like, let's say they were talking about abortion and Pink Shirt brought up, well, you lied about this. Yeah, that would be an ad hom or whatever. But just saying gotcha in a lying moment in and of itself is not a bad thing. We want to gotcha the liars. Think of it this way, the entire stream that PBD put on with Dave Smith and Chris Cuomo was a gotcha. That entire thing was a gotcha stream. But was it necessary? Was it necessary? So, all right, let's dive back in and see if Matt can recover.
And then demand that I have all the information related to that graph off the top of my head.
So I'm feeling loose, baby.
Of course I don't. Obviously, I don't remember that precisely. But what we could do, and so that's all that you're here to do is to get that gotcha moment, then that's fine. What we could do is talk about the fundamental issue. Now, I think
right. So if he had just said that in the beginning, if he had started there and be like, I don't think I ever said that. If I did, I apologize for the miscommunication, but let's talk about the real issue. That's how you do that. In that case, even if he did lie, going back to the judging, I would have given the point to Matt.
The real fundamental issue here is that transgenderism itself
just start taking naps in the afternoon and
is a lie. It's a falsehood. I think that's the real fundamental issue. And built on top of that is the fact that, to Michael's point, it's a lot more than just one trans or trans-connected shooter that we've seen, even in just the last couple of years. So we know that it's a lot more than just one. And both of those things are facts. So why do you think it is? Why do we see? Put the graph in your hand to the side for a second.
I thought this was a joke. Wait, what did you? I thought you were joking around. Jason said I was attacked by a group of transgenders. They abducted me and did stuff. We need to stop trans violence in America. I think you are joking. I don't. You know what? I'm gonna let's just moving on.
Why do we see this interesting trend, given that trans-identified people are a really small percentage of the population? I'm sure you would agree.
Sure.
So why do we have this trend of trans-identified people, trans activists, committing assassinations and mass shootings?
I mean,
I don't like that they should have done this layout the first way, because now he's facing this way instead of he was facing the edge of the screen and the dude was over here.
I think it's incredibly simple. You report, mass shootings are, there's so many of them that take place in various different ways, shapes, and forms. And the ones you choose to report on are the ones that become embedded in the public image. And so when you, for instance, you did in that video, and I'm not expecting you to recall every single detail, I'm more interested in the ballpark. You named several alleged transgender mass shooters. And at the end of your list, you had to add non-mass shootings, examples of transgender people committing other crimes to make your point, right? So I would argue it's not a trend. It's not a pattern of behavior. You're picking and choosing which anecdotes to make your point. And transgender people are such a small percentage of the population that literally any number of transgender people doing anything is going to throw off the statistics.
Sure, but that's a problem with the way that people group what a mass shooting is. And so you want to try to act like there is no difference between, a drive-by shooting in the hood versus some guy in the middle of, a Texas suburb going in and gunning down little kids. Those are not the same thing.
Well, but this is something that we've observed. I'm not making it up. We could go back to the Covenant shooting. We could go to the recent church shooting in Minnesota. We could talk about Charlie Kirk. There are many examples.
Well, Charlie Kirk was not shot by a trans person.
He was shot by a trans activist, by somebody who was dating.
That's what I'm like. Yeah, if you're gonna count, that in the LGBT, that works for me. than Tyler Robinson.
Person.
He was shot by a trans activist, by somebody who was dating a trans furry and was motivated by that, by his own testimony. And what I would suggest,
and so I would even double down on that. And so it's not even just the fact that the people who trans themselves are an issue, but the people that they touch and are connected to are even having this type of mind virus. It's fine. Maybe Tyler Robinson was cisgendered or whatever. Clearly not, straight, and clearly aligned with the activist rhetoric. So whether or not the person actually was trans is really only the secondary aspect of it. What we really care about is, are you doing this in the name of transness and all that shit? That's really the question. And so whether or not they themselves are trans, if I, a straight dude who is a man, went and was like, oh, fuck all the cisgender people and mowed down everybody I could for the transes, that would still be an issue of the same category. So Tyler Robinson counts to me.
What I would suggest is that there is a reason for this. It's not just random. Okay, when you've got trans activists and leftists generally who are looking at people like Charlie Kirk and saying that he's committing a genocide against the trans community. I've been accused of that many times. He's a danger. He's a threat to the trans community. Charlie Kirk got those accusations. I've gotten them many times, even though Charlie never did anything. He never did anything to the trans community.
Sorry, JL. Let me get the ban for you, brother.
Any kind of threat. When you have that kind of rhetoric directed at people, it doesn't take much for someone to go to the well, if that's true, if this person's a threat against me, then I guess that justifies a violent reaction. And especially when you're talking about a community of people who are already deeply confused and deeply troubled to begin with, and self-destructive to begin with. And then when you go to that particular group of people and you tell them that, hey, you see these people over there, they're trying to commit a genocide against you. They're a threat to you.
Shout out again to JL, our current sponsor of the stream, and brought us this side quest from the $5 side quest. Thank you, sir.
Hey, you see these people over there, they're trying to commit a genocide against you. They're a threat to you.
So, okay,
and then when the shots start ringing out and you want me to believe that's some sort of coincidence, sorry, I don't buy it.
So, okay, that's not the argument that I'm making. So if that's...
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be aligned with Candace Owens anymore. Smoking Spaceman said, what a world we exist in where we even have to argue this kind of subject matter. The entire idea of T, which I'm going to assume means trans, is insanity. Yeah. And I was just watching a clip from, I should have saved this one. I was just watching a clip from the Adam Carolla show where he was like, back in the day, we had we had clear labels for this stuff. You were a pre-op, you're a post-op, you're a cross-dresser, you're a transvestite, and we knew what all that was. And now you're doing all this fucking bullshit. I'm like, yeah. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you. So very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps the channel out so very, very much. And it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome to the party. Said, what we a judging? We are judging the 15-minute debates that I've done on some Saturdays. I am now judging those. So we're hanging out for a little while. Those are going to start in about an hour and a half or so. And I get to decide. The power is with me. No, I'm going to try to be as fair and down the middle as I can. Welcome to the party. Costco said the real issue with the trans thing is it's delusional, and our rejection of it is based on deontological values. If they could prove it makes kids' lives better and longer, I would still oppose it. Interesting. Why I mean, I guess that's just a basic grounding. I mean, fair enough. But I think there's definitely an interesting conversation there. I don't know if it's that simple. But we'll see.
So yeah, that's not the argument that I'm making. So if that's your allegation, that people giving what I think you could argue, you could call those like death warranting labels, right? Like calling someone a genocider or calling someone a whatever is a label that is intended to give someone
license
leeway
to kill that person.
Sure. Okay. Yep. So if that's the case, I mean, we've sat through you guys describing all of the left as like various disgusting sex perverts, groomers, things like that, which is interesting for your movement in general. But
wait. Did they ever say that sex pests deserve to die? Are you not sex pests?
I've watched your show many, many times. You consistently refer to the left very broadly, not even to specific people, as groomers, as pedophiles, as predators, and have argued that pedophiles and such should be killed. Would that not therefore mean, by your own argument, that you are justifying the killing of left-wingers?
Where did I say that leftists in general are pedophiles?
It's just a broad label you use in your video.
Right. To the broad label of people who hurt children in that way. And so the answer to the question is yes. We should kill them. Simple. Yeah, I agree with you. JL. The problem is that if we just be like, oh well, that's not convincing anybody that they're wrong. Shout out to Box. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We are. I'm going to be a judge in the DMZ horseradish debates in a little bit. But I figured if I stayed in bed until 9, 10 p.m., then I would never wake up. So here we are, hanging out, and we are checking out this exchange brought to you by JL with the $5 side quest. I've doubled the number since we have time to kill. I have a bunch of videos to show you, so don't worry. But $5 side quest up to 20-minute videos, up to 20 minutes. Let's keep going.
The killing of left-wingers.
Where did I say that leftists in general are pedophiles?
It's just a broad label you use in your videos. I mean,
but it's not.
It's a broad. You absolutely refer to the leftists.
I've been much more.
No, he refers to people who are PDFs as PDFs. That's a different thing. Yeah, is it a red herring? That's a yeah, red herring. Shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Welcome.
You use in your videos. I mean,
but it's not.
It's a broad. You absolutely refer to the leftists.
I've been much more
pedophiles, defenders, things like that. Again, you're a Republican, so like that's
okay. But if you are doing that, this is such a they use this when it comes to the dating type manosphere-esque stuff. When they say, well, men do this, that, and the other. And it's like, well, if it doesn't refer to you, then why do you even care? Because you are wrong. That's why. When are you gonna review that? I don't know. I'm putting that off because the entire chat's gonna be against me. So it's just out there. Go watch it if you want. Welcome. I think Pink Shirt, good question. So what is he trying to convince us of? He's trying to demonstrate that these people are not people that we should be looking up to because of the fact that they lie. That's what he's trying to convince us of. And so he's saying, you sourced this study, and this study was only one person, and you didn't actually cite it, and so you're representing this one person as if it's a general trend. That's what he's saying. And so whether or not that is true, then it depends on how this exchange actually is played out. But just watching it without the other context, then Pink Shirt came in strong, but then faded hard.
I've been much more
pedophile defenders, things like that. Again, you're a Republican, so like that's odd that you would do that, but
why is that odd?
I mean, you're supporting Donald Trump, the man who you openly
we got Michael Knowles and
admitted sexualizes his own children back in 2016 before suddenly changing.
When was Donald Trump guilty of pedophilia?
No, I'm not saying he hasn't been found guilty of anything. I'm saying he's engaged in that behavior.
Okay.
And he's endorsed that behavior, more importantly.
He's endorsed pedophilia?
You said he's engaged in that behavior?
What are you talking about?
He specifically described his interest in walking into the Miss Teen USA changing rooms while they were changing. I would call that pedophilia personally.
Let you and see, this is a long this goes back a long time when I was a never Trumper and people would exacerbate and hyperbolize, is that a word? But take the untoward stuff that Trump absolutely has done throughout his life and try to turn the volume up on it to make it seem worse, and it has the opposite effect. It's like, okay, yeah, we can all agree that a grown man going into a teen's locker room, which is not what happened, but we can all agree that that's not great. That's also not what the PDF word means. And so you could have the win that, oh, he's doing this creepy thing. You can have that win. And it's not going to, it's not a knockdown argument. It's not like, oh, well, because of that, we can't, trust him to do anything. But it would be true. Instead, you cut yourself in the knees by lying. Like I said, we did as a society give him the grab him comment a pass. Not sure how I feel about that. Well, do you remember the quote? Do we need to pull that up? What was the quote, Box? If you can give me the quote, then you're allowed to have negative feelings about it. If you don't remember the quote, then you don't.
You started this by saying that I had accused the left of being pedophiles generally, which I have not done. What I have done, though, more specifically, I have said that, for example, leftists who insist upon or defend the practice of having drag queens perform for children.
Okay, so sticking with those people,
So we'll just real quick so that you don't have to go. But he said they let you. They let you. They let you.
The story the political world has been buzzing about, but here's just a sampling of it.
She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony and she's totally changed her look.
Your girl's hot as in the purple.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, the Donald is good.
Whoa.
Oh, my man. Wait.
Let's not forget, this was just, in general, media, people, this was just normal
You gotta
talk.
look at me when you get out.
I just watched a video on some dude going over the Man Show.
That is very.
Will you give me the thumbs
Look
up?
at you. You are a. I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it.
They what? They what?
What?
You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the.
What does that say? When you're a star, they let you do it. Also wasn't about children. And that's fine. That's fine. That is why I said to you, if you have the quote, then we can have that conversation. Because that is a legitimate issue with that quote. But most people try to act as if he was being predatory and that it had to do with children. And neither was true. Jay said, "What I will say is, if anyone on the street said, what Trump said, I doubt any Republican would support them." Fair, but that's also to do with optics. But I'll give you that. Quality said, Pedo referred to the prepubescent. The Miss Teen USA dolls are not in that category. And again, I don't like that. That's a distinction that I don't need to be made. You shouldn't be back where young girls are changing. But whatever, dude. He's just like, if he actually did anything, then yes, it would be a problem. But if you're just walking through, it's like, I just want to see what's going on with my You don't think other presidents have done creepy, weird shit? Like, what are we talking about? Shout out to Lone Wolf. Welcome to the party. Yeah, almost, right? I support women allowing men to grab them by the pussy. Girl power. There you go. All right, let's get back to JL's $5 side quest.
Who insist upon or defend the practice of having drag queens perform for children.
Okay, so sticking with those people, should those people be killed? Or are you endorsing rhetoric that would get those people killed?
They shouldn't be killed. They should be arrested. They should be arrested and put in prison. I I don't.
Right. And so when the mistake that Pink Shirt just made, he wanted to what he should have done is ask if those people were sex pests or PDFs or whatever. Because the argument that he was trying to make is that if you call these people these names, then you're green lighting the violence against them. But he dropped the ball by not asking the question properly and allowing Matt to say they should be arrested, which of course they should be arrested. Listen again. He's like, oh, we got it. We almost got it.
Insist upon or defend the practice of having drag queens perform for children.
Okay, so sticking with those people, should those people be killed, or are you endorsing rhetoric that would get those people killed?
They shouldn't be killed. They should be arrested.
So he should have said, are those people PDFs? Are those people the sex pests? Are those people that? Because then that forces Matt to give an answer that is a clear yes or no answer that that has already been at least associated with violence. But he dropped the ball.
Arrested. They should be arrested and put in prison. I see it.
I want to go back to this real quick though, Box, because we were talking about the grab him by the pussy, and you said he has a wife. Are you aware? Are you either aware of what kind of relationship that he and Melania have, or are you against polygamy and polyamory and other people doing that? Because it's very common over a certain dollar amount that the wives are down with the get down. They get the money, open one-sided. I have a friend that you guys all know who, I mean, he does well, but doesn't do Donald Trump well. And he's in a one-sided open relationship, lives with two wives. So are we sure that Melania's not okay with it? Just saying. Exactly.
See, this is another fundamental difference between someone on the right and somebody on the left, usually, is I don't believe in extrajudicial killing at all. I believe in law and order. I believe in the police and enforcing our laws.
Well, I'm not supporting, I would never support extrajudicial killing. I'm opposed to that entirely.
Unless it's Charlie Kirk, though, right?
And I'm opposed to people killing conservatives as well. That seems...
Okay, well, I'm glad that you are. So we're on the same page on that. But it's much more likely to have somebody on the left. I mean, defund the police was something that existed on the left, not on the right.
And notice how far away we are from that first study. This is why it's important to be able to draw the lines of logic from where you start to where you want to end up. Because it's one thing if you're just giving a soliloquy, a monologue. But when it's a back and forth and you don't know what the other person's going to say, then you have to be ready for things that you don't expect. And he thought he had a good question, but he didn't anticipate what the answers could have been to then follow up.
So the left is much more likely to take a position that law enforcement itself as a function is illegitimate and must be defunded. And if we do that, then all that's left, I mean, how are we going to enforce the law at that point? All that's left is to enforce it extrajudicially. But anyway...
That's my whole thing about how fuck the police, but we need the police because I love law and order, but I don't like giving humans power over other humans. But hey, you can't have law and order without law enforcement. Cosgrove said, most guys who think they're in a one-sided open relationship are in a two-sided open relationship. I mean, fair enough. But we can't come down on Trump for having an open relationship unless we know that that's not what he has. It was more about how in politics it would traditionally be scandalous and probably disqualifying. And we gave him the pass. I don't know how he runs his marriage, but it tells us something about him. It tells me he's not loyal. Well, again, it doesn't tell you that he's not loyal because it tells you that if you need to know what the loyalty entails. If the and I'm kind of being devil's advocate. I get what you're saying. But you know, playing devil's advocate, if it is the case that Melania says, hey, just don't bring home any babies, then and don't bring home any diseases, then that's not breaking loyalty. Maybe you would not be willing to accept that. But the point that I'm making is, again, I agree that it tells you about him and about what type of person he is. I agree. But that doesn't mean that you know all of the things. And so that's why I originally asked if when you brought up the grab him by the pussy, if you were just saying, "Oh, he said that, that's mean, that's gross," or if you were giving more nuanced takes like you actually are. Clinton indeed did get impeached. All right, finishing this up.
Are we going to enforce the law at that point? All that's left is to enforce it extrajudicially. But anyway, going back to the point, because you brought it up, when I have used the word groomer to refer to leftists, I have done it in specific cases where they are having drag queens perform for children, or where children themselves are dressing up like drag queens. And
it's not gonna lick itself. And you all, unfortunately, know what I mean by that.
Performing for adults, or where children are being chemically castrated and sexually mutilated. In those cases, the adults
did he have his nails painted? Of course he did. But like,
castrated and sexually mutilated.
Yep. Of course. Of course. This is the lowest tier like virtue signal thing that came back with the trans stuff. The painted nails. I'm an ally.
In those cases, the adults involved are absolutely sexual abusers and groomers. Would you disagree with that?
I would disagree with that. I actually have a which part of it? Those are a variety of different.
Well, why are you answering if you don't? How do you know that you disagree if you don't know which part? And then he's asking you if you disagree with. Oh, so back in the day when people did black nail polish for because they were goth, that was one thing. This fraggot has red nails, and I'm pretty sure I don't know a lot about nails, but I think like it's like a not just painted nails, but I think it's like a thing. Like I think he went to the salon. Look at this shit.
Sexually mutilated in those.
Maybe not. But I mean, like that's not black. That's red. It matches the sweatshirt.
Cases, the adults involved are absolutely sexual abusers and groomers. Would you disagree with that?
I would disagree with that. I actually have
So how can you know that you disagree with that if you don't know what that is?
Which part of it? Those are a variety of different.
Are those adults groomers who encourage that?
No, who encourage any? I mean, there are a variety of different behaviors you gave.
Having adults perform in drag for children, that's not grooming.
If it's in sexual in nature, then that would absolutely be.
Isn't drag sexual in nature? Isn't that the definition of drag?
No, I've met a variety of.
You've been to very wholesome drag shows.
I know.
Bring Granny out to the drag show. I don't think so.
I mean, quite literally, I've watched drag shows at like old folks' homes and stuff like that. Which
you shouldn't do that either. Don't do that.
I'm sure they loved it. I'm sure they understood the social implications of all of it, and it was look at the pretty colors.
Regardless.
Don't do the drag for the kids. Don't do the drag for the grannies. Just don't do the drag.
Now you're grooming Granny too?
Don't do that.
God.
You brought up that point though. You brought up the
black nail polish with that is different than this.
The
Why have drag queens around kids at all? Why do that?
Because it's a goofy art form for the same reason you have any sort of whatever. I don't know. Like,
what's the art?
It's performing. It's like playing a character.
So is P-Hub content, but we don't do that. Like, what? That's such a non-answer.
Just any old thing. I mean, I go up to Silverwood theme park. I'm sure a lot of Idaho people have been there. They have a show for kids that includes a lot of like sexual and inappropriate content, at least in my opinion.
Then that's bad. That's not just goofy art now, is it?
And I disagree with it. I disagree with the content of the show. I think it's kind of disgusting. But in context, like,
okay, so then where do you draw the line?
Okay, they're doing a magic show and things like that. The magic part of it is not the problem. It's the weird like molester jokes and things like that I think are inappropriate. But you brought up.
We would agree on that. I think we found one area where we agree that it's not good.
I've always held that position. I think most people that I know hold that position. You brought up the chemical castration thing, and I happen to be a chemist, so I'm a little bit familiar with this. Do you know what chemical castration is? And like, could you describe just in the basic principles what that is?
Lupron.
Compared to physical castration, compared to like an orchiectomy or something.
Yeah, chemical castration is using a drug that ultimately has the effect of sterilizing children.
What's the drug?
And
what does it do?
Lupron.
is one of the
Lupron.
drugs.
Perfect. Lupron, leuprolide acetate's about a
Which is usually for sexual offenders.
peptide, binds to, it's a superagonist for the GnRH hormone in your body. Essentially what it does is it's
Guys, we just crossed the hour mark with only one dono. Don't make me turn them damn ads on. Let's feed the overlord.
spikes your body with that hormone signal to tell it to, basically it desensitizes your body to the production of sex hormones. Within a couple of weeks of going off of it, that process is reversible. Now, you can argue there are a variety of other things that may or may not be.
He'd be like, you know, I did a whole fucking documentary on this. You should talk to the guy, Scott, who 10 years ago to this day, maybe not this day, 10 years ago to this year, said that in 7 to 10 years, we were going to see explosion of detransitioners. And guess what we see? An explosion of detransitioners.
Irreversible.
Why do that to children, though? Why do that to children?
But what I'm curious about, because you use the term chemical castration. Castration is a permanent thing. If you give someone an orchiectomy, as far as I'm aware, you can't undo it. You can't put the balls back on. You give someone Lupron, an adult, a child, a whomever, you take them off of it, it goes away. So
Nope. And I remember the first teacher that was in the band, and they're like, it's just like if you're playing a song and you press pause, and then you can just press play like the song never even stopped. Just use your basic knowledge that of how not holistic, but how encompassing the process of puberty is. Messing with any part of that and acting like, oh, you can just do it later. You have to be coping to even accept that premise.
That's not true.
That's objectively
not true. That is not true. Okay? That is absolutely not true. You cannot sit here and say for a fact that it's totally fine to give Lupron to young kids and that when they're adults, it will have no effects on them and that
I'm not saying that.
And that their fertility will come back. You cannot say that. That is not true. And the only way to confirm something like that would be to do that to a whole bunch of kids and then just sit back and wait for like a decade or two to see how
and that's what Brian Shapiro wants, right? What was the fucking thing that he was talking about with the debate with Rachel Wilson? And he was like, "There's no study that this thing." Oh, they were talking about trans stuff. There's no study that trans men going into the bathroom hurts women and girls. It's like, yeah, that's because we're preventing that from happening. So what they're actually saying is that they want to see the violence first, and then they'll do something to stop the transes. We must see the violence first, and then we'll stop the transes.
Works out. And my point is that to begin with, performing those kinds of Frankenstein butchering medical experiments on children is wrong, period.
Why, do you know why we...
So from, hey, I have a clear study that you lied, to this.
Do you know...
Got him! There you go. Shout out to JL for that side quest. Very much appreciated, and a good one, if I may say so myself. But yeah, I mean, it's just a common thing that you have you have a thing that you think, and you go along with that thing that you think, but never do you stop to think about what the other person thinks and how they're going to respond to what you think. Quality said, there's no studies that establishes that decapitation causes death either. Basically, that's what we're talking about. So, I mean, yeah, it's a sad thing, but notice how strong I was willing to give that person in the beginning. They came out strong. And if that was really a lie, then what a missed opportunity. What a missed opportunity to call out somebody like Matt Walsh on such a blatant misuse of statistics. If that really happened. I wouldn't put it back. I don't know. But, hey, that's what they said. Spaceman said they won't do anything to stop it after there's evidence. They'll say, oh, well, it's too late now. Let's just leave it as is. Bingo. Yep. Sad. All right, over to Lutch's links. You may remember this chick. She is the Canadian that moved to the U.S. and is looking to learn as much as possible. Loves to take notes, and I learned something brand new that I did not I had no idea this happened, and I'm wondering if this is news to you guys.
Morning. I'm a Canadian living in the United States, and today I thought I would just wake up and ruffle your feathers a little bit.
And so the comment says, ours isn't a dictator. Hope that helps. Talking about Canada.
So I know that that's one of the biggest talking points for Canadians is that Americans are under this crazy dictatorship, but please allow me to remind you of how much closer you are to an actual dictatorship than the United States. Now, Darren, one of the things that I like to do is I like to do a little bit of research before I speak. So today, I made you some notes. Canada is actually closer to an authoritarian style control than the United States. I don't know if you know this, and I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. No,
That's not the part that I didn't know.
doesn't mean it's like a full-blown dictatorship, but let's actually compare the two. The difference in the government power is very, very real. Please allow me to provide you some examples. In 2022, Canada invoked the Emergencies Act that allowed the government to freeze bank accounts without a court order for people tied to protests.
Shout out to the trucker protest.
Now, that's not something Americans have ever seen.
Glad he said five head makes a good point. I think she's cute. Like it's a little bit much, but I think she's cute.
At a federal level before. During these exact same convoy protests, some organizers were arrested and held in custody. And this wasn't just a disagreement, it was enforcement tied to emergency powers. Over 200 bank accounts were frozen, and of those 200 people, some people were never even charged with a crime. So when your access to money can disappear based on a political protest, which was very friendly, by the way, that's a level of control people often associate with an authoritarian government. In the United States, protests happen all the time, and while arrests can happen, financial penalties like that are less common at a federal level. Shall we talk about the recent floor crossings? Okay, great. I thought so too.
What did you just say? Floor crossings? Put a one in the chat if you know what a floor crossing is in the context of the Canadian government. I'm gonna make my drink because I want to see if you guys know this, because I have never heard of this, and the fact that this is real, my flabbers were gasted. Nobody, right? Nobody knows. This is imagine if this was happening here.
So in Canada, elected officials can actually switch parties after being elected.
What? Oh, hell no.
You can switch parties after being elected? Like, while you run as a Democrat and just be like, psych, I was Republican the whole time. At least we know that, like, Donald Trump was a lifelong Democrat and he switched because of that, but he had to make the switch, and that says a lot. Crazy.
Federal level. Shall we talk about the recent floor crossings? Okay, great. I thought so too. So in Canada, elected officials can actually switch parties after being elected, right? You should know this, and it's called floor crossing. It's legal, but the voters don't get a say when it happens. So a lot of people are quite upset right now because some people voted in a conservative government and they have now switched to a liberal government.
That's
so this does happen in the United States too, but it's actually less common federally, and it often comes with major political backlash. So like I said, you vote one way.
No reaction? No reaction from anybody? Equality said holy flaming balls. All right. But I was very much upset. And not upset, but I mean, shaken by this information.
Right? And then the representation shifts after the fact without the voters having a say. Let's talk about how Canada's government controls what you see online. I think that's a fantastic thing to talk about. Canada passed the
Americans can switch parties too after being elected. But I mean, while in, like, I know that you can switch while you're, because I obviously we've seen people who have gone from like the Democrats to the to independent, but the way that I understood it was that like the whole framework of the government, like we're going with the Conservative Party, psych, we're actually going with the complete opposite. I don't know. It is wild. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina with the Rumble rant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. So just a daily reminder, your government hates you. Yep. Always got to remember that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much.
Online Streaming Act. So the Online Streaming Act, it actually allows regulators to influence what content gets promoted or suppressed online. And that's not banning speech, but what it is the government shaping what you actually see. In Canada, you actually also have government-funded media. So I don't know if you know this, but 1.4 billion with a B of your taxpayer dollars go to your government-funded media annually. So the same government that's being reported on is also funding the reporter. And that's a level of influence that Americans are way more skeptical of, where you guys just allow it and let it be. Shall we talk about property rights and the gun ban? Okay, great. I thought that was a good one too. So in 2020, Canada banned over 1,500 firearm models overnight through an order in council. And there was no vote. Nobody got to vote on it. It was just executive style action. Shall we take it back to the COVID restrictions
like
really
Canada.
quickly? Fantastic. I thought it was a great idea too. During COVID, Canada had stricter travel restrictions, mandates, and enforcement than the United States in many areas for much longer. That level of compliance expected and enforced was noticeably higher. So while Canada's not quite a full-blown dictatorship, if you are asking which country gives the government more power over your life, your money, and your access to information, the answer is pretty clear. So anyway, I hope that helps.
Got him! Got him! But he's a dictator! He's a dictator! Oh, actually, I think we got, is this the same chick? Oh, yeah, we got... Oh, yeah, we got two in a row. 2 in a row from her. All right, so let's see what else is going on in Canada. Wild shit, though. I don't know how I didn't know that. And that would be a, that would be, I mean, people would riot in the streets. But yeah, so guys, obviously, because it's free speech over on Rumble, then I guess StreamYard has decided not to bring the Rumble chat in. When we go to members only, Rumble you will be able to chat on Rumble, but as you can see, then it is not part of the chats here. All right. Moving on.
Hello, good morning. I'm a Canadian living in the United States. I've been here a little over a year and a half. I'm currently on my own little mission to learn as much as I possibly can, and this was extremely fun to learn about. For those
Look up Kennesaw, Georgia gun laws.
You that are new here, here's what goes on around here. I read comments, and then I research them, and I come to my own conclusions, and I take notes. Okay.
Do you think that the little chuckle after I got notes, do you think that's a hook that she does on purpose? Or do you think that's just a thing? Because she does it in every video.
I'm going to apologize in advance. I am sorry if I butcher the name of the city, but I'm going to do my absolute best, okay? In May 1982, the city of Kennesaw passed a controversial law requiring every head of household to maintain a firearm and ammunition inside their home.
Based.
So the law was partly a political response to Morton Grove, which had just passed one of the first handgun bans in the United States. So here's some key details about this law. It applies to heads of households living in the city. The exemptions exist for felons, people with disabilities, and religious objections.
We need to have that. That needs to be spread. That just being the law, whether or not people like guns or know about guns, that is going to trigger people to understand better. I think a lot of the reason that people like myself didn't have, or still really don't have a lot of understanding of guns is because it's just there's no guns around. And so a few people here and there will have a gun, but it's not a popular thing to talk about. You can't bring it anywhere. And so it just never comes up. And so guns become this scary thing that you don't know anything about.
Although it has never really been fully enforced, there's been no arrests for not owning a gun. So in reality, it is largely symbolic, but the message was clear. Criminals might assume residents are armed. What happened to crime after the law, right? We got to know. Right after the law passed, there was a large short-term drop in crime. So early reports found that overall crime dropped about 22%. Burglaries dropped about 65% after the ordinance gained national attention. In 1983, officials claimed a 74% drop in crime the year after the law. Okay,
74% the year after the
current
law.
Crime statistics. Okay, the population is about 35,000 residents. Overall crime, there is about 1,098 crimes per 100,000 residents, which is roughly 48% lower than the United States national average.
So, I mean, you get the point. They have a law. $5 side quest up to 10 minutes. Up to 10 minutes. What was I going to say? Yeah, we get the point. But the idea is that if people understood, or people had to understand what was around them, or let's try that again. If these things were around, then people would need to have a better understanding than they do now. Moving on. What else have we got here?
I'm not alleging that anything nefarious is going on here.
So this is, what did I say? So this is entitled "Why'd Candace Leave?" So if you guys remember last week, there was a thing where Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and Ian Carroll all just like disappeared and went on vacation. And people were saying that was conspiratorial, but I don't remember exactly what this is.
But I am a pattern recognizer, a dot connector. And I know I'm not the only one that thinks it's just a little bit odd that at the same time that the Department of Justice and the FBI are releasing 11 indictments to the Southern Poverty Law Center, that suddenly a whole bunch of podcast bros and hoes, you know, the fake and gay wannabe America First crowd, those folks, they just suddenly left the country.
And so was it the case that the Ian Carrolls of the world, the Nick Fuentes of the world, the Candace Owens of the world are backed by the SPLC? I don't know.
It's the weirdest thing. I mean, if it was just one, it would be one thing. There's not much of a pattern to recognize when you hear that Nick Fuentes, who, by the way, became famous after Charlottesville, you know, the same Charlottesville in which the Southern Poverty Law Center is now accused to have been funding one of the organizers. It would be strange if more than one person just up and fled the country. And now we're finding out that just out of nowhere, Candace Owens, who apparently forgot to let her audience know that she was going to be traveling abroad, is allegedly in the same country, the same city in Rome, Italy, that Nick Fuentes is at.
Let's take a short break for our boy Bucks with the $5. Thank you. So very, very much, and of course a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so much. Said for Morty and the judgment of the internet, but mostly Morty. Let him judge. And that's my entire point, is that people like you who are willing to get that judgment are, you know, it might be, it's grains of sand that makes the heap, but each grain is part of that heap. And so the people who are willing to say live somewhere that it's not as common, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna open carry and people are gonna see it, and if they judge, then they judge. You're doing a big public service. You're doing a big public service by shifting the whatchamacallit, the Overton window on what we're actually talking about. All right, so we'll finish this one up, and then we got Box's side quest next. Thank you, sir, very, very much.
I mean, maybe it's just podcast bros and hoes spring break. Who knows? But Sneeko is over in Malaysia at the exact same time, just fled the country to Malaysia. And then this is where the pattern really starts to come together. Ian Carroll, who, by the way, has not posted since April.
Does he go by Ian? I always just called him Ian Carroll.
12th. That's right. Over 10 days. What, 12 days now?
Shout out to our new co-sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated.
And then suddenly he posts this really strange, ominous message about not receiving any threats and have no reason to be concerned for his safety. That's a strange set of patterns to be connecting. But the
weird. Shout out to Jennifer. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
Pattern we should probably be paying the closest attention to,
not Ian, Ian,
is the one that Donald Trump is laying out, or should I say the roadmap that Donald Trump is laying out, just posted earlier today.
The SPLC, one of the greatest political scams in American history, has been charged with fraud. There's another Democrat hoax, along with Act Blue and many others. If it is true, the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. Thank you for your attention on this matter.
The Southern Poverty Law Center, one of the greatest political scams.
Okay, so he's just going to read that. All right, so let's see what our boy Vox got for us. If you would like to take your own side quest, anything under 10 minutes, $5, and we will take that side quest. Of course, we've got the debates coming up, but until then,
this rifle
we are just hanging
cost about $600, if that. And I'm about to say something that's going to make a lot of AR guys uncomfortable. Most people buying an AR-15 probably don't need anything better than this.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
And I can already feel half the internet typing away in angry aggression saying, you don't know what you're talking about. But hear me out. Because there are really two types of AR buyers in America right now. There's the AR guy, and then there's the guy who just wants a rifle. Not a build, not a project, not a personality.
I mean, yeah, that it happened, and then it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense that would happen. I'm not like amazed that it did happen, but I was surprised that it was true. But of course, it makes a lot of sense.
Just a rifle. The Ruger Harrier is built for that second guy. The guy who walks into a gun store and says, I don't want to build it. I don't want to swap triggers. I don't want to watch 40 YouTube videos arguing about gas systems. Just give me a damn solid AR. And honestly, that probably represents most people buying AR-15s right now. Because AR-15s are so common in America that unless you're a deep inside of the weeds kind of AR guy,
like me,
most of them look exactly the same.
That's racist.
You could put a $4,000 rifle next to this Harrier rifle, and most people would look at both of them and say, oh, yeah, it's an AR. Meanwhile, the AR guys are over there sweating, trying to explain gas port diameters. That's just where the market is right now. Now,
you guys realize how far over my head this is, right? Like we're just watching this.
Here's where things get interesting. There's a difference between...
Remember to use your side quest for things that I can actually talk about. Otherwise, we are stealing content.
Affordable and cheap. Cheap feels like compromise. Cheap looks like compromise. Cheap makes you feel like you bought the off-brand cereal that you can find in Target or Walmart. Actually, Walmart only, because Target is rich people's Walmart. But yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, all them burgers is great value, and they indeed are great value.
Affordable feels like you got away with something. And this rifle feels like you got away with something. Now, I remember when entry-level rifles looked like clip art AR-15s. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Cheap cylindrical rails, nothing you could mount to them, no modularity. They were light, sure, but they looked like something designed in Microsoft Paint. The cheaper the rifle was, the more stripped down and dated it looked. This rifle doesn't do that. This rifle actually looks pretty modern considering the price point. You got clean machining on the rail, full M-lock, maglev furniture. Now, personally, I'm not the biggest fan of attaching things to M-lock. Visually, it looks great, but sometimes you're sitting there tightening it down and the T-nuts are just spinning and you're just getting irritated and frustrated. It makes you just want to throw the whole system against the wall. But that's the modern standard now. That's where the industry is. But the first thing I check on an affordable rifle usually isn't the rail. It's the lockup between the upper and the lower, because that's usually where budget rifles give themselves away. You pick it up and it's just rattle, 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 rattle. Now, does that actually affect reliability? Not really, but it absolutely affects the shooting experience. And Harrier surprised me. The lockup between the upper and the lower is tight. Tight, yeah. I'm not talking.
I'm sure that's going to happen. But like, we got to figure out a way. Like, I understand that you're like, oh, I want to show you this. That's not what the side, like, we can't do that. That's not what the side quests are. It has to be, Lutch, I want your commentary on this. Lutch, I want your commentary on this. Not, I want to show you this. That's what the Discord is for. If you just drop it in the Discord and be like, Lutch, this is cool. Check this out. I will watch it. And then I will, if you really want, I'll share it on my community and all that stuff. But we have to do it. Like, you already paid. I'm not going to stop it now. But it can't be just, hey, look at this. That's stealing. We already have a strike on the channel. I'm trying to find more ways to incentivize, and give you more stuff. But I can't do stuff that I can't do.
bank vault tight. I'm talking tight enough that it rivals rifles that cost almost twice as much. That was the first thing that stood out to me. Now, I remember the first rifle I ever bought. Not my first AR, my first rifle. It was an AK pattern rifle, an Arsenal SGL-21. And the reason I bought an AK instead of an AR back then was simple. I wanted to be different. AKs had an edge to them. The AK.
Why don't you, Box? Why don't you give me the point of what this video is? Why are we watching this video? Why is this relevant to the Indian Jesus? Why is this relevant to our community? Why is this relevant? Why is this relevant? Talk to us. Give me something. I gotta say something. So I'm just reading your words. We could do that. I gotta say something. Talk to me.
Bad boy, didn't care about the rules, didn't care about appearance. Meanwhile, the AR was the responsible guy. He was clean cut and buttoned up. But if something like this Harrier existed back then, I probably would have started with an AR. And honestly, I probably would have been better off because manufacturers have basically perfected the AR platform now, which is why rifles like this exist. A rifle that costs around $600, if that. And when you pick it up, your first reaction is,
damn, what is this? I don't know.
It actually looks pretty good. Now, when I shot the rifle, the next thing that stood out was the balance. It's not front heavy. It's not.
I don't know what this is. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what M7's AK-4 with a modified. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is.
Rear heavy. It's just.
And you could tell me, and I don't know what that is.
Balanced, which makes transitions from target to target feel really natural. And I was shooting mostly.
And you know, I didn't know what that was. I don't know what the gun laws are because they're super strict, so I don't look into them.
Between 50 and 100 yards, which, if we're being honest, where most people actually shoot their ARs. And at that distance, this
guns are cool. That's about as much commentary I can give you.
Rifle does exactly what you need it to do. The recoil is exactly what you would expect from a 223-556 rifle. There's nothing dramatic, nothing harsh, just normal. Now, right after shooting this rifle, I went back and shot my HK MR556, which is like...
Oh, the HK MR556. Oh, of course you can get that. You just got to get the 7B form with the tooth 7. And then you go to the able... Come on, man. You know this. You know this. Shout out to Seth. Welcome to the party. Said gun laws just got crazy lax on federal. I don't know what that means either. What about it being $500? What about what being the gun? Okay, what about it being $500? Is that a lot for a gun? Are you starting to see why we need to put together Lutch commentary with the side quest that we're doing?
18 times more expensive.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. 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 I don't know.
Going from the HK back to this rifle didn't make me feel disgusted. It didn't feel like I was stepping down into something super inferior. And that's exactly what you want from a rifle in this price range. You want it to hang with the competition. Nobody's walking up saying, whoa, man, what's that rifle you got right there?
Yeah, everyone here is loving this, and the channel gets taken down. Do you think that's worth $5 to me, Box? I understand that you're not being like, oh, fuck you, I'm gonna do something to... I know that. But I'm letting you know, and you're arguing with me. It doesn't matter if everybody is loving. Everybody would love it if I was streaming Star Wars too, but we can't do that. We can't do that. Shout out to the Big Daddy Bod. Welcome to the party. I feel the same way when other men start to try and talk about sports with me. I mean, that's a good thing that, like, you know, when if you're doing a show and you say, okay, a $5 side quest, it's like, oh, check out this news report on the guy with the football guy. It's like, what do you want me to say? Yeah. All right. We're gonna 5 minutes. Okay, good. Then we're gonna move on because I'm getting a little scared here and playing too much time without saying anything, weapons, all that kind of stuff. You're gonna get me in trouble. We got to figure out a better way. So, okay. So before you pay for a side quest, check to see. Be like, I want to do a side quest with this. Give me a title. Give me a link in Discord. Give me something before you pay. And then I'll say, run it. Then we're good. All right. Shout out to Ty. What is it? Ty Quipra. There we go. So $5 for if you want to check out a video that's under 10 minutes. We'll you send in the $5 and we'll go check that out. But I'm saying it's got to be something that like I'm commenting on, because he sent a video about guns, and I don't know anything about guns, and so we're just watching somebody else's video without any commentary, and there's guns and stuff in it. So, and not just, I want you to see this, Lutch. If that's what you want, put the link in the Discord. That's why we have the Discord. If it's, I want your commentary on this, that's what the side quests are for. That's what the side quests are for. So, all right, we're going to move on. This one I titled Hassan Impression. I don't remember what it is. And then I just decided I want to go from the bottom of the list. Is there something relevant?
So, like, what's your method?
Everything Hassan Biker says.
To the current Democratic Party.
So, what I would say basically is, you know, you're looking at a society in which you have working people, right? And you have wages. There's an exploitative nature to the consolidations of corporate power by which various corporations can get together and basically steal. I mean, it's legalized theft to steal wage labor.
You really do talk like that. I'm going to buy a new M4 tomorrow, and I'm going to buy a new M4 tomorrow. How much for a video? What? I feel like I'm going crazy. What do you mean? How much for a video of you buying a gun? Nothing. In the same way that I just talked about how I don't have anything to comment on a video about gun, then I don't need. I'm nothing. No, thank you.
In various ways, not just in the terms of their actual wages, but in terms of hours, in terms of working conditions, in terms of different ways in which people cannot and will not be able to find ways and finds the means of ways to produce and invest in the different aspects of their lives by which they can ultimately revolutionize.
He really does talk like that. All right, so I wonder if you guys have seen this going around your YouTube Shorts, because it is all over TikTok, and the kid actually got in trouble. There was going to be a part 3. We got parts 1 and 2 here. There was going to be a part 3, but the student whose hand this is got in trouble. Oh, this is part 2. Let's do part 1.
Read the end score for me.
Okay. So just, can you read? We're in high school. So it says, she wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche.
A suit, clothes that were... Who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat... Gertrude?
No, explain what that means.
I don't know.
So it's bad enough. It's bad enough to not be able to read it. But to just have no idea what the fuck you just said is insane. Shout out to Jennifer with the big $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Of course, a treat for the Overlord. Very, very, very much appreciated. Oh, I forgot I was going to try to do this every time. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. Let me get the other ones too. Let me get to box. Oh, it's too late. I'm excited. But okay, I'm going to try on that. So, Jennifer, I want to know more about your music venture. What? What music venture are you talking about? I don't think, am I on a music venture? I don't think I'm on a music venture. What are you guys on the right show tonight? I don't know. I'm a little confused. Music venture. Yeah, say more on what you mean. Happy to talk about whatever, just not really sure what you mean. Let's start this kid over here.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever.
Oh, bruh!
Somewhat What does that mean? She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please? She wore a. Oh, baby. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were. Bitch, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read.
You don't know none of them.
Wore a silhouette of clothes that were.
Shout out to our new sponsor of the stream, Jennifer. Thank you so very, very much. So if you're talking about the like the song from this gang, so this was Music GPT. Guam Tech, as you can see here, helped us create the song. In terms of the process of getting it into a full video, I think Comtech's been a little bit busy, but he's been talking with people that are going to do like some AI and animation thing, and so we're going to have a music video for that. So at the beginning of the stream, instead of it just being the thumbnail like this while the music's playing, then we'll have, you know, something for you to interact with, and then, you know, the chat will be there, we can talk to each other, oh, I love this part, type in the lyrics, all that kind of stuff. So what's his name? Guam Tech has been a little bit busy, but hopefully coming soon. Yeah, the TIJ theme song. Yes. Coming soon. I promise you. Thank you. And yeah, all coming from the second. I don't even know what's the full name. The second coming of Common Sense, of course. Here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Yeah, soon. Thank you.
I don't even know how to read. I don't know why I did. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche. All right, now what does that mean?
Like gauche? Okay. If you don't know what gauche means, then that's not a super common word. But like she wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche. I mean, it's like you're just wearing clothes that are, you know, special, but a little bit bougie.
I mean, I have no idea. Like his clothes, his face or something like that. She wore a. I don't know what this shit said. I don't know.
And like that's the other thing too. Notice how quickly they give up. Oh, that's a word I don't know. I don't give a shit. Sound it out, motherfucker. Oh my gosh. Dilly bucking Dilly. And hey, shout out to Craig over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you guys again. The debates are starting in about 30 minutes, and I am the judge. But for now, we are just hanging out and watching the sad downfall of America.
I don't know what this shit saying. I can't read it. Cancel back. Read the end script.
Oh, perfect. Okay, it brought us right to part 2. Shout out to the madman. Welcome to the party. NJ all day. Couch. It's gauche. Right, let's get the just in case.
Gauche.
Like gooch, but gauche.
What the fuck does that say?
So this one is the colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule. That one seems like it because, you know, colonel can be is spelled COLNEL, fine. But all those other words are super ass regular words. The colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule. So the choir was going to sing for the governor, and the colonel was like, yo, you mind pushing 5 minutes? That's all that means.
Read the end script.
What the fuck does that say?
All of them, Jay. All of them. This is all of them. Maybe not all of them, but let's see. Do we have Philly High School? Doesn't say specifically, but yeah, Philly.
Why am I reading this?
How do I get
I'm not reading this.
I ain't reading this.
A whole bunch of bullshit.
The
colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
He's asking the choir to accommodate to the governor's schedule, right?
So no, yeah, exactly. He's asking the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule. We got one. Right.
In your own words.
There's a governor's schedule, and so the colonel is asking the choir to accommodate to it.
In your own words.
I don't know, bro.
The colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
All right, what does that mean?
Right? They asked the people to sing for the governor's schedule. I don't know what this means.
The colonel asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
He asked the choir to accommodate. I don't know, bro. It means he asked him to read the schedule. The colonel asked
This is like half a Jersey too, so I don't even really hear it.
the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
To sing with the governor.
Well, yes, they were singing. They were singing. Choirs do sing. That's about as far as they get. And because of the fact that the schools are so interested in pushing them, along, this is what happens. They're fucking stupid. They don't know things. Insane. So I just dropped a poll. Is Michael Jackson a kid diddler? Yes or no? Dixon.
Yeah.
Whoa. What the fuck? Wrong one. Try that again.
Accusation.
There we go. Let's see.
And I wanted to take a second to show you some actual evidence, right? And I want you to ask yourself.
I got tagged in that video a lot, and a lot of people want me to address the things that were found during the Neverland raid. So, hi, I'm a Michael Jackson historian. Let's talk about all the things that were confiscated from the Neverland raid.
The name is MJ Historian, so it's official.
So I just want to start off by saying that this guy is not exposing the true story here. I mean, this is a list of material that has been publicly available for years.
Actually, no. But they can recognize that's my my tag, and that's my people's tag, and that's not my people's tag. In the same way that they can recognize, oh, that's a word that I need to know. Oh, that's not a word that I need to deal with. Jefferson, I know it's sad the youth know nothing, especially when it comes to history. Yep. Finish the sentence, though. What does that mean? Finish the sentence, though.
He also clearly does not know what he's referring to. He's just reading the list. I actually do know what this material is. So first off, Boys Will Be Boys, containing photographs of boys under the age of 14, full frontal. This book is personally inscribed by Michael Jackson. So this is Boys Will Be Boys, and The Boy, a photographic essay, both of which are art books, photography books. In particular, Boys Will Be Boys is a photo book documenting the summer of a group of boys living in America in, I believe, the 60s. This is not a book of just full frontal after full frontal. There's all kinds of pictures in this book. I mean, it's them playing tag and using slingshots and climbing trees and all of this stuff. And the personal inscription is actually just written on the inside of the cover. It says, look at the true spirit of happiness and joy in these boys' face. This is the spirit of boyhood, a life I never had and will always dream of. This is the life I want for my children.
Now, ain't nobody said that Michael Jackson wasn't fucking weird. But he did dull the kids.
MJ. Same thing with The Boy, a photographic essay, black and white photos of boys. In Michael's 2005 trial, it had actually been revealed that this was a gift from a fan that says, to Michael from Rhonda. And most importantly, Michael's fingerprints were shown to have never even touched the book. This was a gift from a fan that was left in a box. Michael had never even opened it. We're speed running, okay? A photograph of a boy believed to be Jonathan Spence. I'm sorry, one, you do not know who Jonathan Spence is. He's acting like believed to be Jonathan Spence. You do not know who Jonathan Spence is. Jonathan Spence is a family friend of the Jacksons. But most importantly, this is a part of a way bigger scandal. So there was an article written that said Ray turned up photo of boy, okay? This was a huge deal in the media. This is incriminating evidence, except for the fact that this had been addressed in court. Michael Jackson defense.
Okay, I wasn't sure which way you were going. You're like, when you have MJ money, you do weird shit. Or when you have MJ money, People want it. I like that a little bit better.
Team has learned that information is circulating throughout the media regarding alleged photographs supposedly seized from Mr. Jackson's residence. That information is false. The prosecution has confirmed that it is false. There were no photographs, no child pee anywhere as claimed by Celebrity Justice and their sources close to the investigation.
Nothing there. Nothing there.
This is not a list of confirmed material. This was a list of submitted evidence. Evidence that the prosecution wanted to be considered in the trial. Pretty much all of this was not considered viable evidence because it was either legal art books, which contained 1 or 2 photographs that had nudity in them, or 2, they didn't have Michael's fingerprints on them. It's important to note that Michael Jackson was a serial hoarder. The investigation photos showed that his house was often left in disarray. This is a picture of his office.
God damn.
Michael owned over 10.
Is that Osmond Gold's place?
10,000 books. Again, just a complete hoarder. And like Michael's lawyer, Thomas Mesereau, said, you could go into any house in America and find the same evidence that...
Those are some hard-ass dad jeans. Those dad jeans dad the fuck out of that jeans, you know what I mean?
In Michael Jackson's home. You could go into millions of Americans' homes and find a copy of It. It famously has one of the most graphic scenes involving children to ever be written in a legal book. But anyone who owns It is not an abuser. And then he pulls up all of this stuff. All of this, by the way, is like legal adult pee. These are more art books that happen to have nude photographs of adults in them. Again,
when he says pee, he means like pee hub content.
More examples of just adult pee. And his whole argument here is the same argument that the prosecution team took up, which is that, well, Michael is using this as grooming material. All of these magazines and DVDs that Michael owned, well, that was just grooming material.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Smear campaign. They have gone, I think there was, 3 different documentaries after his death about how he was so horrible. And I remember not even being able to finish I don't know if it's the most recent one, but one that HBO did. And it was literally just, they took these supposed victims, and they were just like in graphic detail, being like, he did this, and then he did that, and then he did this, and then and it was very weird, and it wasn't like, this isn't informative on like the case. This is just like lewd details. So they've definitely been trying to smear him since before he died, but especially since. They come out of the woodwork, been debunked and have gone back, but now they're talking about it again because the same people that made the Bohemian Rhapsody movie are making a Michael Jackson movie. All right, anybody else want to hit that poll before we get the final count?
So by that logic, the grooming material that he used to give children, which only had his fingerprints on them, did not have any children's fingerprints on them. That stuff is the grooming material. But then the stuff that he actually wants, which is all of those art books and photography books, are the things that don't have his fingerprints on them. And then he says something ridiculous, which is like, and these things were found in locked filing cabinets. He's literally questioning why an adult man kept his pee locked up. And he's like, this guy's having children sleep in his bedroom, and he's got this stuff in there? Yeah. Locked up. This is also just more.
Again, weird. But being weird is not illegal. Ty said after the documentary came out is when I actually stopped believing he was abused. Same. I was like, this is so weird that everybody already thinks that MJ's a diddler, and now he's dead. So why even? It has to be a money grab. It has to be a money grab. Now, just because there was a money grab doesn't mean that he's innocent, but it doesn't help the case. All right, I see people piling in. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I see people piling into the room, and they're doing a new thing, so I want to make sure we're all good with the the stuffs. So I have one more that I think is relevant to show you guys. That this is the kind of stuff where I really appreciate TikTok, and this is the kind of content you're just not likely to find on YouTube Shorts. I don't know about Reels. I don't even fuck with Reels, but this is this is just normal people just posting stuff, and it goes viral because it resonates with a lot of people. Before we do that, Mammon said, I see it like this. If there was evidence in a way that was so over the top versus one person's word versus another, then it's not likely true. Like Trump on J.E. Island. Agreed. Agreed. And while we're talking about it, I find awesome stuff on TikTok. So give me a follow if you ever decide to check it out.
So I was in a patient's room this morning and I was taking care of him, and he was watching Fox News. He was watching coverage on the White House Correspondents' issue that happened last night. I was standing there for a few seconds and I was listening to what they were talking about, and he turned it off. And I was like, oh, you don't have to turn off the TV. Like, it's not bothering me. I don't care what you watch. And he took a minute, like he was thinking of what to say. And he was like, well, I have to be careful who sees me watching Fox News because I don't feel comfortable. He's like, I'm really vulnerable right now. I can't really get around. And the last thing I want to do is piss off my caregivers. But before I go any further, I know that some of you are going to jump into comments like, oh, things that didn't happen for 500, Alex, because you're not capable of independent thought or critical thinking or anything like that.
That sounds completely reasonable after we've seen video after video of people like spitting in food and I mean, all throughout COVID. The nurses dancing on the graves of people who died that were unvaxxed and all that stuff. So if somebody's saying that this didn't happen just based on the fact that it seems too out there, I don't know what to tell you.
Which is okay. You know, you do you. But anyway, I just feel really sad, like, that these patients literally don't feel comfortable coming to the hospital because of other people's behavior. So if you're a patient, whether it be in a nursing home, a hospital, an LTAC, even home health care, don't be ashamed to believe in what you believe in and stay.
I don't know. That's the right message. I don't know. That's the right message. Like, she seems like, oh yeah, that's crazy. You would never have to worry about me hurting you. But I don't think that's necessarily the case for people in general. We'll finish that up. Shout out to Matthew. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Just finishing this up and then heading over to debates to be the judge. Let's go. So back to
Be ashamed to believe in what you believe in and stay strong. You know, and if you do feel uncomfortable, I'm really sorry, because most of us in healthcare, we don't give a shit.
That's what you think. That's what you think. You come out as a Trump supporter and see how many of your coworkers are about it.
Those crazy ass nurses that were threatening people, I mean, that's like a handful of people out of millions of it.
Fair, but you don't get to decide. You don't get to choose whether those are the nurses that you get or not.
Oh, healthcare workers. And if you're one of those people who does work in healthcare and you feel entitled and you feel like you have the right to judge people based on what they believe in, shame on you. You shouldn't be in healthcare, and eventually it's going to catch up with you, and I hope you lose your license.
Space. All right. And so, you know, just another thing to understand that, you know, it's not that simple. It's not that simple that well, people don't care. People do care. People do care. Yeah. Even if 5% truly hate MAGA, you gotta be careful. You don't get to choose of that whether or not those are the people that you that are taking care of you. All righty. So let's see. Let's refresh this. I don't know exactly what we're doing or how it works, so we're gonna have this set. Oh, I don't hear him. Oh, I think we're doing audio from.
Very cool. Yep, 100%. Then don't be surprised. It's going to be, because sometimes I just don't want to look at myself. So,
What up, Lutch?
Welcome in, Indian Jesus.
I was just looking at your stream.
There you are.
Also, what's up, Tim? Welcome in.
All right,
Yes.
you guys let me know if you can hear Discord.
Anything if you don't need me tonight.
Yeah, let me know if you can hear
Appreciate
everything.
you.
Because there should be.
Your evening.
There should be a bunch of people.
Have a good debate, everyone.
There should be a bunch of people talking in
Don't worry, he's
Discord.
never far.
Let me know that you can hear them.
Because shit always falls.
Or
off
if you
the
can't
fucking
hear
rails.
them, or whatever.
All right, it looks like I'm putting mine into the Discord channel as well as into the Video Ninja, so that way everybody's going to be able to see me, hopefully. But as long as you can see me somewhere, so you can see that timer above my head, we should be golden.
Where are we? You're doing audio from the Video Ninja thing, or
From the Discord? Nope.
Discord. Okay,
100%
so we're good.
mute the Video Ninja, mute it and deafen it. You do not want to accidentally hear something that you're not looking for.
I don't. Oh, I can share the tab without the audio. No, that won't.
You should be able to share just your video into that, and then mute it and et cetera, and then all of your audio is going, because basically the audio in Video Ninja is shit. But I can't break up the cameras in Discord the way that I can in Video Ninja. So
Okay, but if because the issue is usually when I mute a tab, then they can still hear that muted tab for whatever reason. So
right, no, I'm not saying mute the tab. I'm saying actually on Video Ninja, you should see a little place where there's a little microphone and a little
okay. So there shouldn't be any sound coming out of Ninja at all.
None whatsoever. Correct.
Cool.
Long story short, our growing pains, our learning arc was that
thank you.
Somebody may have accidentally had the thing on the screen while they were jumping into it, et cetera, and so when that person left, somebody else jumped in afterwards and was spamming all kinds of horrible racist shit. So
I am very sorry.
It happens. I wasn't naming anybody. But the point is just that for extra additional, that was before we had passwords and before we had other steps.
Yes. Now it's the same side. Now it's mirrored
and shit. It does all kinds of crazy shit now. But just as an extra layer of protection, mute that motherfucker just in case. So. All right, so
kind of.
1, 2, 3,
kind
4,
of a real
5, 6,
Indian.
7. We need 2 more. We got one of my judges, we got 2 of my judges. We're looking for Game Boy to come back, and
I'm gonna deafen you for now.
And vegan might be a couple minutes.
Right, I'm gonna deafen them if they need badges. So yes, I am a real Indian Jesus, kind of, because my parents are actually from the Caribbean, so the West Indies. But yes, I am the Indian Jesus. My mom was born and raised in Jamaica. My dad was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. But my dad's family is all Indian, and my mom's family is actually a lot of mostly Chinese with a little bit of Japanese. So we get to do a little bit of that. Welcome, guys! If you are new, please do hit that subscribe. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So please do hit that subscribe. I am going to try that's Horseradish. So he's the host. Me and then Tyler are going to be the whatchamacallit? The judges. Sorry. So should I let's do this. Can I look at that and then pop that out? Does that help us for now? All right, so we'll be there for now. That way I'm muted so they can't hear us and we can't hear them, but we have them up. Chindian! There we go. There you go. What? I don't have a cat. I have a perfect dog. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. So I'm gonna keep them open so that we know what's going on. If we need to, I'll mute them, but we'll see what's going on.
Okay, awesome. I just want to know if I needed to have it open or something.
Yeah, 100%. 10 out of 10 would smash.
Haram.
Ruckus.
Oh, I mean it still.
Boom. And that was a.
How the fuck do you flip your camera? My camera's backwards and I can't see FTL.
Left click in Ninja. You left click.
No, just Discord.
Oh, I don't think you can. I don't think you can. That's my least favorite.
Yeah, you can.
That's my least. You can 100%.
Oh, well.
Yeah, hit the 3 dots.
But you could bag on Discord. I don't mind. I wasn't trying to defend it. but you can do that.
You can flip. You can flip it on OBS if you're using OBS.
It's right on OBS. It's showing
Yeah,
up
you
fine
flip
on my
it.
stream. It's wrong on the Discord only. Discord.
You can flip it in OBS and then it will flip on Discord and then
Yeah, but then it'll be
I
wrong
don't
on
know.
my stream.
Yeah.
Create a new It's too much work. Okay.
Yeah.
Accept
Just
it.
deal with it.
Okay.
All right.
So it doesn't need the www, I guess. Weird.
I don't think anything has needed the
Neither does the
www in a
lounge.
long time.
Okay. Did you just boomer me, dude? I
Yeah,
feel like you
kids
just
these days don't even know what www means.
Boomer.
So who's
I
up
have
first?
a bad joke that I could make there, but I'm gonna
Do it. You won't. You
we are
won't.
live.
Come on.
He's scared. He's scared.
You're not even live right now. What do you care?
Let's go with wide women wanted is what it stands for.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. So who do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody's looking good in Video Ninja. We're still waiting on Game Boy, and like I said, Vegan will be here any second. Game Boy was here. Where did he say where he was going?
He said he was gonna be last minute, and you were gonna be upset.
Did he fucking say that seriously?
Well, it looks great now.
Yeah, dude. God damn it. It's always somebody. It's all right. Like I said, he's not the first debater of the night.
I don't even know what that
it's
means.
Okay. As long as people are not.
Ni hao? Like ni
Now,
hao?
that's one of the upsides to
Ding-dong.
this system is that theoretically, if people need to come and go, they can. Just a real quick thing that I'm going to go over. I did kind of put this in the thing so everybody knows kind of what we're doing here and the expectations. There are a few of you who are new or new-ish. Many of you guys have already
New
been here
judge.
a time. So the way this goes is I'm going to go through, I'm going to introduce everybody. We're going to go through each of the debates. There's 3 debates. The number that was associated with your debate is the number that you're going to go in. I highly recommend everybody to stream. And speaking of which, anybody who wants to stream together, if you're on Twitch, let me know. We'll come back to that. Basically, I encourage people watch the debates while you're streaming
Remind me
and
to
react to them live.
Yeah, remind me
It's
to
free
join
content.
with his Twitch stream.
And then, but it's good because if you're paying a
Remind me to join the Twitch things.
we say goodnight to the VOD. We then go live, or we go to the after party where we spend 30 minutes on each of the prompts, kind of as a group, just us, just the 9 of us, talking about the shit that wasn't said in the debate, basically giving feedback, anything, preferably positive or I mean, like how to be better, because all of us are here ultimately to be better at this. And then, like I said, that's also kind of the opportunity for everybody to get their licks in or whatever.
Some of us
and
are already better.
Yeah. Which the other thing I was going to say, and this is to you first, Tyler, and I'm doing this behind the scenes, even though I guess Jesus's audience is going to hear it as well. But so I'm also saying it to Jesus. I'm going to ask. There will be a portion where the judges are going to ask questions of the debaters. Okay. We're also going to have the audience offer questions as well if they want to throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. I'm going to ask the debaters to please not debate the judges, but I also have to ask the judges to please not debate the debaters. So, in as much
Do
as
my best.
possible, and I understand, and you can do it in the after party. Fucking nail them to a wall. I don't care. But during the actual debates, we have had some experiences recently where the judges are basically critiquing the debate in the process of their Q&A. Please do not do that. Do your best to not give away in your questioning which direction or whatever you're leaning at that time, because I don't.
So that's
number
going to be
one, want
tough.
sway the
I
other
really
judge.
got to
I don't want
be
to sway the audience, and I don't want to sway the debaters
straight
themselves.
down the line.
So
Yeah, that's your
try
guy's
not
job.
to like it's okay to set up your question and be like, hey, you said this thing, but did you mean this or did you mean this? Like that's one thing, right? But as far as like actually saying, okay, you said this and it's fucking stupid, so how about you fix it? Like, you kind of avoid that if we can. So cheers. And with that said, it is 7 o'clock, so we are live. Let's see who all we have. Ooh, looks like we got oh, look, oh shit, he's not here yet. Why does he not have the permissions? Give me 1 second, please, everybody.
So I guess we'll be watching it through Discord, and then when we go over it, he's going to clip it up and cut it and make it look all nice. So we'll get to see both.
There we go. And it looks like Game Boy is here as well. Looks like Vegan is here, so everybody's here on time after all. That is badass. All right. And there we go. All right. And is everybody working in the Video Ninja? Let's take a quick look. Beautiful. We just need a morally superior vegan to give us some sort of a cam feed. Doesn't matter if it's a stale picture or something like that, a VTube, anything you want. Give us some sort of a feed into the Video Ninja.
So real quick, I'm not expected to be seeing what your stream is on my side of Ninja, right? Because I just see me and you.
Correct.
Okay.
We were supposed to, but apparently I fucked up. I suck.
Okay, no, that's fine. So
I had it set up, I thought, but we'll get it better. All right, there we go. And now we've lost Game Boy's feed, but that's all right. He'll come back. He always does. All right, everybody.
And
yes,
then,
sir, I do. And then, yes, sir.
Just a reminder of the Twitch chats. I don't know exactly how to do that.
Nope,
but...
nope. Yep, I understand. And I'm going to do that right now. Let's go ahead and Circa, are you live, sir?
So I'm the judge. I'm the judge with Tyler.
Is anybody else live on Twitch? YouTube, Turney?
Oh, this guy up here.
No, nothing. Are you live?
So he is.
Yeah, I am live.
You're live. All right.
Unmute
so I'm going to send. Oh, looks like somebody knocked. Okay, well, actually, hang on, Circa. Yeah. No offense, this isn't a control thing, but it kind of is. I'm going to create it just because.
Okay.
If you leave or whatever, yeah, cancel yours. And that way, if you leave for some reason, it doesn't shit the bed. No, nothing.
Bro.
Turn. There you go.
Off limits in terms of what? In terms of talking shit. Yeah, but that's why we're together. Usually you guys can talk shit to me
who's the
while
third
I'm
one?
debating.
Indian Jesus. The Indian.
That's me. That's me.
Jesus.
How do you share chat again? There we go.
Yep. Send invite. Start sharing chat. There we go. So Jesus, over on your Twitch dashboard, you should see notifications at the top next to the messages. Click that and you should be able to click yes or accept or okay or fuck yeah, whatever it says.
Chief is saying that your mic is live only on the stream right now.
So let's suggest
yeah, only my mic is. Y'all weren't actually audible yet. Good call, Chief. Appreciate you. All right. So it looks like yes.
I'm getting doubling. What am I doing?
Make sure and mute and deafen in the
there we go.
The little stream together box. All right. And nobody else is.
So I just clicked accept.
I don't know why my stream is frozen. It's fine in Discord, but it's frozen in the VOD.
So it is.
A little bit of work, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. And we are gonna, this is my first time, so we are gonna decide if this is gonna be a regular thing or not.
Taking his lead.
I am not promising to do this ever again, but we'll give it a shot.
It's all right. He doesn't need to be here for this. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Welcome in, everybody. Good evening, and welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button topics with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We try our best to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please attack the belief, not the believer. At least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. Also, here, the audience gets a say. So there will be a link in the chat after each debate where you can vote for a winner. Please limber up those voting fingers because it is free, and let's exercise our democratic rights here to decide
Welcome
which
to the
side
party.
made the most compelling argument in each debate. We do keep track of the score, so hopefully, morally superior vegans camera feed is going to come back to us, because if not, I'm gonna just cry. We're going to go through the debates and the prompts, the debaters and the prompts. I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to figure out.
We are going to start with our first debate of the night, which is going to be: the U.S. government should eminent domain corporate-owned residential property for a new Fair Housing Act. That debate is going to be between, let's see, Know Nothing Attorney. Boom. Hey, thank you for that shout out there. And a new face to the DMZ.
All right.
Ruckus.
So we got all those people from all those other Twitch streams that you're going to see as part of our stream.
Here, who doesn't stream except here in the DMZ. And Emmett. A face that we have seen here once before, but more importantly, we have seen in other channels doing the Lord's work. I just watched you on Speakeasy the other night and was once again impressed with you. And you can find Emmett right there. And then that debate is: the United States has lost the trust of the international community. And then our third and final debate tonight is actually going to be reusing a prompt from last week. And we're doing that because a lot of people felt that the debate could have gone on, and also because a lot of people felt that the execution of that particular debate left
What do you mean?
some meat on the bone.
What does this mean?
So tonight we're going to have Morally Superior Vegan, longtime collaborator, but first time actually in the DMZ, and Circa, who of course is a regular face here in the DMZ, as well as on other people's channels as well. Now, we will give you guys all of their socials in the
I think you need
comments
way
section
more
of the VOD on YouTube,
followers
but
or whatever it is.
For now, you should be able to click all of those links we just gave. Give it
Let's
a
go!
like, subscribe, follow, whatever the appropriate thing on their platform of choice is, and stick around, because after the debates, all of us are going to get into it, and we're going to kind of go at each other and have a good old free for all. So, with that said, the format of the actual debates: we go 3-minute time for the opening on the affirmative, followed by a 3-minute directed cross-examination by the negative. So in other words, it is their time to use to ask questions, to either poke holes in the arguments or to set up their own arguments for their opening. After that, they get 3 minutes on the clock where they get to go and give their opening arguments, which is followed by the affirmative getting to then cross-examine them for 3 minutes. After that second cross-examination, we go to an open conversation forum where we put 10 minutes on the clock. But if at the end of 10 minutes, you guys are still breaking new ground, still going
Let's
at
get
it,
into
I'm just going to
it.
quietly add another 5 minutes to the debate. We start out at the 10 just in case you guys have already poked all the holes and the argument is already done. But that rarely happens.
Yeah, so real quick, while he's setting that up, what I'm going to do is pull the notepad over people who are not debating, and we'll have the name, and we'll do +1 or -1 and all that stuff.
For the debaters. Barring those questions, each of the two judges tonight are going to have one question for each of the two debaters, as will I. That will then be followed by 3-minute closings from each of the two debaters. After that, we go to the judges. And while the judges are rendering their verdicts, I'm going to drop a link into the chat, as I said before, where you guys are going to get to click and vote for who you thought made the most compelling arguments. Not just who's your favorite, not just who you like, and not just who you agree with. Who you think put on the best debate tonight. Okay? So
we could do
I
that.
assume that nobody has any questions. If you do, go ahead and
This is gonna be
just
mine,
DM
never
them
mind.
to me.
Okay.
And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and jump straight into debate number 1. I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce my judges. So, first things first, average debate enjoyer. He was the winner of last season here in the DMZ. Although, although there is some controversy about that, and there are some people who are questioning the legitimacy of his championship, but he is always available, and he also has some socials. We're going to go ahead and throw here into the chat for you guys. Where you at? Where you at? There you are. You know what? I didn't know you even had a Twitch account, dude. But we're just going to go ahead and give you guys his YouTube, because that's where he is usually found. Boom, boom, boom.
This is the actual
And then,
setup.
On the other side of the judges table, we have none other than the Indian Jesus making his judging debut here. And really, it's because, man, I'm pretty sure he's basically undefeated here in the DMZ. So he is, you know, may or may not be one of the people who questions the legitimacy of Tyler's championship. That
He's
said,
talking big. I was just going to do a debate with
you
him, and
guys
he's like,
can
"Oh,
find
I'm
both
doing
of
with
them,
Horseradish."
and they know that
This
know the deal.
motherfucker.
They're going to judge the debates on a 10-point scale. They have a total of 10 points to give out to the
total of 10
two
points.
debaters. So in other words, it can be a 5-5, it can be a 10-0. And anywhere in between, which is also the way it's going to come down to the audience. So it's not a total score. The score is just for the rankings. It's going to be a whoever gets 2 votes wins. Okay. And we do everything we can to avoid a tie, but sometimes they happen. It's only happened a couple of times, weirdly enough, twice to Tyler. So that said, we're now going to go ahead and roll back to our first debate of the night. The U.S. government should eminent domain corporate-owned residential property for a new Fair Housing Act. Let's say 3 minutes is on the clock. Know nothing, attorney. You have been here before, sir. You know how this game works. Start the clock when you start to talk. Give us your opening arguments.
All right. In light of the Supreme Court renewing Jim Crow on Wednesday, I think it's important that we take a look at discrimination and availability of housing in the housing market in America. The Fair Housing Act began by trying to address some of these discriminatory issues, and had very poor results doing so. But the commission that pushed for the Fair Housing Act identified multiple factors that were causing unrest in the housing market. And one of the major factors was poor housing supply. Before we address anything else, like, no one can make any headway if that is still an issue. If we want to address discriminatory housing, we have to address the poor housing supply. So if we just look at some of the statistics, 33% of single-family home purchases in Q2 of 2025 were by institutional investors. A whole third of single-family homes were bought by institutional investors. Institutional investors own over a fifth of single-family rentals in cities like Atlanta and Jacksonville. As far as availability, for every 100 low-income Americans, there are only 35 affordable homes. They then have to buy up. And 75% of low-income Americans are paying over 50% of their income on rent. And now 10% of all new home builds in 2024 and 2025 were built to rent, cutting ownership completely out of the equation from the beginning. We have brand new industries popping up to cut people out of owning homes in America. Additionally, these institutional investors have proven themselves time and time again to evict tenants at a much higher rate. So America helped create the situation where an industry that didn't exist before 2012 is threatening to sweep the largest generator of generational wealth in the country. America, therefore, has the authority and the duty to fix that. So my proposal is this. For institutional investors with some threshold, say 25 or 50 homes in their inventory, you create a 5 to 7 year deadline, hard stop, where the government then will eminent domain at fair market value less a fee for keeping houses off the market. And during that 5 to 7 year window, these institutional investors have the opportunity to sell at a higher rate, therefore proving the value is above what the government would pay for it. This will drive discovery of true cost of the homes, true price, true value, and it will push homes back into the market, solving this issue that is threatening to cut home ownership out of the question for good.
All right. So we're now going to go ahead and go straight to that cross-examination, Ruckus. Again, like I said,
Okay, so this is
the way
going to be
works
helpful.
is this is your
'cause
time.
I didn't
to
get a
use as you see
good
fit.
understanding
Poke holes, set up arguments
of the bottom
even
line.
If you want, you can just fucking monologue. It's your time. So you control this time as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yeah. You said 33% of were institutional investors, and 1 out of 5. Is that right? 20% in some areas. Is it that was recent home purchases, or is that what you're talking about?
That's the 1 out of 5 is single family rentals, like full scale in that local market. They currently
owned.
Yes.
Okay.
The more dangerous one, I think, is the 33% of new like incoming sales are being taken over by institutional investors.
Yeah,
and it's growing every quarter. I don't know about every quarter, but
yeah, you're
Q1
fine.
over Q2 last year went from 30% to 33%.
I'd be interested to see where you got that data, because that's not the data that I got, but we can discuss that as things go on. I am happy that you acknowledged that the thing with housing, the issue right now is actually around poor housing supply, and that seems to be one of the biggest drivers of prices going up right now, not necessarily corporations. So I want to understand your perspective on what you're trying to accomplish with this. What is the stated goal? Is it just to address the affordability crisis and accessible home ownership? Is that basically the gist?
The stated goal is to create an interrupter in the capture pipeline where the institutional investors are taking over all new opportunities to buy homes, giving.
What's the
opportunities to buy
problem you're
homes
trying
back
to solve? Are you just trying to cut corporations out completely, or are you actually trying to make homes more affordable?
No, under this proposal, investors would still be able to get have a midterm investment rather than a long-term investment. So over 5 to 7 years, they could turn a profit on these homes. But
that's
can't
not what the
hoard
proposal says.
houses.
The proposal says eminent domain. So you're going to be seizing private property and redistributing it through the Fair Housing
The federal
Act,
government
where
under
you-
this plan would be eminent
Sounds
domain
bad.
properties as the end stop, like the hard stop at the end of the time period. And those eminent domains would drive the motivation for the institutional investors to actually sell those homes at higher prices than the government would pay.
So is it not necessarily using eminent domain, but threatening eminent domain if they don't sell it?
I mean, that would assume that 100% of
I don't
these
shock
properties
him.
would be sold by the investors. I doubt that would be possible, and the eminent domain would be a reality that was taking place to drive those sales.
Setting them up to fail, essentially. You're going to say, you got 5 to 7 years to sell this property, and if you don't, and we know you can't, we're going to seize your property and redistribute it.
Well, if you're not generating value, then why is it being kept off the market for Americans to buy?
Is a rental property not value? Is that not generating value for somebody?
It's generating value, but it is increasingly turning capital over to the institutional investors so that they can buy more houses out from under Americans who would be like new home owners, new families, first-time home buyers. No opportunities to buy homes from the beginning.
So this is kind of what I'm doing.
So that's time.
I've got the two
so
sides.
real quick, one thing that I did forget
Added
to mention.
one
If
point
you guys
here.
have a question about somebody's sources, or if you want to call in to question someone's sources, we are set up to be able to fact check people in real time. Say the word and we will stop the clock and we will fact check a reference or a source. Each of y'all gets 2. We've been toying with different names, but let's call it a ceasefire. So you can call for a ceasefire. We can fact check your information and see what's what, which I did just pull up for the viewers, at least the top source that I was able to find. Anyhow, just wanted to put that in there and let everybody know. So we're going to go ahead and go over to 3 minutes on the
question.
clock for you now, Ruckus. This is your uninterrupted time to open, sir.
So
Go
now
ahead when you're ready.
we got him down
Yeah,
here.
sure. With respect to the ceasefire, I think we probably will get to that here in a moment. But
Fair.
with regard to the institutional investors and these large corporations, I think it's important to point out, based on my own research, they only make up anywhere from 1 to 3% of single-family homes nationally, as far as ownership is concerned. And even in concentrated metro areas, they're still a minority share of the total housing stock that's available. If the intention here was simply to address the growing affordability crisis and to increase home ownership, simply removing large corporate ownership from the equation will have little to no impact, even in the most impacted areas for corporate ownership. if we really wanted to address the issue, I think we should be looking at things that actually drive the inflated cost of homes. Those would be zoning and land use constraints, basic infrastructure, geography limits, actually the interest rates that actually determine mortgages, numerous administrative delays with regard to permitting and other sorts of red tape, and of course the material costs themselves. All of these rank higher in terms of impact to home pricing. To simplify it, the issue of housing affordability isn't the issue of corporations owning residential properties. It's a supply chain problem, and more specifically, a lack of housing availability, whose primary causes are more closely related to government intervention in the market, not too dissimilar to what you're advocating here. But this isn't just a theory either. This has been demonstrated time and time again. One clear example of this current situation is between San Francisco and Houston. It's currently estimated that the median home in Houston and San Francisco are $80,000 and $150,000 respectively. That's the median income. The estimated income needed to afford a home in those areas is $90,000 and $400,000 respectively. To clarify what I just said,
I agree.
That's a gap in
So
Houston
you're with this guy, right?
$10,000 off the median income, and a gap of around $250,000 in San Francisco. In Houston, the gap is somewhat manageable, but in San Francisco, you're basically screwed. And the key difference here is the zoning regulations and the ability to build more houses. In Houston, you can pretty much build wherever you want, whatever you want. In San Francisco, you're heavily restricted on what you can build, where you can build, all of the permitting and
it's a whole
environmental
storyline in
reviews and
Euphoria
everything else that San Francisco imposes on their builders. So where do corporations fit in here? Well, that's actually the best part of this example. The estimations that I was able to find said that corporate institutional investments were somewhere between 0.5 and 2% in San Francisco, whereas in Houston, they're closer to 2 to 4%. So even in an area where you have almost double the corporate representation that you're looking to target with this sort of action, home prices are significantly
I'm
more
the
affordable,
judge,
and
baby.
even
I'm the
after accounting for,
judge.
income and other disparities. So all that's to say nothing about the implementation of this program, who would qualify, what just compensation might look like, or what other political hoops we might have to jump through before this solution is actually implemented. I agree with the intention. Housing is quickly becoming more and more unaffordable, but the solution here isn't to create dangerous precedents or through forcible seizures on private property and political redistribution of currently existing assets. The real solution here is to allow more houses to be built, thus increasing supply and meeting demand so that prices can come down more quickly and naturally. Bottom line, you want cheaper housing, build more houses. Don't confiscate them. Thank you.
All right. As I'm sure you noticed there, whenever you go past on the time, I'm gonna
Much
let you
stronger
finish your
opening,
thought.
in
I'm
my
not going
opinion.
to talk across you unless you go for a really long time. But the judges do generally pay attention to who does and does not stay on time because it is kind of part of the deal. But again, no criticisms. All right. So going
Yep,
back
I
to
was
this
totally
now,
paying attention to that.
Attorney, this is your turn. 3 minutes on the clock for cross-examination.
Now,
Use
this
it as you
guy
see fit.
is going to cross-examine that guy.
All right, I think we can settle the ceasefire with the intent of the statistic with this question. Do you disagree that a larger and larger share of home sales each year are being done by, or the purchases are being made by institutional investors?
I don't disagree that it's increasing. I think it's a profitable investment and people are finding that out. I just disagree with the scale or the effective of it.
And do you see any effective means in place to limit the number of purchases they make?
I don't see why we need to limit the number of purchases that they make.
And is there anything in place that would incentivize them to, rather than rent properties that they no longer want to hold for investment, to sell those to American home buyers?
I think they're going to do whatever the market dictates. If people are willing to rent houses and they're willing to do it at a price that these companies can make a profit, they're just going to keep doing it. If people suddenly have more money to spend, or building houses becomes more affordable, it's already more desirable that people want to own houses. I'll grant you that, but they just can't afford them, and there's other reasons why they can't afford them. So right now they're providing that solution in the market by providing the rental houses. If we can bring down the cost of those houses, maybe there'd be more people who are not only willing but eligible to buy those houses. I think that's where you solve the problem. And once you create that market incentive and there's actually viable purchasers there, that'll solve that problem.
And do you think renting doesn't generate generational wealth, right?
Renting doesn't generate generational wealth? No, but I don't know. Just because you own a house doesn't mean you're wealthy either.
True. No, but in most cases, property like increases in value over time, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I would definitely grant you that people who own and pay off their house or definitely have more to pass on to their children than people who rent. But there's also other benefits to renting that you don't get with home ownership, and there's a lot more risks with owning a home than there is from renting a home.
Sure.
Risks.
But in the case of if you're renting a home, who gets the benefit of the accretion in wealth over time?
The person who owns the home, but the tenant also gets many other benefits too. They're more mobile. They don't have to worry about maintenance costs, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. And then the accretion of value over time would make that homeowner, the landlord, more likely to be able to afford additional homes, correct?
Sure. Yeah. And you can find a rental
So
place.
for every
and-
time that we're increasing the supply of homes, these institutional investors are going to be buying more and more of the additional supply we're adding, right?
True, but you're also going to be selling more and more homes to individual home buyers. They make up a majority of the market right now, and there's no reason to think that they won't continue to do so.
And do you think we need to build additional homes to make up for the additional homes that the institutional
be the
sellers
last
are
question.
buying to allow more homeowners to buy them?
Yeah, we have a massive housing shortage right now. We need to build as many homes as possible.
Go ahead and take that question straight into the next part. We're just going to go ahead and leave the 10 minutes on the clock. Start it up when you guys are ready. Go ahead.
So I personally agree with
I
him.
made it clear by my questions that like my greater
But that's
concern,
not what this is
like,
about.
I do hope to address pricing, how expensive homes are, how affordable they are. But just the availability of homes for homeowners to buy when they want to buy them is becoming increasingly threatened over time.
Yeah, I think you're saying the same thing there. This is a supply of homes that's the real issue. It's not these corporate or these companies owning the homes. There's just not enough homes around. So I think we're on the
for
same
each of
page
your
there.
solutions to supply, I wouldn't disagree with them, but I also think the increasing hoarding of homes by these institutional investors is a increasing threat over time. And I think that like this industry didn't even exist before 2012, before Blackstone like got a what was $1 billion loan from the federal government.
Yeah, they shouldn't be subsidizing builders. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, but now it's too late. We now have an industry where these
so we shouldn't do it,
are
but we
owning greater and greater shares of the new homes being sold.
Yeah, I just don't see how the use of eminent domain or threatening the use of eminent domain will increase the supply of housing. That's the part where I think we have a disconnect.
So if the government, where's my statistic here? We got 3.3 million, or I'll just say 3 million homes approximately that are being kept off the market. Just
kept off the market
warehoused
in what way? They're just sitting there, or are people renting them?
I mean, just sitting there is, I think, 14 million homes.
You said 3
is the
million.
estimate of ones that are completely vacant.
I wonder why they're sitting there. I'd like to know why they're sitting there. Is it because they can't find anybody to rent them, or are they just not interested in renting them?
As I understand it, in many cases they're holding them for value,
so that they can sell them, which is what you want them to do.
Yeah,
anyway.
eventually. But currently they're a long-term financial asset, which is not what homes are intended to be.
Mm-hmm. What you just said is for building generational wealth. How's it not for a long-term wealth building asset?
So far he's up 4-0.
Corporate financial asset, a long-term corporate asset.
Why is it not it's a commodity just like anything else? Why wouldn't that be allowed?
Is it though?
Yes.
People need homes to live. They don't.
There's tons of homeless people in California that disagree with you.
That's the point.
No, you definitely want
I mean, they have homes.
Yeah.
They're just unhoused.
Yeah. Now, everybody wants a home, and I agree with that. I just think that the solution here, the easier solution here, is just to make building homes more affordable. Like I used California. There was an example recently. I can't remember which famous rock star it was. I'm not a pop culture guy, but there was one of these guys went to California and decided he was going to build a bunch of tiny homes for all the homeless people in California. And that was shut down by the California government because they required them to have all these extra amenities.
My mom was just watching the show when I was visiting.
Charitable project that he was putting together to build all these tiny homes. He had to turn away from it because they were saying things like, oh, well, it's got to have, AC. It's got to have a parking spot. It's got to have a washer and dryer. It's got to have this, that, the other thing. All these regulations and red tape that came along with it that basically destroyed the program. So you have instances like that where people are trying to help out as best they can, come up with these affordable housing solutions. And then that's a whole nother subject as well, as all of the quote unquote
Nice.
affordable housing projects
Lucky.
that all these different localities put
Lucky.
together have all these extra restrictions and things you have to do and things you can't do that just put more limitations and incur more costs on the builders that make housing more expensive. And that's why you get people pushed into rental agreements, even though they really don't want them. They really want to own a house. They can't own a house because the cost of building a house is so prohibitive.
I don't see how we get away from making it more affordable, makes it just more easy to buy for institutional investors. And if there's a family of 3 first-time home buyers versus an institutional investor, if they're going in on the same house against each other, I know which one's going to win. It doesn't matter how
Not
affordable the house
necessarily.
is in that case.
Not necessarily, because I don't know.
Not necessarily, but and in how many cases out of how many?
I mean, this house that I'm in right now, I won in a bidding war with 7 different people. And one of them was a developer that wanted to buy this land, bulldoze the house, and build a trailer park on it. So you can win it. And there's really
it's possible to win it, but in how many cases do like families have the like capital power that an institutional investor has?
It depends. I mean, it really depends on the market and the situation. I would argue that it's probably happens a lot less than you think it does, because the way you're portraying,
I got to
it seems like it
screenshot
would
this.
just like every time a corporation wants to get involved, the homeowner or the single family just loses. And I don't think that's the case, because you have market forces that dictate what the house is worth. If you want to buy a house for an investment property, there's higher regulations and requirements. If you're a first-time home buyer, you've only got to put down 3.5%. If you're a corporation or if you're an individual that wants to buy a second home for investing, you have to put down 20%. I know, because this is what I used to do. It costs a lot more money.
To clarify,
get involved.
it's not necessarily about who wins and who loses in each case. But
Let's
it's
say
about
hi to you.
who
Welcome,
has
welcome,
the
welcome.
institutional purchasing power that they need at any one time. Like if an institutional investor loses, it's not because they don't have the resources available to buy the home. In most cases, these have a ton of like weight behind their punches when it comes to the amount that they could invest in a home if they chose to.
Yeah, but
Now,
they're
as
not
far
going
as
to.
How
because the
we make
market's
homes
gonna dictate that
available
price.
with
Yeah.
What's that?
Is they're not going to, because the market's going to dictate that price. If I'm going to buy a house for an investment purpose and I intend to rent that house out, or even if I want to hold it for a long period of time, there is a limit to how much money I'm going to spend on that house. Now, a family looking at that house might be looking at it as a forever home, not necessarily an investment where spreadsheets and numbers and all this really matter too much. The question is, can they afford it, and will they be able to afford it?
Help me come up with a question to ask him, because I don't really know
have more value
what to ask
than
him.
an investor might look at it and say, "Oh, if I buy this house, it's going to have X, Y, Z in
I think
cost."
there's
and
5
need to make
minutes
this
of questions,
smart
so
amount."
help me out.
The fact that if
Okay.
an institutional investor wants the home, in most cases they will get it if they want it.
If they want it bad enough, I agree with you. They have more money.
If a family wants it bad enough, what are they fucking gonna do?
Pay more money.
Get a good loan.
As far as making homes available,
I don't
with my
understand.
plan, as you asked, once the government purchases these properties, if they are not sold on the market at a higher price, which is apparently the home's actual value, then the government could potentially sell them to community land trusts that can then manage those properties locally, so that they are not in the hands of the federal government. The federal government will not be managing these properties; they will just be earning what they have spent.
Yeah, I there's a whole list of things with that we just don't have time to get into. I think it's going to face a lot of legal challenges, and it's going to have to jump through a lot of hoops, and deciding, like I said, who's qualified, who gets access to it, who
Right,
doesn't.
but the question is should, not what are the legal
No, and the
challenges
answer, and my answer is should not.
Okay, right. But when you say
yeah,
legal
yeah.
challenges, America should do FDR's economic Bill of Rights, and in that case, we would have a lot of punching power when it came to like passing laws to make homes more affordable and manage the sale of those homes.
My counter to that is, if you want to make homes more affordable, you need to get government out of the way and let people who own property do what they want to do with it and build what they want to build on it, and the market will provide. That's my solution.
Well, I mean, as far as making it we're not making it we're not making it less affordable by getting the government involved, because they have a floor, or I guess the floor is the investor's floor. It's the ceiling for the federal government, which would be FMV minus some fee on top of it.
Let me ask you this. If the government were to utilize eminent domain in the way you're talking about for a new
I'm stealing that.
Act, do you think that would increase or decrease the supply of housing? Future supply of housing?
The future supply of housing, well, I think it would over the long
The
term.
rate,
increase
I guess. Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like I mentioned,
What I'm asking you,
from 24 to
is
25,
yeah.
10% of the new built homes were built to rent. So how much
Built
more
by
is that
who?
going to increase?
Built by who?
They're built by institutional investors.
Do you think
rent.
those institutional investors will be incentivized to build those houses if they know that the government is going to seize them 5 or 7 years down the road?
No, definitely not rental properties.
So
But
you're talking about
the point is to remove this as a
you're talking about
long-term
eliminating.
corporate asset to begin with. It should never have been that.
We agree that the issue is the supply of housing, and what you just said is that you
entitles a
expect that
renter to be a homeowner.
these institutional investors are providing for
That's a good
10% of the new rental homes that are being built, and they will be disincentivized from doing that in the future moving forward if we threaten to use eminent domain on them should they build them. So I don't see how
did we
you're going to
survive
make
in
up
2005. It's a mystery.
one day at a time.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
this isn't a critical mass where everything fails if we get rid of it, because it didn't exist before the 2008 financial crisis. Like, this is new.
Well,
and we
just
don't
in the
need it,
same
and
way,
it's damaging us.
I don't know that we don't need it. I think it should be allowed, and if it weren't needed or it weren't valuable, then people wouldn't do it.
So we're talking about like institutional investors, right? We're talking about accumulating
Yeah.
capital that is increasing over time, so as they can buy more houses, they can buy a greater share of the market. How long is it going to be before they are the majority share of the houses bought every year? At that point, how much control do they have over how much you have to pay in rent? Like, if they own 33, if one company owns 33% of the houses in the local area for rent, then they have a massive amount of rent control. So I don't know how this stays affordable at all.
I don't know that if the issue is time preference now, I don't know how creating, like, this is the legal trouble that I was talking about before. Like, they're going to run into questions of if this is even constitutional to seize private property from one group to redistribute it to another. That's going to create a whole bunch of hurdles. And then you have all of the political hurdles on the local level.
That's already a thing.
I know it's
that's
already
law.
a thing, but that's my point though, is what I'm talking about is removing the barriers to entry, and you're talking about increasing them. And if we're going to talk about time preference and which one is going to have a greater effect more quickly, I think removing the
You're
barriers
talking about
is
lowering
obviously
whose barriers to entry? Whose barriers to entry are we talking about?
Good
builders building new homes.
Right, and then the people who get to buy that are who? You're totally
if there's an
cutting out the
abundant,
part where somebody has to buy the home.
I'm not cutting it out at all. I'm saying that if there's a greater supply of homes available, then the price will come down. Because right now the issue is scarcity. There's not enough homes to go around. So people are bidding up the prices as much as they can. What about the renter? There's going to be more houses.
Well,
you can rent more
when
houses.
the price goes down and the institutional investor, the landlord, buys the cheaper home, they then soak up all of the property more and more and more. And then they get to increase the rent because they have control of the housing market. So then the renter starts paying more.
They get to increase the rent as far as the market will bear. Do you think that if there are more houses available to rent, then that's suddenly going to make prices go higher somehow?
Sorry?
If you have a situation in a city, right? The current situation right now, there's few homes available and they're owned by these corporations. There's tons of people that want to rent those homes. The prices are elevated. Do you think in a situation where we have more houses available to rent, that those prices are somehow going to go higher or lower or stay the same?
I'm trying so hard not to be like, well, they're going to go down.
Number of houses
use my
is in
finger.
fewer hands, you run the risk of prices going higher.
It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter who's holding the houses. It matters how many houses are available, and then the market will set the rate for what that house is worth. If you have tons of houses available and few people to rent them, the price is going to be really low to attract those few people that want to move into those houses. If you have
I'm not on their screen, so I'm like, no, of course not.
On both sides, it requires supply and demand.
Welcome to America.
But if you have a bunch of demand and you have only a few people who are providing the supply, that is a risk to the demanders.
I agree with you. We should open up the number of suppliers. We should make it easier. This is what I was talking about, lowering the barriers to entry to build more houses.
Which are just going to get bought by the institutional investors. You keep adding more houses.
Maybe you would build more
just
houses.
keep buying more as long as it's profitable to do so.
Yeah, and there's no problem with that. The more houses that are on the market, the cheaper the rents and mortgages will be.
Houses just.
I mean, I think there's a massive problem with Americans not generating generational wealth.
I agree with you.
That was what the country, the backbone of the country, was built on the GI Bill and the mortgages that were given out. I would take a moment to pause and say, in a very Jim Crow way, but the mortgages that were given out generated massive generational wealth from the 1940s on.
I agree with you that creating generational wealth is an issue right now. I just think that we disagree on what's creating that problem, and maybe we'll end up on separate sides of the third debate tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I
50 seconds left.
I wanted out. I don't know if there was another.
Yeah, I'm good to go to closing.
You had.
Hey, shout out to Jennifer.
Well, then in that case, good job, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and actually go to the Q&A section, though. Remember, chatters, if you click that link that keeps popping up, you throw $2 in the tip jar. You guys can ask a question to the debaters as well. Just tell us who it is the question is directed at and what the question is. That said, I actually get to go first. That's one of the few perks to the job. So we're going to start with the AF here. Again, to both my judges, I'm sure you guys know, try to form one good question for each of the debaters, please. And as I said at the beginning, do our best to keep which direction we're leaning in the debate as hidden as possible. So,
sponsoring herself. Thank you.
Okay, so in your arguments, Know Nothing, you are saying that eminent domain would require the government to pay a fair market price for the homes that they are taking from the corporations. My question would be, you also, I believe you proposed, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, I apologize, please correct me, but I believe you proposed that the mandate would require for the corporation to offer them up for sale in the open market first, and if they don't sell, then the government will purchase them.
I got a bunch of questions for the loser. I need help with questions with this guy. Right now, I'm just asking, why wouldn't more houses mean more institutional investors? That's all I got.
And those houses don't sell because for whatever reason, the people can't buy them, people don't want them, et cetera, et cetera. What does the government then do with all of these houses that they bought at fair market value, but are not being sold? And also, how do you propose the government funds that investment? Because it would at least temporarily be an investment until those houses sold or sell. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Well, as far as getting like an initial like cash flow to buy some of these houses, I mean, I think the cost of this would far be exceeded by the tax cuts done by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and I think reversing some of that would generate more revenue that could be used to purchase these homes, and then a lot of it would be self-funding, and then the federal government could just keep dropping the price and then eating the cost if they have to. But it generally, I'd imagine it would be joint projects between the federal government and local nonprofit entities like community land trusts to get those homes back in the hands of family purchasers, occupiers.
All right, good stuff. Now we're going to go to my judges. Average debate enjoyer. We're going to go from left to right as much as possible. Do you have a question ready for Know Nothing? All right, go ahead and shoot it at him, buddy.
All right, so I'm going to also ask a couple quick clarifications to recap some things before I hit you with my question. Your argument here seems to be that corporations are building, you said 20% of the new houses that were built were not intended to be sold, but rented or used for investment, right?
10% in 24 to 25.
And I think you did give some anecdotes about cities having like a 20% density, but generally you guys agreed that corporations only own about 1 to 3 of the percent of the houses on the entire housing market, right?
Yeah, I agree. Of the existing stock, they own very little.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I got those two things right before I answer my question. So my question for you seems like a lot of your argument is punishing people. When we see punishments, new taxes, and things of that nature, it disincentivizes things. So this small group is building 3% is building 20% of the homes, massively bigger of a per capita for home building. So why not encourage first-time home buyers with incentives, like increase the first-time home buyer incentives we already have, instead of punishing the people building significantly more homes? Don't you think you get more homes that way?
Well, I think that takes the opportunities out of people, out of the hands of people who are not first-time home buyers. Over many decades, it is not just first-time home buyers that are buying homes. People should have the opportunities to move, own multiple properties, etc. I'm not discounting the possibility that people would.
Thanks
own
to
multiple
ideas like
properties.
this.
I'm talking about large-scale investors. People with maybe a threshold of like 25 or 50 or even more, because like Blackstone has 350,000 properties. Get me back on track with the rest of your question when I answer it. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah. Seems like you're punishing people, disincentivizing from building new homes. You're going after a group that's building higher per capita in homes significantly from their population size. So wouldn't increasing first-time home buyer incentives build that generational wealth you're talking about in a better way while more homes are still being built?
I'm definitely in favor of incentivizing first-time home buying, but I also don't think this is a punishment. It is making sure that the home is being assessed at its actual value, so it's being sold, it's actually being circulated, it's in circulation. I wouldn't even be opposed to incentivizing investment in these midterm assets rather than as long-term assets that are being held. They just need to go back into the hands of American like small investors or home buyers.
Now, Jesus, it's on you, sir. Do you have a question ready for Know Nothing?
Yeah. So I actually, it's more of just, can you lay out your thesis in, a concise way of how, having more government in this situation, creates more affordable housing?
I would actually, again, my focus is more on housing supply than it is on affordable housing. I think that will eventually come as part of the solution down the line. But I think you got to address the supply problem, because if it keeps getting bought up, then Americans aren't ones generating the wealth. It's just these investors. But I would also say that this isn't a large continued involvement of the government. They are just coming in as a interruption of the capture pipeline. They are taking it from these investors that tend to warehouse these properties, and then preferably putting it back in local hands that are trying to get those houses to the people that they know, their local communities, through community land trusts.
Fair enough.
Right. Yep. Did he answered your question, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and kick this over to you.
I wasn't sure how, because he had a while. So
question from each of us. I will start once again. One of your arguments that you made was that the prompt as it is written would lead to less motivation for these corporations to build their houses or build new properties.
6-4.
You also, however, said that you believed that building more houses would lower the cost of the houses, that it was a supply issue. So explain to me, if you would, at what point the tipping point is where corporations building houses makes the price come down and then stops being profitable, making them stop building new houses. Did I ask the question correctly? Let me stab that again.
Yeah, let's just talk. Yeah.
If creating new houses lowers the cost, but the motivation for building the new houses is the profitability to the corporations, why would the corporations continue building new houses? There you go.
They'll do it as long as it makes sense in the market, as long as it makes, as long as they can make a profit or whatever margin they're looking for in it. The goal here with this intended proposal is to make it more affordable for single families or families to own single family homes. That's the intended goal here. So by building more houses, we're lowering the cost of building those houses, or we're lowering the cost of houses. And so I think that's where you're going to find your solution. Basically what you're asking me is, at what point is there market saturation and it's no longer profitable to build these houses and rent them out? I can't answer that question. The market will answer that question. But right now we have a severe deficiency in the number of houses available. So the more people we can get building houses, the easier we can make it to build houses. I think that's where we're going to find the solution. Whenever the institutions decide that there's enough houses on the market and they don't need to build anymore, then we don't have this problem and it doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Average debate enjoyer, your turn. Please, a question for Mr. Ruckus.
No, I thought I was next.
So your main argument that you've made generally, well, two. You've got an economic argument and you've got the argument I'm going to address with my question. So the argument I'm going to address with my question is the argument about regulations, the argument about housing costing more in X. I think you use San Francisco and somewhere in Ohio or Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken. Houston, my bad. Oh yeah, Houston. Yeah, that's good. That's a good example. City is close to me. So yeah, you compared these two. You compared. So I kind of want to ask you a question about these regulations. Generally, under the 10th Amendment, these local things are settled at the state and local level, and that's basically up to the will of the voters. So, would you personally want a prison built next to your child's school?
Would I personally want a prison built next to my child's school? No. But I would go argue that locally. That's not a problem for the federal government to
That's
solve.
what the zoning laws are that you're saying
I understand
drive up
that.
the cost. So that's my point is, do you see the value in these zoning laws? That was more of the meme of the question. The actual question is, do you see the value in these zoning laws, understand why they are there, and are you kind of representing them poorly right now is my question.
Reset the timer for you. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Do I see the value in zoning laws from the local perspective? Yeah. I mean, if, like you said, if somebody doesn't want to build a prison next to a school and the local community is against that for some reason, then they can go ahead and do that. The issue I have with zoning regulation is in the example with San Francisco and Houston. One of the zoning regulations that comes into play there is verticality and density. So they don't want you to build houses too close together. They don't want you to build houses too tall and all of those sorts of things. That's the problem in San Francisco. In Houston, it's not so much an issue.
Fuck, I wish I had a follow-up.
I don't know why you're like freaking out. I don't know what I said. Okay.
No, it's not good or bad. I just wish I had a follow-up, man. I wish
that's exactly where I was.
Write it down, save it for the after party.
Yeah,
all right, Jesus, your turn. Ask his follow-up for him.
All right, mind melt. No,
Let's go.
the question is, why wouldn't more houses, if it's a supply issue, just mean more institutional investors?
I don't know that it wouldn't mean more institutional investors. I don't see the institutional investors as an inherent evil. I think they're providing a market service right now. They're providing houses for people to rent and in some cases, houses for people to buy. Like an anecdotal example that I'll use is the last house that I lived in was a build to rent community, but a lot of the houses were for sale as well. So it was a mixture. There were some people that were renting and some people that owned the houses, but the houses themselves were built by an institutional I just lost the word for it, a corporate investor, if you will. Somebody financed that whole thing with the intention of renting and selling those houses. It wasn't individuals doing it. It was a large corporation that built this suburb community. So I don't really see that as a negative. This whole, not you particularly or anyone in particular, but this whole conversation seems to be like corporations owning houses is bad. I know that people want to own houses individually, but I don't see it as a net negative that corporations own houses. I see it as a net positive. They're providing a service into the market and giving people places to live.
Word up.
All right. So we actually got a question coming in from the chat, and it doesn't specify who this question is directed at. So I'm going to give both of y'all the chance to answer it. Although I'm pretty sure I know what.
I'm going to pee. I got to pee. I'm going to fucking
on this. So I'm going to ask the question again. Should eminent domain be used on houses owned by foreign actors controlling our markets? So specifically, again, you think it should be all corporations, but do you think that we should start with or focus on foreign investments and foreign corporations?
No, I don't see any particular reason to do so. I mean, if we're talking about specific foreign actors, then maybe, but just foreign actors in general, no.
Okay. And the same question is going to go over to you now, Ruckus. Would you agree with the idea? I know you're against general eminent domain usage for this purpose, but if it was specifically targeting foreign corporations and outside entities, would you then support it?
No, I'm a free market guy. I think anybody that wants to participate should be allowed to. Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Cheers. All
right, freebie for Morty.
In that case,
because I love him.
Put 3 minutes on the clock for each of you. Again, this is your opportunity to close. Chatters.
Every
just
dono,
remember that
guys. Every
I'm going to
dono.
be- After their closings, I'm going to be putting that link in. So get your voting fingers ready. No, nothing. 3 minutes is going on the clock for your closing first, sir. Go ahead and start the clock whenever you start to talk.
All right. First off, I just want to make it clear that we're talking about a long-term solution for a long-term problem. And if we're talking about affordability, there are definitely other solutions that make
This
more
is
of
what
an
we're watching.
imminent
Like, that's the
impact
Twitch stream.
to
So
imminent
not gonna be perfect,
impact
but-
to affordability. But we're talking about if this doesn't get implemented now, if we don't do something now to address these institutional investors that are buying up all these homes, that is going to pose a large cost problem for Americans in the future. And then we'll be going, why didn't we head this off in the first place? It's not something that should have ever started, and we should get rid of it now. As far as ending the incentive to buy homes, I don't see a problem. I don't see like anything preventing us from decoupling the incentive to build homes and the incentive to hold homes or to warehouse homes. You can incentivize building homes and still have the possibility of like them being able to only turn a profit on it for 5 to 7 years before they have to remove it from their inventory. And then just on the zoning point, I think we're running into a bit of a problem here. If we're going to loosen zoning laws and we're only going to be solving the problem with like, not that this was Ruckus's particular solution, that further incentivizing first-time home buyers. Well, if there's no incentive to buy a second or third home, well, suddenly you find yourself in a lot of problems when the zoning laws are loosened and you want to move.
That gave him a point. That gave him a point.
You're going to start running into problems that are created by the solutions. But in general, we are running into we're seeing an accelerating problem, and it is accelerating at a scary rate. When it comes to whether or not it's a problem for corporations to be owning these homes, it's a matter of who's generating the wealth in America. Do we want our families to be generating wealth so that more Americans have more opportunities and they bring a greater benefit to America as a whole? Or do we want that wealth to be generated by institutional investors? That's where it's a problem for institutional investors to be the ones holding all the value here. But in general, I think there are multiple ways that this could be done to be an effective solution and keep the federal government's hands off of it to the greatest degree possible. All they have to do is interrupt the permanent or long-term holding of properties out of the hands of people who would be buying them. And then you can get them back into local communities. And it's largely small costs. It may be a large startup cost, but after that, it'll be just generating its own revenue for further purchases. So I think it's a obvious solution. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and go over to you now. Same 3 minutes is on the clock, Mr. Ruckus. 3 minutes to close. Go ahead and put a cherry on top, sir.
Can you hear me all right, first off? Because
We can hear you great.
Okay, I was having a connection issue, so I want to make sure it's good. Because of that, I missed the second half of his closing statement, so I'll just kind of address the point generally. At the end of this debate, the question is not whether housing affordability is a problem. I think we both agree that it clearly is. The question is whether or not the plan proposed actually solves it in a way that's effective and sustainable. My opponent asks us to accept a policy that fundamentally expands government power to seize private property from corporate owners under eminent domain. Under the Fifth Amendment, I think this is going to face significant challenges, and where it was originally intended that property can only be taken for legitimate public use with just compensation. This is not necessarily for public use. It's more about redistributing from people who we don't think should own it to people who we prefer would own it.
Two more.
The burden is not just
more.
legality, but
one
whether or not it
of
actually
three.
solves the problem of the shortage of housing supply, or it merely
And they tend to get
reshuffles
better
ownership while creating new
as we
legal
go.
and economic uncertainty. The evidence shows that housing scarcity is driven primarily by zoning restrictions, permitting delays, and constrained supply, not simply who owns the housing stock. So removing corporate ownership does not automatically produce more housing. In fact, disrupting the investment capital often reduces new construction, slows development, and ultimately will worsen affordability. Even if we agree and the intent is fairness, good intentions do not always equal good outcomes. The policy must be judged on the results and not the rhetoric. And here, the result is clear. This plan does not address the root cause of the crisis. And if anything, it risks making the crisis a lot worse. For those reasons, I'm against it.
There we go.
All right.
Beautiful.
Good stuff.
I'm
All right,
going
gentlemen.
4-6.
So, as I have said a couple of
for,
times, I'm going to go ahead and drop a link here into the chat. It should go across to all of the shared chats. Everybody who is in the Discord channel, if you look into the side chat of the Discord, for those of you who are over there on YouTube as well, I put the link to the poll so you guys can go ahead and put that into your chatters as well. And I'm going to also go ahead and drop it over here into my Kick and my YouTube stream. Anybody ever wants to show me how it is to make all of those chats go across and talk to each other, please fucking let me know, because that would be awesome.
Same.
With that said, while you guys are voting, I'm going to kick this over to the judges. So one more time, Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, I'm going to go ahead and ask for your judgment first, if you are ready, sir. Where did you land on this? Let us know.
All right, so both openings, closings, and cross were all fine. I think Ruckus took a slight W in this because he's more concise. Ruckus, you're very good at building your stepping stones. You started A. I always know where you're going from A to B to C and Y. Whereas Attorney, your argument was kind of like X thing is happening and we need to do Y, a very extreme thing because it'll work.
Yep.
And I don't really see the connection. It just seems like you're jumping to the conclusion you want. So the debate flow, Attorney, when he was asking you questions, not a lot of times, but a couple of times, I didn't get a concise answer. And I will get into that because I fucked up my question for Tim pretty hard. So, Attorney, when I asked you a question, the first answer you gave me kind of shifted the goalpost from generational wealth and just getting people that needed a home to, well, maybe they want a second home. It kind of really didn't hit for me. But then your second answer, when you let me re-clarify my question, I liked a bit more. Tim, I fucked your question up, and I wasn't getting worked up at you. I was getting worked up at me because as soon as it left my mouth and you started answering, I'm like, fuck, and I asked it the wrong way. And so I was yelling at myself there. Even if you got a 0, though, it's an average on that part, and your answer wasn't bad. You held your own, so I had to just accept the question I asked instead of the question I wanted. Attorney, I think your affirmative had 2 major claims. One, corporates are a growing threat. I never got the proof of that. I think you needed to take this ideological argument and bring some practical examples of other corporations in the past that have used their powers to take over these sectors in a nefarious way and hurt the actual consumer. And it stayed ideological. It never felt grounded to me. Whereas he didn't really address that argument as much. He went to your second argument. You're saying we need to strip people of their private property that did nothing wrong because it'll work. And I think his economic arguments almost at every single level just kind of beat you there, showing you we actually, this is more practical of a solution. This is more practical of a solution here. And we know it works and you don't have to strip people's private property from them. So I just never got that reason for you why we need to do eminent domain is the thing. And his arguments just kept bashing you over and over. And it's a really basic common argument. Just build more homes. So I just think you need to work on making your arguments more followable and relatable to the person with good examples, and you would have probably held your own a lot better here. Yeah,
So the final score there?
3 to 7. I'm sorry.
3-7 for the neg. All right. So once again, everybody out there in chat, I'm going to drop this link one more time for you guys. Please click that and vote. It costs you nothing. And it's especially important if the judges disagree on how they land. With that said, Indian Jesus, where did you land on this and why?
So this was actually, for my first judging, I thought a good topic for me because I had, my own ideas about it, but never really dug in too deeply. And so I started more personally on the side of Ruckus. And so I was looking for Know Nothing to give me reasons to doubt that. And like Tyler very eloquently said, there was the way that Ruckus draws the argument. Beautifully said. I couldn't have said it better myself. And I agree that it was a little bit kind of all over the place. I was looking to try to have a better understanding of what your entire position was, but I left with a lot more questions than answers, whereas I understand Rux's position really well. I was going to go 3-7, but with your closing Know Nothing, I gave you one more point, and 4-6 Ruckus takes the win.
All right. So it does sound like it's going to go to Ruckus one way or the other. Just to be clear, just like I'm not allowing the debaters or the judges to debate the debaters, I'm also not allowed to debate the judges. I'm simply going to clarify to average debate enjoyer that this would not be stripping corporations of private property since they're not people and they don't have private property. But that's neither here nor there. So it looks like we do actually have a winner here. No, nothing. Regardless of what the judges say, that was an absolutely great job. This is only your second time doing a debate, so like I said, that cannot be overlooked. Ruckus, great fucking job. I am still going to look to the chatters and see where the audience landed on this, because even though it doesn't actually matter for the win, it does matter for the scoring, because we do keep track of this for ranking purposes so that I can make sure that I'm scheduling debates between people who are roughly skill matched. So with that said, I'm going to give it yeah, absolutely great. So I'm going to give this just a couple seconds left.
Well, damn.
Lock in that last minute vote.
15-4.
Time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the results are in with an overwhelming win for Ruckus. That is a goddamn. That is an 8-2 victory from the chat. So 80 to 20%. So yeah, that is a unanimous decision. No, nothing. I agree with you on the prompt. I agree with you on the principle. But it looks like the judges in the audience did not feel that you brought your best game tonight. So keep sticking around, keep coming back, man. Stick around tonight if you would, because I bet you're going to do even better in the after party. You didn't get the chance to stick around for that last time, and maybe they will find that you do better whenever the clock isn't on you. So
yeah,
once again,
that was going to be
great job
me.
to both of you gentlemen.
And then he's like, "Oh, fuck you! I want to do it with horse."
Into this little
all right
after party. All right. So our second debate of the night, everybody.
All right. What is the debate?
This one is, I hope everybody's still here. I hope everybody's still awake. Game Boy is on the affirmative. You can't see his name because it's in the snow. So I'm going to have to actually move his name up here to the top. You know what? Just to keep things real, I'm going to do the same
you want me
thing.
to change that real
No,
quick?
you're good. You're good. You're good. I'm going to just move Emmett's name to the top as well. All right. So the United States has lost the trust of the international community. Game Boy is on the AF. Emmett here is on the negative. We're going to put 3 minutes on the clock for you first, Game Boy. As you know, sir, I will start the clock when you start to talk. So let's hear it.
Give me a second.
Yep. I'll give you 3 of them.
1, 2, 3. Okay. 1,000 thoughts. Thousands. The prompt says that America has lost the trust of the international community. This does not imply, okay, we don't have any trust. No one trusts us. We're little scaredy cats. We're not going to get anything. It means that just purely we have lost it. Our current administration has not provided any reason to maintain the current trust we've had over the past, I don't know, few decades. I mean, the international community, more broadly, is anyone that we have had alliance or trade with, I would say. It doesn't really matter who we didn't lose trust from. I think NATO is a very important indicator of how we stand with our fellow allies. And there have been several quotes from those within NATO or those in power at NATO that strongly reflect how they may be wanting to take a direction further away from reliance on the United States and continue to bring further independence away from U.S. dealing. Said the U.S. represents a greater threat to NATO than Russia, meaning that many people within NATO are more likely to collaborate with Russia or China, like Canada has done in the past, making trade agreements with China in order world order within Canada. I don't think you realize how crazy that is. We are, and to say this lightly, the police of the world, as you might want to say. But even the people who rely on us for the guns, the nuclear energy, the bam, bam, boom, boom, don't trust us anymore. They don't trust us financially, economically, because France, in the past year, 2 years, has pulled out gold. Oh, fuck. Never mind. Never mind. That's the end of my opening.
Okay. Weird, but okay. So we're gonna go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock, Emmett.
It's a broader idea. You don't see the vision.
Yep. Nope, that's fine. 3 minutes is on the clock, Emmett. Question him as you see fit, sir.
You said that that they lost trust in us, right? That they are turning to other people. How many of them are asking for China or Russia to put up the militaries in the sea so that all trade lanes, remain open?
Can you say that again? I couldn't quite understand what
Have you
you
ever
said.
heard? Have you heard of the Canada or the EU to say, "Hey, Russia, could you please go up with your whole military force and be the police in the sea so that the Somali pirates will not destroy our ships"?
Did you know that they have been calling on Canada?
Okay, testing. Can you hear me? Thank you. Okay. Okay, how about now? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you.
United States plan allows Canadian defense companies
And we can
access
hear the
to
debate.
150 billion euro EU loan program
Debate's
known as
good.
Security Action for Europe.
Thank you,
or
thank you,
SAFE.
thank you.
That would allow Canadians firms to secure cheap EU-backed loans to procure military equipment. Canada is the first non-EU country to gain access. So,
Yeah, that's not China.
All we
it's
missed.
not China, but again, he did say he was talking about Canada and EU. So
all we missed is that the Calvin and Hobbes said that Russia and China want to take over, and Emmett questioned that.
But you don't have anything about whether they're trying to go with China or Russia. They're pretty much saying.
But why is that important if they're trying to diversify?
Yeah,
It doesn't say they're
let me
like
finish. Let me finish my
North
question.
America.
Let me finish my question. The question is that you're pretty much saying that they are increasing their own military spending, right?
Excuse me?
You're only saying that they're increasing their own military spending, right?
Who is?
The EU, Canada, people that are applied to us
But
in a sense.
obliged to us?
Allied, they're in alliance.
Oh Jesus.
But just because
Oh Jesus.
if the international community includes our allies and our allies lose trust in us, is that not us losing trust? If they want to say, hey, instead of relying on the US,
Yeah.
we'll rely on Canada, is that
Yeah,
us
I
not
agree with
losing
you.
certain...
The United States, listen,
So
I agree
why-
with you. The United States has lost all of the trust in these fucking nations that are around us, but that has nothing to do
Whoa.
with whether they
Whoa.
rely on
Whoa,
us
whoa,
and
whoa, whoa,
trust us
whoa.
or not.
Whoa.
Isn't
Run that back. Run that back.
Yeah, isn't
What
that
does
the
that
point?
mean?
Yeah. The US has
What is-
lost the trust of them. They are completely trustless. We don't trust them at all.
Is that not
because they
losing
have
trust for the
shown-
international community? Has they not lost trust?
No, it's the
I think
other
he just
way around.
conceded
They
the debate.
trust us all the time. But listen, I'm gonna finish this
What do you mean by trust then?
this questioning. I'm gonna this that can be done in your cross, right? My cross is: do they still rely on us protecting the seas?
That doesn't mean we didn't lose trust. If we lost trust, it doesn't mean we
there's-
have no trust.
Why would you rely on someone you don't trust?
That's exactly what we're here to do. I'm the judge.
Hey, say I'm like a slave on a like plantation. I'm relying on my master. I don't trust him not beat my ass. I mean, like, he has the food, he has the money, he has the housing. Doesn't mean that there's other alternatives. The US may be the only alternative, like the only option.
Yeah, because we are.
Doesn't mean we trust them or not going to try to move away from them.
Because we're the benevolent masters. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in real quick. I feel like there were a couple of places where the conversation, like where I don't feel like y'all were understanding each other, but I think that that's going to get better when we get to the open part. I don't generally interfere and moderate directly unless I absolutely have to. So hopefully you guys are going to be able to connect the dots there. But we're going to go ahead and go to your opening now, Mr. Emmett. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Go ahead and start it up whenever you're ready.
Yeah, well, what normally see or hear from the left communities when it comes to the trust in the United States, they virtue signal, right? Oh my God, the international community has lost the trust in the United States. Meanwhile, they rely on us. They rely on us to keep the trade routes safe and open. They rely on us, to provide even for wars we disagree on, like in Ukraine. With this, they rely on us for so much at the end of the day. They can go on and be all commie and say all they want to do.
Yeah, but
with
that's not
China,
the prompt.
Which, by
It's
the way,
the trust.
still relies on us. We put on the tariffs. The economy was suffering, just suffering. So it doesn't even matter because what they rely on is our military might. And they can trust that we have it because
Trust
you can see
versus
it.
reliance.
What happened to Maduro? What's happening right now in Iran, going back decades, because they just, because at the end of the day, what they trust about us, what they rely on us is force. That's the only thing they care for. Do you think they have ever been like, oh yes, the United States, oh, we love them? Of course not. Nobody does that.
Exactly.
We're talking about fucking
That's exactly
politicians.
what I said. Trust versus
Leftists
reliance.
will tell you.
Minus
Do you trust
one.
the politicians? Oh, which one of you leftists trust the politicians? I don't think anybody here will be like, yes, politicians, take all of this money. You can do whatever you want with it. Even though that's all the prescriptions that they have, at the end of the day,
And it doesn't
they
have to
a
mean
double
lost
talk
all
in their
trust.
mind. One side is selling, give more to the
It's
government, and the other side is saying, I don't
lost
trust them at all whatsoever.
The trust.
So no, we have all of the trust and the respect that we need from the international
No, we
community. In
don't.
fact, they've lost respect and trust from our side because of all the dumbassery they're doing. But at the end of the day, they still trust us because they rely on
rely
our
on us,
force.
right. So,
And they
okay.
will keep on relying on that force. With that, I will cede the rest of my time. I'm ready to go into cross.
All right. Cheers. Well, then in that case, Game Boy, ball's in your court, sir. 3 minutes on the clock. Use it as you need to.
certain economic benefits that these nations have and that they trust the US to provide?
Yes, of course. They trust us to provide the security in the seas that they need in order for them to have any kind of economic benefit at all.
What does that entail?
For example, the Strait of Hormuz, if it's open at all or not, is dependent upon us. If you go through
Again,
Somalia,
dependence.
the only reason why you can even go there is because they know the military complex is there to provide safety. If you go to Africa, it's the same thing. We own the seas in a sense.
Do you think, for example, that the amount of bonds or trust we have in our treasury system is reflective on what the international community feels towards our broader government or country?
That's why I'm going to
And I'm
ask.
pretty sure that most of our treasury a lot of our debt is even taken by other countries because they have to trust us, or else anyway.
Okay, what is
Right?
trust? That's a good question.
Because what they trust about
Well-
us is not that we are nice people. They trust about us that we have the force.
What do you mean by force?
Well, I don't know if you know, but for example, we have the three major air forces in the world belong to the United States. For example, our military, people know what our military is capable of doing.
But do you think if, say, we use that military for a war per se, or military action that the international community does not support, that could reflect poorly on how these governments treat us? Because if we're not willing to listen to them
How
or
do
their
I
needs,
care? Listen, why do I care
but
if they
it's of their trust. It's about like
the
the
only,
government.
wait.
Thanks.
The only thing they need to trust about me is that I have the force. That's all they need to trust, and they do.
No. Let's go to the slave master example. If I'm being your ass, well, I have the force. I can trust that this guy has the force, but that doesn't mean squat.
Can you do anything about it?
For me.
Yeah,
What?
can you do anything about it? That's force. Let's say that you're my slave. If I'm not gonna let you
There's a
go, can you
difference
do
between
anything about it?
trust
That's force?
and reliance. You realize that,
No,
right?
you trust. You realize that you trust that I have the force. Otherwise, you would do something about it, right?
No. Me knowing something does not
They need to
equivalent to
define
me trusting
trust.
and acting as
What
your
is
ally.
trust?
Yeah,
I think
you
that's
trust
what
in you have the trust that I
international
will
community
beat your ass if you don't do what I say. Thus,
trust
do what
we
I
have
say,
military
right?
power, but they don't trust us enough to constantly collaborate with us. That's why we've seen China slowly back out of trade with us and slowly try to form their own
Yeah, it's the other
petrol
way
dollar
around.
to
We
some
don't trust the
extent.
Chinese. We don't trust everybody else. Why would we trust them when they're
What do
acting
you
against
mean by
our
that?
interests?
You flip-flopping the definition of trust. You go from
I
what we
don't
trust we
that
can
they
beat your
will act in
trust to
accordance to my interests, but they trust that we have the force.
okay,
Thus,
then
they
that's what I'm
act
saying.
in
The
accordance to
international
that.
community has lost a lot of trust, and they no
Yeah.
longer trust that we can work in our interest. Do you agree with that?
It's the other way around. They know what we do. They keep on trusting us because they keep
You're
relying
flip-flopping the
on us to
definitions.
protect
You're
the
going
seas.
from they
But we're
trust
not
we
going to
can
work
do
with a
this.
bunch of
Game Boy, let him
commies
finish
because we
his
can't
answer.
trust them.
Sorry, just try not to talk over each other if you guys can avoid it, please. Nobody's gish.
Yeah,
just let him finish.
They trust us because they keep relying upon us, keeping the seas open. They keep relying upon our force so they trust that we're gonna be using it for good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trusting it, right? But we don't trust them. They have been acting more and more radical and more dumb as
I'm gonna
time
ask
goes
him,
by. They're a bunch of
has the
commies
level
now.
of trust
Why would we
changed
trust them?
in the
It's
last
the other
20
way
years?
around. We don't want to deal with commies.
That is the big. That's like, huh? So
It's like what?
that is like, so it's one thing for the U.S. not to trust other nations.
I think we all do.
To act in our interest, but the moment we talk about trust from other nations towards us, it's we trust this level of force, and it's not the same definition of trust as trust that they will serve our interest as well. It's not a mutual exchange. Do you think that
it's
like,
very
there's-
simple? Okay, The argument is very simple. Do they rely on us keeping the seas open?
Does that matter?
Of course.
Nope.
How does
they're
that connect
doing
to the
trade?
prompt?
How are they doing trade?
They do trust that we aren't really an empire trying
This
to
is
conquer
but
most
they-
of the
like,
trade.
yeah, they
Most of
trust
the
that. They don't
world's
trust
trade
that they
goes down
trust
through
us
the
in
sea.
other aspects. If they could find a way around that, would they trust us to work in their interest?
I don't. Why would they? Right? They think the U.S. is a
Why
horrible
would they
place.
trust
Anyway,
us to work
I
in our interest?
know it because I've
definitely
seen
losing
what they
points for
have
that.
to say. Have you ever read about the international community? What they think of the U.S.?
But that's my point, that the U.S.
one of the
has
first
lost
things-
the trust
wait,
from the international community because we constantly
about 10
pull
years
up
ago.
what we
Yeah,
do.
I'm answering your question. About 10 or 15 years ago, I'm bilingual. I speak Spanish. I was literally told if I go
You
to
don't
the,
say.
to the EU, my best bet to be better treated was to not speak English. It was to speak Spanish because they hate Americans. So at the end of the day, it hasn't changed. They still hate us. They rely on us anyway. Okay, all of the trade that we see in the seas, they all the only reason why they do it as freely as they can is because they rely on us. They trust that we will use that force for their interest because we care about trade at the end of the day. Okay,
I disagree because
tell me
they
how many
both
of them
believe
have their own ships
to the same level.
their own military out in the sea right
This is
now,
based on your
protecting
mind.
all of the sea like America's
I agree
Americans
with you,
do.
but Emin obviously thinks his
I-
side is easier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it.
Canada,
how many
but
of them how many of them rely on us
6
being the
minutes
deterrent so that Taiwan, that is the manufacturer, the greatest manufacturer of chips in the world, will keep on doing that, instead of
Have you
getting
seen the
China to
push?
invade the island.
Have you not seen the Euro Chip Act, in which they're trying to actively move away from South Korea and Taiwanese chips? They're trying
Yeah,
to get
they're
away
trying
from
to move
us,
away,
trying to
but
make
they're
their own
still-
industry because
Perfect,
they
but
don't
they're still
trust the
relying on us,
stability
right?
of American-supported chip manufacturing.
Or maybe they just
Obviously,
want to
Emmett
have
doesn't.
a chip because they know it's a good enterprise, right?
That's my first
Yeah,
question.
it's a good enterprise,
That's my
but they
first
also know
question.
they have control over it because they don't trust American control over that form of
Yeah.
manufacturing.
Well, tell me how many of them have ships right now in the sea saying we don't trust the U.S. military. Thus, we need to have our ships out in the sea in case there's anybody doing piracy.
Pulling
We're
from
going to
the
stop them.
treasury. Not too long ago, France pulled from the treasury $15 billion calculated in gold. Is that not?
Listen,
what do you
I
mean?
don't
Who
trust it.
cares?
I don't trust the French to do anything. I don't trust the French to do anything. The first thing they do in war is surrender anyway. Okay, nobody cares
When's
what
the
the
last
fucking
time we
French
fought
will ever do anything.
on behalf of the Europeans?
I don't care about the Europeans. The reason why I don't care about the Europeans is because
When's the
they're
last time
acting
we
like
fought
commies.
on behalf
Their
of Africa?
economy is
When's the last time
stagnant.
we fought on behalf of Latin America? When's the last time we fought on behalf of
behalf of
anyone
Latin-
outside of ours?
Yeah.
Our self-interest.
No, never. I don't want ever to fight on behalf of
Trust,
people.
quote unquote,
We do
is
it on
behind-
behalf of American interests.
Is that trust
That's
at all?
the only reason why.
Sorry, I was talking over you. What
do
you say?
do you want the United States to be the world police and do it on behalf of other people? Or do you want the United States to be doing things on behalf of its own interest?
What does the international, like, how does that possibly,
The fact that my wife
like,
hasn't
if we're
left me,
talking
but wants
about
to leave
the
me,
prompt,
she hasn't
sorry,
lost trust.
like,
Yeah, the prompt is the international community has lost
The
trust on the United
The
States. Except
trust.
they all rely on us and trust us to keep the lines open on sea. None of them have done any major movements to say, hey, United States, we don't want you to do that anymore. We don't trust you, thus we're going to close it and we're going to do it
you
ourselves. In
literally
fact, they
said
keep on-
earlier, they're constantly
keep
doing
on
stuff to
relying on
avoid
us.
the United States because there are a whole bunch of commies. Is that not
They're a
them
bunch
being
of
like,
commies.
we're trying to avoid the United States, but we're relying upon them, so
No.
we're taking small motions?
We want to avoid them now because they're acting like commies and we cannot rely on anything they say.
We're
Because
trying to
they
avoid
say
them.
we're your allies. We're allied, but in reality they act like they're not. Thus, we have lost faith on them but they still rely on us. They still trust that we're going to keep the trade open. They still use our currency for international trading. They keep on doing that. Where do you think they get most of the military and most of NATO? Where do you think NATO gets most of the funding? The United States. They rely on us. At the end of the day, they keep trusting us. They keep relying on us.
Is trust to you just the like assurance of something that's a constant, rather than we're going to continue to try to rely on you?
Right. Game Boy needs to take.
But let me put it this way: when you get
the
married,
argument that Emmett is making
your
and show why it's
that will
wrong
be
instead of
there?
just saying "nuh-uh."
Yeah, but I also have a different definition of trust apparently in a relationship.
Oh, okay.
I
What is your
also
definition of
trust that my
trust?
partner, like
Us.
if I want them to do something,
But is
they would
that
also do it.
reliance or trust?
They're going to work
Or-
in
Yeah,
my
We've done
interest.
it.
Work in yours.
We keep it open. We still keep all the trade routes open.
Is that the
They come
bare
to us,
minimum?
and we keep
Is
on
that
doing
something
it.
that we've lost trust in so many other areas?
It's very simple. They complained like crybabies for all the tariffs. They done the tariffs to us all this time, right? Why would they complain about what the fuck they're doing? So it's not about them losing trust in us. They know that we're gonna keep on working to have good trade, to be humanitarian, to keep on doing what we've been doing for the past 60 years. They have changed the way they do stuff. They are the ones who are becoming more and more communist. They're the ones
not
moving
like him.
away.
I'm
We have
trying to
lost
be
trust
fair,
in them. They
but I
still
do
trust
not
us.
like him.
They still rely on us. We keep on doing the same thing.
Can I pause and ask you a question? Like just an honest question.
Yeah, ask me a question.
What do you mean
Mhm.
they became more communist? Like what do you mean by like became communist? Became communist?
Yeah, they become more and more reliant on Marxist socialist systems.
Okay.
Like
what does that
how?
mean? Yeah.
Do you know what communism and socialism is?
No, but like how are they doing it?
No, I'm asking you a question. I need a clarifying. Do you know
No,
what communism
I'm
and
saying
socialism
yes.
is?
I understand it. I'm just trying to see the
Okay.
correlation here. How's like French communist? Like Germany, huge communist over there?
Well, yes, of course. What they've been doing is they've been putting more and more socialist systems in the government. They've been adding more and more regulations into it. They've been moving more and more towards these totalitarian ideas of regime,
Unfortunately,
and they've
I
been
do.
doing it through welfare systems. If you read any of the Lenin of the Lenin writings, when he was talking about the future, he said probably in the future there were not going to be any violent revolutions. What they were going to happen is they're going to have a socialist regime, and they're going to be little by little increasing the amount of things that the government is going to do for you until the government is the only thing. And that's what we've seen especially in Europe.
So,
So
I'm going to put
if
5
you go
minutes on
to
the clock,
Europe-
but I do real quick. I just want to say I'm putting 5 minutes on the clock. Please try to tie this back to the prompt as soon as possible, though. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you go to Europe and you see what they've been doing when it comes to the whole economy, it literally has become more and more reliant upon socialist ideas. But the fun part about all of that is that none of it correlates to military power because they rely on the United States and they keep on relying on the United States. So they trust us. Otherwise, they would be increasing the amount of military that they have, and they will be doing against us, right? They will be moving to the seas. They would stop having this kind of open lanes because they wouldn't trust us anymore. But they don't.
Do you think the EU is taking no steps to form their own military separate of say like NATO, which like you said, America owned?
No, they don't, and you can see it because the whole of the military spending and a lot of the military things that they've done
about
has gone
PESCO?
through Ukraine anyway. So they cannot even rely on the superpowers that you mentioned, right? Because Russia, China, all of them are allied.
Razor
so
always says
who are they
this.
going to rely on?
Razor's
Are they
always
gonna
like,
do
"Oh,
it on
I
their
should have
own?"
done that." Well,
but in
then-
reality, most of their spending is going to Ukraine anyway. On a war that they're losing.
What about like the
He doesn't turn it
EU
down,
forming PESCO?
ever.
Do you think that was just nothing?
And I'm knocking
Yeah,
points off.
I think what they're doing is absolutely nothing.
because he's letting him push him around.
So like that's not even like them taking steps to like
being
move away
said-
from America. That's just a big nothing burger.
Yeah, it's a big nothing burger because they don't even have the economy in order to be able to use it. Their economy has been stagnant. The way
So if
somebody
you can
is stagnant is
do
because they
nothing-
take all of the. Not the way
Like,
that they're
they
doing
can-
it. The way that they're doing it is they're virtue signaling. Virtue
I
signal
have
means
Emmett
nothing.
down by 2.
What
But
have they
if they
done?
can-
Tell me of a thing they've done that is has actual teeth that they say, oh, this is what they're doing. Have they increased their militaries like per capita?
Yes.
How much?
I don't know an exact number, but they definitely have. They formed an entire organization for that purpose and that purpose alone.
Yeah, I know communists love to
It's
do
not a
organizations that mean
superpower
absolutely
yet.
nothing. This is what I said, per capita. How much have their military has increased? How many boats have
Okay.
they put in the sea?
Hold on, let me look it up.
Mhm.
So this would be flag on the
Go ahead and
play.
stop
Can
the
we
timer
pause?
while you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now, essentially, I have
Uh,
2 Game Boy. You had the point. If you just didn't let him push you around, you
Okay.
would have swept this.
you can
But
go.
you could
back
tell
up.
that you were trying to focus
Alright,
on your
continue. What's
points,
the
which
answer?
were good. But I wish you would have played out Emmett's points more,
Over
so
the
you could knock
past
it
10
down.
years, it's increased by 80% per capita military spending in the EU on average, and
Not
150%
spending the
in
number of the
defense
number of
investment
people.
and
We don't
intensity.
know. Yeah,
that-
but
that's
it's
the
like
post that came
0,
up.
and they added a little bit because how much of that is because Trump literally told them that they had to now spend money on the military in NATO?
So, like, if they're okay, that's the EU.
Leave us
It's,
alone.
it's
That's
like
not NATO.
10,000. The EU does the EU apports to NATO military spending?
Excuse me. What was that
Does
word?
does the EU or the European countries spend money on NATO?
If the U.S. is doing it, like you said, like what are you trying to get at
So
with
they
that
tr-
point?
so
'Cause
they trust us, right? At the end of the day, they have,
They have-
especially the past
they-
decades, they just trust us. All they
it
do is
rose by
trust us.
55.
They keep on trusting
It
us.
rose by 500 billion in 2025 alone.
Yeah, from
So they have.
okay, 500 billion from how
I thought-
much?
If
What
they're
the
trying
fuck
to
is
move away from the U.S., why would they
Booger.
invest in NATO and not the E EU?
I'm talking to Tyler on Discord, and I'm like, this is not a good
They invest
matchup.
in NATO, or this is what I'm
Because-
asking you.
No, that's
Because
not
this
my
is
The problem
question.
that I have with your numbers,
For Emmett.
how much it was before, because there was a moment in
but he's been
time
around
before,
forever.
Rephrase the question. Let me rephrase the question. If they're
Before
trying to
Trump-
split, if they're trying to split away from America, why would they invest in NATO and not the EU?
It's a good point, Jennifer. There's a lot
they're
of
trying
people on
to-
that list.
if they're trying
If
to,
they're like you said, if they're
split?
trying to like get their own military worth, why would they invest in
Uh-huh.
NATO, which majority spender will always be the US?
Mhm.
Why don't they invest in EU as a separate entity?
Do they? Because I don't think they do. That's the point.
It was a question. Yes or like what is it? What is it? It's not like questioning the question. Why wouldn't they?
And we're done.
I don't understand your question. You're saying, hey, these people that are allied, and if
got-
every time you spend on your military, it's like you're spending in NATO because they are allied. It's like I don't understand. If they, what do you mean by that? Can you clarify your question?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm going to go ahead and jump in there just because I'm a little bit confused. I think the judges are both confused. I know the chat is confused. So I think we all kind of lost the thread a little bit there. So we're just going to go ahead and move straight into the questions section. And I think that's going to be okay. Now, for what it's worth, we do have a few questions from chat, which I'm pretty sure I know who they're directed at. So I'm gonna judge them,
6'4".
or I'm going to direct them accordingly. And I'm actually going to use them as my questions
6'4"
instead.
for Game
So,
Boy.
With that said, my first question is going to be to Game Boy. So, the prompt says the United States has lost the trust of the international community. You agree with that statement? The question from the chatter, anonymous, is: do they still trust us to provide life-saving medications and aid? I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for you to think about that. Go ahead and answer it as you're ready. Does the international community still trust us when it comes to aid and medication assistance?
Yeah. I think we've lost trust in a litany of other ways, but I think that there are certain parts, like my opponent was saying, that military aid and trade assistance are still a thing. Just because we lost trust doesn't mean we've lost all trust, which is what I tried to get out a few times and then got told, no, you don't understand. They trust us to do this, even though we really have no say.
All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and ask the other real quick question. This one is going to go to both of the two debaters. This one is also from the chatters. It's kind of a meme question, but I also think that it's a valid question. So, who has influenced our trust in the international community, and why is your answer Israel?
Nobody laughed at me.
It's for both of you. Who do you think what nation has had the biggest impact on the trust within the international community?
Oy vey. I don't think I should answer that. No, I don't know. Probably the U.S. Doing its
the
own
U.S.'s actions
thing.
specifically are the ones that have influenced the trust of the international community?
I would say
think
it's the Mexicans.
It's definitely
I would say the Mexicans are the ones that have done it the
Israel.
most, especially when it comes to
Especially
we
when the
need a
USAID
wall that it needs to
was
be 10
running for
foot
the
higher
CIA
every 10
region,
days.
so-
Because those guys will not stop, with
So I want to ask about timing.
Dude, it's LeBron, bro. It's LeBron.
All right.
If we're just
All right,
saying
good
stuff,
stuff.
it's LeBron.
Yep, sure. We're just saying stuff. All right, cool. So now going to go to the judges. Tyler, you're up first, sir. 1 minute's on the clock for you. Please hit Game Boy with a question.
First of all, disavow all the Israel stuff you guys said.
Don't ask my question. Don't ask my question, you fuck.
Yeah, you guys, all of you are one to me. So when Trump,
we'll discuss that later.
When Trump went to the EU in 2017, he pointed out that buying Russian energy was undermining efforts into NATO, and he was mocked. They actually physically laughed at him in person. Turns out when Ukraine was invaded, the EU had to scramble to get off their energy and came back to the US to start buying these exports. Now we supplanted Russia as their majority energy sale importer, and it's a long-term deal. Doesn't this massive economic investment coupled with the United States signify that not only do they trust us more than another geopolitical power, but that they're going to be with us long-term?
I think.
Did you follow that? Right,
there's more layers to that than on the surface, because I think they were desperately looking for Ukraine as a potential future ally. And so with Russia trying to invade Ukraine, however you want to interpret that, it did compromise a broader goal of that NATO exercise, I guess. And so I think America, being someone that could provide that wealth and supplement the Russian economy, was what led to them being trusted more. But I think if that conflict never happened, we would have never seen that jump to the American oil system. And I think even to an extent over the past few years, we've seen that slowly we've seen Russian oil coming back into the global economy.
I have to pee
somehow,
again.
some way, even with the tariffs.
Right. Now we're going to go over to you, Jesus. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Not
Please
tariffs.
hit Game
Sorry.
Boy with a question.
It's for Game Boy question, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is kind of a two-parter that I dinged you both for not talking about. But what is trust, and how is that different than the trust, as the prompt dictates?
Give me a second. Fuck with the name, by the way.
Thank you.
I think trust, or the trust in the international community, is how much we say the U.S. is relied upon, or can be relied upon, or is perceived to be relied upon for fulfilling the needs of its allies. You wouldn't be an ally with someone if you didn't expect something out of it, or that could be simply peace. If you can't rely upon the U.S. to provide peace, which I don't think the international community does, and I think that the numbers for the current administration have reflected that, I think we don't see the trust. You can't simply trust someone to be the way they are. You have to trust someone to provide for you, and you provide for them in a mutual exchange.
Okay. Good stuff. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and move this over to Emmett for some questions. Once again, I'm going to supplant my question using the chatter's question. And if you would, for the audience and for me, please define communism as you understand it, whatever your terms or whatever. But how do you personally define communism? What does that word mean to you, sir?
Yeah, of course. Communism is just an idea of power, of reliance of power within the government. All it does is fox virtue when it comes to the economic system in which we're trying to get everybody to have equity. It's obviously relying on Marxist ideations and ideologies. So I don't necessarily mean that you have to live in the perfect utopia of the communist system. It's just a movement towards this supposed utopia that usually ends up in tyrannical regimes like the USSR, Cuba, the Venezuelan regime that they're living under right now, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Tyler, go ahead with a question for Emmett, please.
Let's
see. All right, where did I put my Emmett question? All right.
Up, yes.
Question for
Underneath
Emmett.
those giant throbbing pecs.
Oh, man. That shit's so fucking funny. All right, Emmett, you say the U.S. has the force, and you admit that we use.
You can make me look like that. Donate to the
dog.
dog.
Though you say it's retribution. You say that
If we don't get a dono by the start of the next debate, I'm turning the ads
you
on.
say if they didn't trust us, they wouldn't let them protect them with force anymore. But the example that he brought up was that the EU and Canada are forming their own military alliance and defenses specifically. They're also decoupling from the U.S. militarily and trading with their adversaries. So just like a bully pushing a weaker kid around, it takes time for you to go to the gym, learn karate, and go in there and push the bully back. Isn't building up their military and trading with our geopolitical adversaries the first steps you would take on that path of decoupling due to lack of trust?
No. What?
I would say that you are correct in that ideation. The problem that I see when it comes to them even actually doing that is that most of the time they're not the agreements that they have are mostly symbolic. So they keep on relying upon us, and they will keep on relying upon us because their economies cannot do what our economy can do, which is create enough money to spend $1 trillion in just military spending.
Right. And Lutch, do you have a question ready for Mr. Emmett too?
Indeed, I do. I'm trying to pick between the two. I'll go with
struggle is real.
Is trust the same as reliance?
Okay.
Well, I will go ahead and defer to. I will go ahead and defer directly to
Actually, wait,
Gamer Boy.
Let me let him answer. And then
Gamer Boy definition of
thank you.
A trust, in which he actually in which he actually said that it was reliance. So in this case, yeah, they trust us because they rely on us.
Okay. Was that not a satisfactory answer for you, Lutch?
I don't think so.
All right, ask the question again. We'll give him another shot at it.
So I'm just asking, is trust itself the same as reliance itself? Not is their trust or lack thereof the same as their reliance or lack thereof?
No, I'm referring to the definition to the one given by Gamer Boy, in which he says that trust is reliance. They rely on us and we rely on them. We can't rely on them, but they still rely on us. So we've lost trust in them, but they trust us. That would be the answer I will give.
All right.
I don't think I need to provide a super definition when I agree with the definition.
For sure. All right. in that case, we're gonna go ahead.
Hey,
And
shout out to
Jennifer!
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You guys
So
land on this
very,
one.
very much.
3 minutes is on the clock. Gamer boy,
Eat it, motherfucker.
This is your opportunity to
Game
close.
boy. It's Game Boy.
Nerd.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sorry, I had
So
to.
very,
Game
very
Boy,
much out.
please go ahead and
Sponsoring
put your closing
yourself.
So like, just FYI, twin, we don't agree on the definition. I meant rely as in, hey, say I buy an apple and I give you $5. You trust me, give you the $5. You trust me that I won't just take the apple or I won't just shoot your barber. Like, you trust me to do what I say I'm going to do and say what I'm going to say, which is thank you very much. I'll get another apple tomorrow. We have a mutual agreement with our allies that we will do certain things, either explicitly or implicitly. In the moment that they don't trust us can be indicated by them pulling out of like not taking bonds. Like they're all of a sudden taken out of our treasury, like France did. They're all of a sudden starting to make more military so that they don't have to rely on us as much. Even though we are still a global superpower and they won't have as much resources as us, which I've made clear enough, doesn't mean that they aren't trying to distance themselves from us like a toxic ex, but you live in the same home. Like, there's certain things you can't do at the moment that they wish they could do. In other cases, they did trust us, which they have in the past. They wouldn't be going out of their way of taking their money out of our banks. They wouldn't be going out of their way of making their own militaries. They wouldn't be going out of their way to constantly disagree with us politically because they trust that we align politically. Every few years, we have a different foreign policy. Russia doesn't have that. China doesn't have that. If we're talking about trust when it comes to strength, China has 10, 15-year-long foreign policy plans. When has the U.S. stayed with the same foreign policy for more than 5 years? Look at the Paris Agreement. We were pushing for that in 2015. Then we got a president who said we don't like that in 2017 and got out of it in 2020. And by the next year, we had a different president who was like, let's join that again.
Emmett can bring it back to
That's
6-4.
not a consistent foreign policy. That's not portraying
But it's 7-3
at all any strength or reliability. They can't even rely on us to be environmental. How can they rely on us to do what they want militarily? The past few wars or military like involvements we've had,
I was going to say he
everyone we were
tries
aligned
in
with
their
was
chat,
like,
but let's
no, we don't like
I'm a
that, with
judge.
maybe the exception of the UK. But even then, it's iffy. It's wafty. You research, like, interviewed 24 countries not too long ago, like 2 years ago, and asked them, do you think America
Land the plane, brother. Land the
should
plane. You
be
got this.
the world police? They didn't say that. They said something like world power. And it was less than 50%. Less than 50%? Are you tripping balls? Anyway, don't call me Gamer Boy.
All right, that's good. That's time. Emmett, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Go ahead and bring it home. Your closing thoughts, sir.
Yeah. I guess I cannot even say that I agree with the definition.
Oh,
For
God.
The definition is they trust us because they really had to go get energy. Who do they do? They don't go to the Russians, they go to the Americans. And every single Okay,
Are we
trustees.
back? Are we
You
good?
know, you
Can I
go
move
to
this?
them,
Good.
you
All
give
right.
them
Sorry
something,
about that.
and you rely that they will give you something back. They come to us, they rely on us, they take our equipment, they take our infrastructure, they use our stuff. At the end of the day, who they go to? The United States. And with that, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the debate. And I will always call him Gamer Boy or whatever. I don't know his name.
All right. Very cool. So
Bad faith.
with that, we are
Bad
done with
faith.
our second debate, kids. We're going to go ahead and put this into the chat. I will put this into all of the places I can put it, if you know what I mean, giggity. And I will get all of you guys out there to please vote. This is going to go into the Discord room as well, so that those of you over there on YouTube can vote. Boom, boom, boom. And we're going to go to our judges first, of course, because what they say matters more than the populace. Because, Jesus, where did everybody go? Jesus, are you there? Do we have an internet hiccup?
Yeah,
I think we might have had an internet hiccup.
Oh, did I lose you on Ninja?
Yeah, I lost your video feed, and it
All right,
looks
let me
like
let me just reload the page. Sorry about that. I had a little
no worries.
hiccup.
Yeah, no, you're there now, Tyler. You're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just had to reboot my virtual camera.
All right, cheers there, and there's Jesus. All right, all good, brother.
It's still off on here. That's weird.
Emmett, are you Catholic or religious at all?
I am very
Biscuit was
religious.
asking.
What am I doing?
Chat was
Oh,
asking.
Biscuit.
That's the reason he's bringing it up.
Yeah.
He's not holding it against you or using it against you or anything like that. Just so you know.
Religious too,
Chat
so I
was
don't really
curious.
care. if it was
I am
just
absolutely religious.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
Trent.
All right. And we will hold that conversation for the after party.
All right, link is
So
dropped.
with that
Go
said,
vote.
Tyler, you still seem to be going in and out. I don't know why, but your audio is still there, correct?
Yeah.
All right, very cool. Well, then in that case, I'm going to look to you first. If you are ready to render judgment, please.
All right.
Trust
So for the opening, Game Boy did abstract art for his opening. He made a bunch of statements. They didn't really string together that well. Kind of think I picked up what he was putting down at the time. I definitely figured it out.
Bigger
after he
picture.
started. Yeah. But Emmett laid out a really coherent argument, built his stepping stones fantastically well. Again, I knew how to get from point A to B to C with him. Just a good setting of the narrative. I think it's smart that he knew that the good counter argument was going to be Trump did all these things to our allies. What the fuck? And he preempted it with saying, we actually lost trust in them and that's why we're doing it. It's just whether it's true or not is up for Game Boy to dispute. But the fact that he preempted what his opponent was going to say and built his argument around it is a very strong tactic that I wish we saw more of here. So Game Boy actually had the better cross. I feel like he had the winning argument here. I kind of feel like Game Boy. I don't take this the wrong way. I feel like your mind went to the right place, but you kind of dropped the ball once you got into the actual back and forth on it. You had the right argument, that them decoupling from us in terms of economics and military was a very good first step for them. Actually, getting behind.
I still gotta pee. God damn it!
I feel like Emmett was able to kind of push you to your limit on that argument, though, by asking you for example. And then the one example, we paused the debates for you to go look it up. You brought up a much larger time frame of money increasing in spending in these EU nations than your example set out from just a few months ago in January. You're like, the last 10 years they put this much in. And Emmett was easily able to come in there and say, well, most of that was because Trump put pressure on them and forced them to increase their spending. And it allowed him to take your narrative out from underneath you. And then you guys moved on to the next thing. I think if you would have prepped around that argument, you probably would have won this. It was, even with the terrible opening you did, and the closing as well. Emmett had command of this the entire time. He was able to kind of push you around on when you had the better point. And I don't know. I kind of just like that he got ahead of the accusations about Trump. I really think that was a strong tactic on his part. Emmett just prepped very well. He was ready to go. He knew his arguments, and whether you like him or not is whatever. But he just was ready to go in the context of this debate. And I think it actually was an 8-2.
All right, 8-2 for Game Boy. You say correct?
No, for Emmett. 2-8. I'm sorry.
Oh, so 2-8. All right,
Yeah.
2-8 for the negative. Yeah, I was about to say all of your comments conflicted with that, but that's okay.
No.
All
I was
right.
always talking to Game Boy the whole time.
It's not over till it's over. The lead's not safe. The lead's not safe.
All right,
Emmett did
Jesus.
great.
Jesus.
Gamer
Are
boy.
you ready for your
Gamer
judgment?
boy.
I am, and
You fed him ammunition, Game Boy, and you know that. All right, go ahead, Jesus.
so for most of the debate, I was really split because Emmett employed a lot more debate tactics in terms of presenting the argument that he wanted to present, and again walking us through that instead of just having the position. But I feel like there was a lot of bad faith down to the very last question when I asked about trust and reliance. Like, well, I'm going to say what he said and strawman what Game Boy said. So what else do I want to say? Yeah, and I agree with Tyler that Game Boy should have had a much stronger position, but I think Game Boy, you had the point, but Emmett being a strong debater, it felt to me like you were letting him push you around, and it felt like, oh, he's saying this strongly, so he must be right. I'm not trying to read your mind, but that's just how it came off to me. And instead of focusing on this is why I think this is why I think I'm correct, I would have liked to see a lot more of teasing out what Emmett was saying and knocking down the specifics, like when he was saying, "Oh, they're all becoming commies," and you specifically asked, "Oh, how did they become commie?" And he gave you an answer, and you drilled down into that. I wish there would have been a lot more of that, but given the bad faith, I do have to give it to Game Boy at 6-4.
6-4 to
That's what we're talking about.
Boy.
That's what we're talking about.
All right, calm down. Keep it in your pants. All right, well, guess what? That means that the vote actually is going to matter this time. Chat, please get your votes locked in. I did put it over there. You guys, Tyler and Jesus, both of you guys put it in your chats, I think. So once again, Emmett, I assume you have put it in your chat as well if you're streaming. Everybody, please go ahead and click that link. I'm going to drop it one more fucking time just because everybody...
What do
your
you
votes matter.
guys
You
think?
guys are deciding the winner here.
What do you
So
guys
please get it
think?
done. I'm going to tell you because you said something in the Discord or in the chat earlier. I am no longer going to be doling out the MVPs. They're no longer meaningful, so there's no point. I'm just going to go ahead and keep my 2 cents to myself.
Please.
Go vote, baby. Go vote. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
All right. Well,
55-45. Get your votes
maybe
in.
I'll still think about it, but at least for the time being, I'm keeping them.
If there's no MVP, then you're just a narrator.
But I was
Moderator,
specifically
correct.
looking
That's right.
to be fair.
I don't get to judge, man. Again, I'm
he was in
I'm
bad
not
faith.
cool enough. All right, so I'm going to give you guys just a couple more seconds to lock this in because right now it is tied. 1 vote from Tyler for
Get it, guys. Get
Emmett,
it, guys.
1 vote
Get
from
it, guys.
Jesus for Game Boy. So we're going to go ahead and 3, 2, 1. Last vote's locked in, and let's see where it lands.
12-9 for Game Boy. So it has nothing
Pretty
to
close,
do.
kids. It's pretty close.
Has
It is
nothing to do-
13 votes for the
I know I'm
F
muted,
and
but I'm
9
breathing
votes for
really
the negative.
loudly.
That is
So it has nothing to do with whether or not I
6-4
liked
Game Boy. So the
Oh, yeah,
audience
'cause I'm
has
muted.
spoken,
And Clutch.
with a split decision vote. It looks like Game Boy is going to take the win here tonight. But Emmett, I do have to say that as with last time, I am continuously impressed with your performance, sir. You really are a fucking solid debater, man. And yeah, again, there were a couple of times where it seemed like you saw the trap and were able to tap dance around it. So again, even if the audience didn't agree, you were definitely great job tonight. So
I know it was kind of funny that I lost because I used debate on that debate. I'll probably stop using debate on that debate.
Is that what I said?
My next
Is that what I
one.
said? Or are you
I'll
now
try to
straw
do
manning
it.
me the same way you just straw
Yes,
man?
that's what you
Game Boy?
said, Eden Jesus. That's what you said.
No.
Oh
I
my
said
God,
the good.
debate
I said
tactics.
the
Oh
good
no.
parts that you
Oh
did.
my God,
I
you
said you
used to debate
debated
on
well.
that debate.
The debate
No.
tactics is a good thing, Emmett.
my
We're in a debate. You're crying over the fact that I told you you did good in the debate. You debated better than you debated better than what I would have expected. but
I
you were
lost
in bad
it,
faith.
man.
That's what I said.
To be fair, Jesus, he is not crying. He is most certainly laughing and frolicking. For
So
the
you're just
record, we just have to
bitching.
put that out there.
Bitching.
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah,
hon- I'll
complaining
be
perhaps,
more
yes,
accurate.
bitching. But either way, Emmett, Game Boy, both of y'all, great job. Game Boy, you get the check mark tonight. Stick around, please, because again, we're going to get back into this in the after party, and because there were a couple of places where y'all were talking past each other, and I actually want to get into the weeds with you guys about it. So, again, we're going to go ahead and move straight
I may
into our
not be able to make it. Let's see.
well, I'll cross my fingers for you. Our third debate of the night, our headline debate, our recycled prompt. A lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind in life. We are doing this by a morally superior vegan affirming, and Circa, our regular here, is negating that prompt. We all know how this works. I'm going to go ahead and look over at you first, vegan. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Without further ado, please open this up.
Hey guys, I'm vegan. I'm vegan, by the way. And since I'm against Circa, obviously I have shat my pants at this point, so I'll just have to deal with that. So I take the affirmative on that. Lack of financial literacy is the reason that most Americans fall behind, because I think that a lot of the times you hear statistics on stuff like, oh, X percentage of people don't have access to like housing or food,
I gotta pee.
or, whatever necessary thing it is that they need. And these polls or these statistics never go in depth about why it is they don't have that. And digging deeper, I think the evidence will show that the reason that people don't have these things is driven very powerfully by the fact that they don't make the best choices because they are unaware of choices that would be better for them. And in the case of the other side of things, I don't argue that there is no reason or there's no ability for people to argue for change, like on a systemic level. I think people, when they focus on improving themselves, can also focus on trying to change the system in some way to the benefit of
from me or
themselves as well as others in society.
From me or the video or both?
It's more critical to focus on yourself, because if you wake up tomorrow,
can you hear me?
You make one small step, one change to the benefit of yourself, that is something that happens tomorrow. If you think that there needs to be drastic reform in our tax system or our benefit system, or anything along those lines,
I'd rather you do that than say nothing. You're good.
By all means, you have my blessing. Go for it. The issue is that sometimes the way our government works, it's going to be years before any of these changes come. And I wouldn't advise somebody to hedge success in life on something that can happen in an unknown amount of time in the future, if it happens at all. Because as we look through history in our country, things make improvements or they're more progressive, and then they regress, and then they're progressive and regress. And I think it's better for somebody to use the system that exists as it exists today to their benefit, because that's going to be a far more impactful change in making life better for themselves. I guess that'll be my opening.
All right. Not a problem. Circa, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. You know what to do with this. Cross-examine as you see fit, sir.
All right, man. Hey, morally superior vegan. I heard a little bit of mentioning about scarcity there. Now, I want to ask you, are you claiming that lack of financial literacy is the primary reason most Americans fall behind?
Do you guys prefer this view or the
it
Discord
is
view?
Definitely a very powerful
or this
reason why most Americans fall
The
behind.
primary one, right?
I'll stay with primary reason.
Okay, so is it bigger than income instability?
I would argue that income instability is still a metric of financial literacy, in the sense that if somebody has one job.
And what definition of financial literacy are you using?
I mean, human capital is, for low-income earners, the largest aspect of finances for low-income earners.
Okay, so you're
And
going to
so-
be using essentially, if I'm not mistaken, Anna Marie's definition then, right? Because Anna Marie's definition and Mitchell's definition don't include that. Income instability, housing costs, medical debt, job loss, all these things are not included in their definition. If we're going to be talking about human capital.
I guess I don't know Anna Marie or.
It's about how
that-
financial information can be treated as an investment, correct? So this would be borrowing, saving, retirement, portfolio decisions, and nothing to do with income instability. Now I want to move on, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
During the Great Recession, okay, did millions of people lose jobs because they lacked individual financial literacy?
So are we talking about 2008 one?
Yep.
To a degree, yes, because a lot
Did
of
they
these
become financially illiterate overnight?
No.
Did they, if they were financially literate, did it prevent their layoffs?
I would argue that the issues that they came across was that the way that subprime mortgages worked, they didn't understand the fact
Financial
that
literacies can affect preparation, but they do not explain the shock, correct?
with financial literacy, you still need to include risk in planning.
It doesn't explain the shock. It explains you can affect preparation, I guess, but I'm talking about the shock.
And statistics
Millions
show
of
at
people
least,
lost their jobs.
Yes.
Strong cross here.
Did they
Strong
lose them because
cross
of
here.
financial literacy?
if we look at the root cause of what caused the crash and subprime mortgages being
The banks were the ones that did that. They were essentially writing the book on financial literacy there. But moving on, can scarcity make people focus on urgent needs even when they know the better long-term choice?
I think the issue of scarcity is that a lot of people, where over 50% of society says they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Knowing the better choice, I'm just going to point out, because there's not a lot of time, is not the same as having the slack to then do the better choice. Just to be clear.
All right. And with 3 minutes now on the clock for you, Circa, go ahead and open up, sir.
I'm just going to come out right and say it. Most Americans do not fall behind primarily because they lack financial literacy. They fall behind because of a broader opportunity ecosystem shaped by income, employment instability, family wealth, geography, housing, health, social capital, mental bandwidth, timing, and macroeconomic shocks such as the 2008 financial crisis. It is not a lie to say that financial literacy can help improve decisions within that ecosystem. But I just want to point out that people should understand debt, they should understand credit, they should understand interest, savings, taxes, retirement, and scams. A person who understands money has a better chance and shot at avoiding certain mistakes. That is true. Now, claim here is that a lack of financial literacy is the reason. That means primary. Most Americans fall behind in life. Not a reason, not a useful one.
The reason.
Again, the primary cause. So in my opinion, this prompt is too narrow for real life. A family can understand budgeting and still have income that rises and falls every month. The financial diaries also have shown, this is just some evidential stuff we'll get to, that some families are not simply failing to plan. They are trying to survive unstable paychecks, short-term emergencies, and bills that do not wait politely for the next good week. A worker can understand money and still lose his job in a recession. And a Great Recession did not happen because millions of Americans suddenly forgot how money worked. Jobs vanished, homes were foreclosed, whole towns got hit by a storm they did not personally create. A child can grow up with the same financial lessons as another child and still face a different life because place matters. And opportunity changes by geography, school quality, segregation, family stability, and social capital. So, in my opinion, financial literacy obviously helps someone read a map, but I don't think it's going to help you build the road. It's not just a calculation to have success. It is recognition, timing, judgment, communication, stability, and access. It is seeing the door before it closes and having enough footing to walk through it once you recognize it and know how to capitalize on it. I think financial literacy is just a part of that, but it is not the primary cause or the whole thing. And then I'll end my opening there.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you, vegan. You've already seen how this works. 3 minutes on the clock for you to use as you see fit. Poke holes, set up arguments, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead and start them when you're ready.
Sure. I guess the point that I would make, because in my opening, I agreed that, systemic issues can be important and they are a role. But if we were to look at the last 20 years, the recession came and it was bad, and people lost jobs, they lost their homes. But then it was, I think, 4 or 5 years, and then the economy essentially recovered to baseline. Unemployment dropped, everything like that. And since then,
hit that poll, guys. I want to know if you want to see it like this,
the economy has been improving to
or like that.
whatever degree that we are till where we're at here. Is it something where, are you saying that only
right now
these kind of extreme situations that pop up, like a recession, is that the reason that is why most Americans fall behind?
No. Okay. I'm not making the claim that recessions are the main reason people fall behind.
Okay. Was it that it was like where you're born, or like your parental upbringing, your school district and stuff like that? Is that the reason?
Thought so.
It is not the primary reason, no.
What would you say is the primary reason?
I'm going to say that something like income, stability, time, health, transportation, housing, and access before anything financial optimizational becomes meaningful at all. So it'd be something like that: income, stability, time, and health.
Okay. Yeah. So
that would be choice set, if you want more some terminology.
Sure. Okay. So if the possibility, or if there was a possibility for an individual to have more secure housing at a cheaper cost and more secure transportation at a cheaper cost, all that stuff, would you say that that would be one of the driving causes of them to then succeed later on?
No. Now, the second thing would be something akin to bandwidth, is what we call it in economics and behavioral economics. This would be scarcity. So scarcity, evidently, and this is factual, changes the way people purchase or make decisions. So this would be something like when people are under pressure, they know the better long-term choice. They have financial literacy, but oftentimes they don't have the slack to do it. They don't have the extra income. They don't have the extra ability. So the problem here next would not be simply just fixing choice set. It would be that it's not always ignorance. It would be constraint and actually having the ability to then go on and do it, separate from housing and income and stability.
And is scarcity the primary driver of these choices, or in terms of behavioral economics, or are there other things?
Choice
like
set would be the primary driver, in my opinion. After that would be this bandwidth idea.
Okay.
I'm just
So I'm
turning
gonna go ahead and put 10
our
minutes,
chat
I'm
off
gonna put 10 minutes on the clock
because
Just
it's
go ahead and roll
mostly
straight into
them,
the
and
conversation
then we
from
want
the
our
two.
own chat when we're reviewing it.
Sure. So I guess if I were to open on that concept of choice, as long as I understand it properly, housing costs and all these other things are the primary aspect of what can allow somebody to succeed.
Income is number one. Income's number one. So like income has nothing to do with those things.
Okay. And in that sense, that's why I would say financial literacy does include the knowledge that, okay, if I work X job and I make $30,000 a year, but if I don't, or if I'm able to apply 4 weeks of time to, to whatever learning, very vague.
I just want to point out, I think earlier you mentioned you were using human capital, correct?
Yes.
From Anna Maria Lusardi and Olivia Mitchell, right? So their argument is human capital based. That's where that phrase comes from, right? And it has a very specific it has a very specific meaning to it. It doesn't include, weighing the opportunity cost or the recognition that a job might pay more. That's not included in financial literacy. If we do that, then we're making the term here just mean nothing, too broad. If you were going to take the human capital route.
So then I guess what would financial literacy mean to you? Just only what you invest in?
It's borrowing, saving, retirement, and portfolio decisions.
And how do you save for retirement?
There's many different ways to do that. I don't know if that's relevant.
Like for a low income or a
I hate
medium income earner.
I hate when he says, I don't know if that's relevant. Just answer the question.
Well, it wouldn't have anything to do with the income or how you get the income, correct? At least if we're talking about jobs and the average American.
It
would be
wouldn't
afterwards. That would be afterwards. So that would be the whole point of choice set, by the way, is a causal chain here, right? So we have someone who knows how compound interest works, but they have no surplus to invest, right? Correct? That would be a big problem for someone who can't.
I want to listen.
Who knows the financial literacy here, but they can't actually make the decision to do it. So it doesn't mean that financial literacy is useless, by the way. It just means that it's downstream, correct? It's not a primary cause.
I mean, I would argue that being able to look at the situation of what they're with budgeting, obviously budgeting requires an income in some way. And if you're going to look at your budget, you can cut costs, you know, in XYZ reason for whatever, you know.
Income on its own is not going to be affected by budgeting. Budgeting is a downstream idea of income, correct?
I would still argue that being able to make the
now I do want to move on to something else if that's all right. Let's do a little bit of a test here, like a little bit of a question, okay? So
yeah,
if you have two people that have the same financial literacy, right?
Yep.
One has family wealth, stable housing, good health, strong networks, and regional opportunity, while the other has debt, instability, poor health, weak networks, and no safety net. Are they equally likely to succeed?
No, I would say the person who's economically stable.
So financial literacy is not enough to explain the difference, correct?
Okay, so if I pull an equal idea, let's say you have two people of the same situation.
But
same
before we move on,
loan.
same literacy here, different lives. Doesn't that mean that financial literacy is not the main explanation going on here?
In this particular situation, no.
I mean, that's
okay.
a pretty common one, isn't it?
So if in a situation where you have two people of equal standing, same amount of debt, same everything else, but one person is financially literate and the other is not, the statistics
who's making
show
the real hypothetical now? Two people of equal standing?
like same amount of debt, same amount of, you know, everything else.
So I think a better question now would be, what exactly counts as financial literacy?
Understanding, I mean, generally speaking, just understanding how finances work, how budgeting works, human capital, although you disagree.
How come that includes things like practical judgment or just life?
No
confidence?
ads for you.
Isn't that a little too broad?
Well, I guess you're not seeing it anyway.
in regards to behavioral choices in financial
behavioral
decisions.
economics, at least in this regard, again, if we're going to be talking about human capital, that's going to be too broad of a definition.
I'm not talking behavioral economics. I would say, like in behavioral choices for finances, like if you look at somebody who's convinced by advertisements to buy a truck with a 72-month loan is going to be far worse off than somebody who's going to buy a used car, but that's still a behaviorally driven choice to their detriment. So behavior can still play a role, and that is definitely one of the strongest things. There's lifestyle creep. There's the hedonic treadmill that people keep trying to outrun.
Yeah, so behavior would be like the second cause, or like at least if we're going off of an in order,
Circa's winning me over. Circa's winning me over.
All of them are important though. Now, the third one here would be something like opportunity, right? So, something I actually think is a little more relevant to this, and it's my own personal opinion, but do we think that someone who has financial literacy,
that's the lefty mindset,
has the ability to recognize and convert a non-financial opportunity in order to get income, like a good job?
Can you reword that?
Does someone who have financial literacy, does it automatically mean they know how to recognize and convert a non-financial opportunity, which could be getting a new job? As in, let's say you're at a bar top, you strike up conversation with the guy next to you. You get to know him personally. You're very personal with him. He likes you. He mentions that he has a position that he's looking for. Even if you don't really have the expertise, or honestly, maybe you're not even that qualified to take it, he still decides to give you an interview. Do you think having financial literacy is going to give you the tools to recognize and convert on that non-financial opportunity.
I think that case is definitely
Recognizing it.
would be a very minority aspect. So if we were to look at the prompt,
See,
it's
I
most
disagree.
Americans.
I think the ability to recognize every opportunity that you can capitalize in front of you is far more important than just financial literacy. And that means every moment of your life, there is something you can capitalize on if you can recognize it. If you can capitalize on every opportunity, that would definitely give you the ability to succeed in life more than just knowing how a budget spreadsheet.
Circa's running this.
So
If you
I guess
recognize how this person you're talking to could actually give you a job, if you recognize that this is worth it, if you recognize, things of that nature.
Again, I would fall back more towards the prompt saying most Americans. I don't think most Americans are going to a bar and having a conversation with somebody that's going to offer them a
I didn't
job.
say most Americans are good at recognizing opportunities. I just said that even think that something like this is more important than financial literacy.
For most Americans, I would disagree because most Americans aren't coming across situations like this.
I'm surprised financial
That's not
audit
true at all.
with
Most Americans
Caleb
come across them
Hammer
every day,
isn't
they
coming
just fail
up.
to recognize them. I think you would agree to that, right?
Do you have statistics for that?
No, this is my own personal source. But
sure.
I feel like it'd be somewhat hard to prove because I can't really prove a negative here. But just think about every single person you interact with. If somehow you were able to talk to them a little bit more deeply. But again, it's not really my main reason why.
Sure. I think I'll go back to the previous point, which I think was particularly important, where it was costs of living is more, as you said, more important, where cost of housing and everything like that.
Choice set.
Yeah, choice set. There we go. I think there is a statistic that like currently 1/3 of Americans aged 18 to 34, which is a weird age set, currently live with the parents, and
man knows what's good.
The majority of them agree they're doing it because it helps them out financially, and the remaining 2/3, 2/3 of them are saying that if they were focused more on financial security rather than behavioral independence, they would move back home because they would be able to save on average, across all of America, about $10,000 to $20,000 a year. It's the very minority, like 5 to 10% of people can't move homes due to abusive homes or parents downsize their homes.
I mean, that says more about the economic condition of the average American than it does about their ability to succeed.
The individual.
I think a financially literate American would see that if I can save $10,000 to $20,000 a year.
If this was 50 years ago, there would be it'd be a different answer, right? The truth is the economic condition in this country is not good.
Though. We're living today, not 50 years ago.
Sure, but you don't get to transpose it as if like somehow that's going to be a magically good.
I couldn't not
in
have
reality,
a car.
It's just their economic condition in general because the economic condition in this country is degraded. Is just not good. They can't really transpose them that way.
Like in a systemic thing, you can argue that the economy is not a good spot, but from what the statistics are saying, what the statistics are saying that with
the third debate is usually the headliners. My debate is Circa last time in this position.
Back home, 2/3 of them, more than 2/3.
No, you don't.
Back home,
really?
And then they save $10,000 to $20,000 a year, and that's just housing.
Again,
if we look
can
at
scarcity make people focus on urgent needs even when they know the better long-term choice? As in,
scarcity
this
would
is kind of a
come
little bit of
from.
a tangential idea here, but like, if rent was due, do you think that might overpower someone's retirement planning?
Well, I'm
all
not
are,
sure where
myself
scarcity
included.
would come from in the sense that an individual would choose
Scarcity
to live at
is-
home rather than finding a place to
No,
live.
this is a little bit of a tangential idea, but I don't think it's that relevant, the living at home thing, to be honest with you.
I think it is.
Sounds like a
'cause
people don't budget idea, but budgeting is useful when you have enough money to allocate, not when you don't have enough
Callum
money
Hammer.
to actually afford
Caleb?
rent.
Why did you say Callum? Caleb.
So if moving home gives you that money to
Budgeting is not
allocate
going to
for-
solve unstable income or unaffordable rent or medical bills or childcare costs or job loss, correct?
So the $10,000 to $20,000 that an average American would save living at home, does that not do anything?
Are they going to be able to
Are those
keep their
are those
job when
resources-
they move home? Where are you getting the statistic from?
It is.
Are they going to be able to keep their job? Like, how far away do they move? I'm pretty confused how we can just get this number out of thin air.
I've got. Let me digger on up.
Also,
here.
I don't know if that actually qualifies as a financial literacy move, right?
It's choices about your income and what you spend money on. I would say that's.
It sounds like general judgment to me, right? Which is broader than financial literacy.
I mean, with that case, I don't think I could argue anything as financial literacy.
Yes, you can. I already told you what you could with.
Name one thing.
Again, we're going to be looking at saving, retirement, portfolio decisions, borrowing.
But how
budgeting.
How can you claim saving as a financial choice when that's just like a rational thought for somebody to have?
It is
I think,
part of financial literacy. Saving is part of financial literacy within the definition of human capital.
If that's the case, then somebody living at home to save $10,000 to $20,000, how is that
Okay,
not
so
financial?
the decision to live at home is not part of the financial literacy, but the saving afterwards.
I disagree. I don't
would
like
be.
that.
Does that make sense?
So if an individual realizes that they can save $10,000 to $20,000 by living at home,
that's
is that not
For
a wise
instance,
financial
general judgment. Okay, general judgment is partially helped by
That
financial
stuff is
literacy,
poison.
But can it explain, most Americans falling behind? And it is broader than financial literacy, correct?
No, I would disagree.
Yes. You think general judgment is not broader than financial literacy? General judgment.
No, I guess more so the conflating the two, because
I'm not conflating them. I'm trying to demarcate them for you.
Well, is it just general knowledge for somebody to put money into an emergency savings account?
If you're doing that, it's savings. That wouldn't be general judgment.
And if you're choosing to live somewhere else to save more money, that's not saving money.
Is that, again, is it because of unstable income or unaffordable rent, or is it because they really are just choosing to do this out of, saving? They're trying to do this because they want to be good at financial literacy.
I think one stat was that 64% of Americans that live 18 to 34-year-olds that live at home are doing it because of financial.
A stat is not going to give you any inference. I wouldn't just go on further than whatever the stat's telling you, right? You kind of have to, when you get statistics, you kind of have to make sure that you're not just using the data set and you don't make inferences.
Morty wins!
Whatever they can claim.
But yeah, drop it in the Discord.
So the 64% that say they're doing it to
put it to a poll
save
and
money
see
for finances.
what people really think.
I cannot claim that 64% of people are doing it for financial reasons.
Again, this is because the economic conditions are bad, correct? Not because they know financial literacy. This is downstream.
I guess I'm unsure then,
Correct.
like what can exist as financial literacy consistently.
Yeah, I know. The problem here is that you can't make it so broad that all of a sudden every single decision you make is now financial literacy, correct?
I don't see why that's an issue.
I agree.
Because then
he's right.
You've made the definition of financial literacy now something that's irrelevant, and it's not something that's up for debate.
How's it
You've made
irrelevant?
every decision in the world.
Every decision related to money and how somebody can use money to their advantage or disadvantage.
Is addiction and despair something related to money? Even though they understand financial literacy, maybe addiction and despair causes them to make improper decisions?
Yeah. Behavior
in there
can play a role.
Okay.
And
What about
finances
social
can-
capital?
Can play a role.
What about no? I mean, it's definitely not
Please tell me you're joking.
directly helped by financial
I mean, if
literacy.
you're like if somebody were to network for the purpose of trying to expand
That
their
is
social
not-
capital because
that
they
is
realize
not
that.
directly financial literacy. That has nothing to do with saving, borrowing, or retirement.
So why would
Correct.
somebody want to network if it's not
So
related
they can
to
get a better
finances?
job, and then downstream they could save. Correct.
Okay, so the ultimate reason is so that they can save money. So the
No, that's
choice
not the ultimate
that
reason.
drives the social
Are we not done?
events or these networking things is the end goal is to save money. And if that doesn't count as a financially literate choice for something to do,
See, you have to be careful here, okay? You can't just go further than whatever. If you brought up human capital, correct?
Yeah.
Human capital based. So financial knowledge can be treated as an investment. People who acquire it can make better borrowing, saving, retirement, portfolio decisions, correct? Now, The very article in which you're bringing up this phrase from makes clear that you cannot go further than this. They even write in their conclusion that we need to make sure that you isolate this in its scope. We can't do what you're saying. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I would still disagree.
It's not the primary cause that's happening from this. It's just saying something useful.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and jump in real quick. I'm not sure that I caught where Vegan referenced a source that you're pulling from, Circa. So I'd be very curious if you could drop what source he mentioned, or that you're quoting him, or quoting him.
Actually, I'm going to stay here so you guys can see the green lines.
I kind of lost the thread there for a second. So if you could throw that into the Discord room, that would be super awesome. We're going to go ahead and go to our questions, our Q&A session from the judges. We do have a question for Circa, although it is sort of a meme question, another anonymous tipper, but so it's going to get in there, but yeah, it's a little off prompt. So I'm going to start out here with Vegan. First question from me, sir. In your opinion, or for this is something I'm going to give you the opportunity to articulate your thought one more time for us. I know you touched on this and you've kind of answered the question, but I'm not sure that I was able to fully understand your answer. So please explain to me and for us how it is that that personal financial accountability is able to overcome systemic barriers
by not drawing money every day.
Tragedies. Circa mentioned things like losing your job or market crashes, et cetera, et cetera. How is it that personal financial accountability is going to be able to beat those sort of systemic issues?
I would say that, and that's why at the very start, when the recession was brought up, where that happened 18 years ago, and to use that as the norm, or what most Americans are going through right now, doesn't fit the definition of most Americans. Like, that's not what's happening to most Americans. Unemployment rate is, I don't know where it is exactly, but like 5%. So 95% or most Americans have jobs and they're secure in whatever housing they have. Was there a second part to the question I'm forgetting?
Nope, that was it. Good enough stuff. We're going to go ahead and go to Average Debate Enjoyer. Tyler, please hit Circa with a question, sir.
Circa? I thought it was Vegan.
I'm sorry. Please ask Vegan a question.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
only half paying attention.
I'll flog myself later, as you were.
All right, so Vegan, you made the argument that people can move back into their parents' house and save money, but this ignores several things like opportunity, education, employment, often things people move away from their homes from. And they usually take these risks in their early 20s and 30s because that's the time where they're going to be in poverty. They're going to be grinding, learning their skills, their experience. So would you not say your argument is unrealistic because the reasons people often move away from their parents' house are to grow long term?
I would disagree that it's a bad or unrealistic choice because, as the statistics show, 2/3 of Americans or more would be willing to live at home for long-term financial gain. A lot of the time they do it is so they can save up money to buy a home, or if they want to save money to do college and not need to take out loans for that schooling. It may delay their time that they get to schooling, but then they don't need to worry about debt with loans. I think the statistics speak for themselves in the fact that the majority of Americans would be willing to live at home because in the long run, they see that it would be beneficial for themselves in the regard of money they have, money they can spend, and overall outcome of life.
Right. And Jesus, your turn, sir. Question for Vegan, please.
Yeah, I apologize. I forget the exact example
muted,
you
my
guys
friend.
were using, but sorry for that. I forgot the exact example that you guys were using, but Vegan, you said that financial literacy isn't necessarily the main reason in all cases. So how can it be the reason if it's not in all cases?
Can you bring up the prompt again on your stream? You changed it back to the original.
I sure did. I'm sorry I screwed up. I'll fix it. But
so a lack of financial literacy is the reason most Americans fall behind in life. So if somebody comes up and says, okay, so if this disabled person or this person that's in the bottom 5% of income in America aren't able to use financial literacy to climb their way out of, poverty or their situation, however negative it is, I would admit that yes, somebody being financially literate can't solve every single problem, but these are niche cases in some part, or the vast minority for the other parts. And so for most Americans, if we want to talk about, the poorest 80%, and we don't even need to do that because even rich Americans make really stupid choices. They come to financial ruin. There's the saying or equivalent saying across essentially every society in the world where the first generation builds wealth, the second one maintains it, and then the third one squanders it. It doesn't matter how wealthy a group is in terms of if they have wealth or not. If they're stupid, even if a wealthy person is stupid, they can squander their wealth. And if we're going to focus on the bottom 10 or 20% of Americans and only on income for that bottom 20%, I think that doesn't qualify under the definition of the debate where it's most Americans, because 20% is not most.
Okay. All right. So now we're actually going to send it over to Circa. Circa, I'm going to ask you your first question. First of all, I did get that reference, and I appreciate that. I will take a look at that later, and I will also put it into the room chat so all the other people can take a look at it. So I had a couple of questions for you, but I'm going to give you the easiest one, I think. Do you believe in, and ironically, it's the same question that I asked Testes whenever they had this prompt. You were saying that a lack of financial literacy is not the main reason, or is not the reason most Americans fall behind in life. However, I would like to ask, do you believe that an increase in investment knowledge and financial literacy would benefit most Americans, at least?
You already said that. It's useful.
But it wouldn't make a meaningful impact?
Is it the primary cause? No. Is it useful? Yes.
Okay. So there is some benefit to it. Fair enough. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Yep.
Tyler, your question for Circa, please.
All right, Circa. So your argument is that financial literacy
This fucking picture
is income. And fuck, how did I write this? You argue that financial literacy isn't the factor, but your income is the major factor. You can know how to build yourself into a millionaire, essentially, but if you don't have certain things there, it doesn't mean shit, is what you're saying here.
No, I said choice set.
Like,
so that means people need income, they need stability, they need health.
Yes, yeah, you can have the knowledge in your head to build. Hold on, this is just a clarification question. You could have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking questions. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm asking just a quick clarification of his argument. I'm saying you could have the knowledge in your brain of how to become a millionaire, how to be the best investor in the world, and that doesn't mean shit if you don't have certain factors. One of the main one being income. That's your argument, yes?
No, I never said it doesn't mean shit.
Like, it doesn't. I'm being hyperbolic. I'm just making a summary on it.
You're putting words into the debater's mouth.
It doesn't matter.
Use his actual words, or don't. You're trying to.
Oh, come on!
You're trying to repeat his argument.
Yes, summarize.
You're misquoting his arguments.
Okay, but you can't say the entire argument
at all. I'm saying it's not the major factor.
It is not the major one. It's probably
it don't mean shit. It's good. It just don't mean shit unless you have other things. That's your argument. So yes. So would you not consider? Okay, I got the answer I need. Man. Don't be pedantic. You would. So would you not consider financial literacy everything else but what you said? The eye for opportunity, the ability to take a marketable idea, understand the business structure, design a business, and present that to borrowers or investors to secure that income. Aren't those all financially literate skills? And just because you aren't able to eye gold doesn't mean you have to reinvent the wheel. You could just
Those are not
become
financial literacy skills.
Those are okay. So being able to build a
Being
business,
able to
understand
get
those are not
someone to
financial
like
literacy.
you and being a good client executive. Are
That's
different
not
than
what I
knowing how
asked
to
about
budget.
being to like you. I said have a marketable idea, understand a business structure, design a business plan. Those are not marketable skills. Literacy skills. I'm sorry.
Do you think an entire business, the marketing structure, all of those ideas you just said are
I'm not
financial
I'm not
literacy
answering your
ideas?
questions here. I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering it. What you just said is wrong.
That's
It's
not the answer.
financial
That's a
literacy.
question. I said, do you not consider financial literacy to be understanding what a marketable idea is, building a business structure, designing a business plan, and presenting it to an investor to get an investment? Do you not consider those skills specifically to be financial literacy? Okay, that's all I'm asking.
All right, we got through that. Jesus. I'm going to need a lot of fucking whiskey tonight. Will you please ask Circa a question, sir?
Yeah. So, where do you draw the line as to what is included under financial literacy? I know you defined what financial literacy itself is, but what is the threshold that you use to determine this is financial literacy or this is not financial literacy?
Yeah, it's the ability to process economic information and make informed decisions about planning, saving, wealth accumulation, debt, and
I just said I'm not asking for the
pension,
definition.
all those ideas.
Right. So that was the definition. What I'm asking is to clarify if we have situation A and situation B, how do you determine that situation A falls under the category of financial literacy and option B? What's the
So
threshold?
let's say you get a new job and you don't have a lot of pressure to spend money on healthcare. And let's say you live in an area that allows you to get that job. You know, the opportunity is there for you to take because of stability. Let's say there's no recession or layoffs happening because of bad economic conditions. And then the very fifth thing here would be you can convert this into budgeting or planning for retirement. There you go.
All right. So I think that was all of the judge questions and then some. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and kick this back to the two debaters. We're going to go to you first, Vegan, for 3 minutes on the clock to give you the opportunity uninterrupted to give us your 3-minute closing, sir. Start the clock when you start to talk.
All right. I guess since we were so limited on our time to talk, which is the format of it, the other things that I was hoping to bring up were more general statistics about the average American, or most people. There was a study that shows that an average American loses $1,000. Well, in 2025, lost $1,000 due to lack of financial knowledge. They overpaid debt. They took out bad credit, stuff like that. So even for low-income earners, that extra $1,000 would be immensely helpful. The TIAA Institute for Personal Finance has this thing they call the three times rule, where people with low financial literacy are 3 times more likely to be financially fragile, more susceptible to emergencies, essentially ruining them. They have no plan for the future beyond that. 5 times more likely to have no savings at all, and 2 times as likely to say debt prevents them from managing other life priorities, primarily because they take bad debt. There was a FINRA study last year showing that only 29% of Americans could correctly explain how compounding works. And they, from that data, realized that leads to high cost borrowing, like payday loans, like high, APR credit cards, stuff like that, buy now, pay later stuff. And that leads to another $1,200 per year in interest due to those. I was only able to touch on housing with.
You want him to eat a dog?
I think that a financially literate person would see living at home as a financially wise choice because it's focused on money. If we go to the other big costs for your average American, transportation is one of them. And there was a study showing that about 10% of people use public transportation, when it was 30 to 40% of people are within means of using that public transportation. And they graded that public transportation as something where a bus shows up every 15 minutes. So reliable, consistent transportation that is far cheaper than buying a car. There was another that showed something like 54% of journeys traveling was less than 3 miles. And if people are traveling 3 miles to go to work, for example, or the grocery store, you don't need a car to go 3 miles. A car is very expensive, and it leads to financially ruinous decisions in the end. People can be car poor, especially lower income Americans. And so realizing that they don't need a car to drive from point A to point B, if the average distance for a drive is 3 miles, they can buy an e-bike or public transport or anything like that. My time's up, but I would have stepped a couple more steps, but my time is up. So,
no worries. So we're going to go ahead and kick it over to you now, Circa. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Bring it home.
Okay, so does financial literacy matter? Or does it explain most Americans falling behind? The first is true. I think the second is not. Bad debt can hurt you. Bad spending can hurt you. Waiting too long to save can hurt you. And I think there is no need to pretend that financial choices are just like harmless, because they're not. Even the ideas that my opponent just brought up, things like compounding interest, are directly changed by how much income you make. If you make more income, if jobs were not stagnant, if we had a better economic condition, then people wouldn't take out compounding interest loans. There'd be less risk. Now, transportation, he said reliable. I don't think he ever mentioned safe. A lot of people under pressure will change what is a good economic or financial literate decision to be one that is not about financial literacy and is one about safety. Many people don't care if the trains or the buses come every 15 minutes, but they do care if it's unsafe. And that would pressure them to make a different decision. These are all things that I just mentioned come before financial literacy. Now, this is what I mean by the evidence points to something wider. Families fall behind when paychecks swing, when rent rises, when jobs don't pay as much, when they disappear, when medical debt lands and they have to take out really bad payday loans, like you just mentioned. When child care eats the margin, which every single month is getting insanely higher. When the neighborhood has fewer openings, when a person has no cushion and they have no one to call. Take two people with the same financial literacy, like I mentioned, the same, one has stable parents, the other one does not. They have the same financial literacy and they end up with different outcomes. Same literacy, different lives. That is the problem with this claim. It takes one tool and treats it as some sort of like master key.
Convenience for sure.
Financial literacy can help someone avoid a payday loan. It can help someone understand compound interest. It can help someone see the danger in a bad mortgage or a credit card balance, but it cannot create income. It cannot lower rent. It cannot stop a layoff. It cannot cure illness. It cannot change when someone was born or where they were born. It cannot replace family wealth. It cannot replace social trust. And it cannot take place for a real opportunity structure. We should teach financial literacy. That is true. But we should not mistake this for the answer. People fall behind through a wider economic system, an ecosystem of all these things I just mentioned. Choice set, bandwidth, opportunity, stability, resources, timing, again, geography, family, health, work, and shocks. And financial literacy helps and is useful.
10 seconds.
As we just learned a little bit. But it is not the primary reason. And I'll end it there.
Right. All right. So real quick, as a completely unrelated side note, morally superior vegan, I need to let you know, sir, for some reason, your microphone sounds like a fucking teletype from like 1942. So
I don't even know.
Okay. It's just
that
like
is.
it's distracting.
The fuck is a teletype?
I don't know if everybody else can hear it or it's just me, but yeah, I'm struggling to not bang my head on my desk. So just to let you know. All right, everybody. So that is our third debate in the bag. Everybody, please be ready to vote. Let me get that link ready. I was distracted by the sound of his aliens, but now we have got it ready. Here you go.
So for the panel, do you guys want me to just
all right? So
turn my
everybody,
camera on and
please
go in
click this
there?
link. Vote for who you think made the most compelling
Do you
argument.
want me to
there.
pull the Twitch thing
was
up?
it morally superior vegan defending the affirmative, or was it Circa defending the negative?
Oh wait, I think they're gonna go.
I'm going to drop that same link into the Discord room so that everybody else can put it into theirs. Skadoosh. And also, I'm going to go ahead and drop it over there into my own YouTube and Kick. So everybody, please lock in your votes. Tell us where you landed. But to answer Bisky's question, what is the purpose of the judges? The purpose of the judges is multifaceted. First of all, yes, it is to ask them questions. Second, or to push the debaters to be better. Second of all, it is to render judgment on who made the best performance. But also it is to offer feedback and constructive criticism to debaters, things that maybe they missed or things they might be able to improve on, suggestions, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really what we're looking for from the judges. So with that said, I'm going to look over to them right now. Judges, I assume you guys are ready to render your verdicts. Tyler, where did you land on this one and why?
All right, so Circa got read out in front and sees the definition. He had some cited reasons. Do you mean this person's or this person's? He locked him into his dichotomy. It was never broken out of. Well, it wasn't attempted to be broken out of. At the time, it was basically just accepted. He got to define what financial literacy was, and it pretty much won the argument for him. And plus, he was prepped on some of the really early exchanges and just kind of won the first half of the debate. It was pretty much a sweep. So then Vegan comes into a pretty solid argument, I think, and says about people moving home. There's choices you can make that will improve your status financially, even if they maybe will hurt you in other ways, but you can move back home and save a ton of money and be more insulated. Nobody can prep for every doomsday. I think he gave that concession at one point. But you can make yourself financially isolated for these shocks. And I think that was a point brought up kind of early. So he gets into that argument, but Circa hit him back with a good counter argument, saying, like, essentially, like, how far are you moving? When are you keeping your job? He moved on from that point, so I made it into my question, but I think Circa, like, rebutted his first good argument very well with that. And then toward the end of the debate, it got a little bit weaker, but then Vegan didn't seize on the opportunity. Circa said that 65% of people are living paycheck to paycheck because the economy is bad. And it's not anything to do with financial literacy. And Vegan could have seized on that opportunity. Like, I've heard people make that argument, and I can make it myself. There's a lot of good arguments buried in. Like, this has been going on for 15 years, people living paycheck to paycheck. The economy's been bad for 15 years, and we can see that since the 70s, we're spending less disposable income out of our pockets for almost every single good. So, and people are like spending 3 times as much on entertainment and going out to eat and shit like that. Like, he could have made all those arguments, but he didn't. Like, there was a weakness, a hole there probably to pounce on, and he didn't. So, like, I gave this to Circa. I'm having a hard time deciding 8-2 or 7-3 for Circa's. I'm gonna go with 2-8 for Circa's favor.
2-8 to Circa from Tyler. All right, Lutch, now it's your turn, sir. Where'd you come down on this debate and why, sir?
I thought this was actually an interesting one. I think it came down to the prompt itself, because if it was something along the lines of financial literacy is a huge issue or a primary issue or something like that, then I think Vegan would have taken it, because I don't really know how you could argue against that. But given the fact that Circa honed in early on the fact that the prompt was indeed the primary reason, in terms of just defining terms, framing the debate, and driving the discussion. There was a lot of times when I felt like Vegan, you potentially were, I mean, I don't know what's in your guys' heads, but it felt like Circa maybe was like, ooh, I don't want to argue on these grounds, so I want to talk about something else. And every time he did that, you kind of just went along with it. And so I gave him points for driving the conversation. And then just in general, I think Circa came in with a better understanding of what the opposing argument would be. So I went with 3-7 for Circa.
All right, 3-7 for Circa. So chat, I do want you guys to click that link. I'm going to drop it one more time, but ultimately this is just for show. Just like here in the United States, your votes are only for performative purposes. The win here is going to go to Circa. But lock it in. I'm going to give it about another 3, 2, 1. And let's see where we landed. Boom. Show results.
Forgot to fit.
And 10-9 tie. Oh, wait. We got one last minute vote in there for vegan. It's y'all are still locking them in. I'm calling it a tie because that's where it was whenever I said it, and it's going back and forth. So we're going to call that it's irrelevant. So the audience vote is 5-5. That said, everybody, great fucking job to all of the debaters tonight. Some people have already had to leave, some people, and they might come back. But that said, I want to thank you again to all of tonight's debaters. I hope this has been as awesome for you guys as it has been for us. Remember, we are always open to feedback and suggestions, so please let us know if you have any ideas on how we can make this a better experience for you guys. Above all, thank you to all of the viewers out there. We wouldn't be here without you guys. Remember, we do this every Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7 p.m. and 6 p.m. respectively. So make sure you give us a follow, and that way you will get the notifications whenever we go live.
It's gotta work. Wait, you already joined the Discord.
Production improving, and of course, once those become more regular,
I thought you were already
they
in
will
there.
start being shared with the winning debaters. So help out if you can. But if you can't, you can also help us out just by spreading the word about what we are doing here. So finally, if you haven't already, join our free Discord server where
Okay,
you can
so
take this conversation.
I might
after
need to
lights
jump
go off
out of
and cameras go
StreamYard in
away.
order to turn my
That
camera
is where
on
you can
over
tell me
there.
if you're interested in participating and
We'll
giving
see.
this
So
whole
let's
debate thing a
try
shot.
this.
So we definitely hope we get to see you guys here for the next round. Now, that said, we do have one more question. Oh, well, first of all, if I was to still be giving out MVPs, there were a few close runners for that. Everybody did a great job, but everybody also had a couple of little slip ups here and there. At the end of the
Not
day,
answering that
I think
question.
I would have to give that to Circa, though. Not because I agree with him, not because I liked his approach, but because, as both of the judges said, he really did kind of control that debate. He had a great cross examination, and ultimately his overall rhetoric usage was the most effective. So,
isn't something that happens.
that
People
said,
make choices
Circa,
they-
you are the recipient of our last question from the chat, at least in the regular time. It is a meme question, but it's an important question because there's some questions that all of us want
I'm
answered.
ready.
That's a cute puppy.
So, Circa, what situation would cause you to eat morally superior vegan? And also, how would you like him to be seasoned for that meal?
I would consent, by the way.
Oh, there you go. What circumstances would have to happen for you to be willing to cannibalize vegan?
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies. And how would you season it?
Coconut.
There you go. A little bit of coconut rubbed on his nuts. So, y'all, this is not my question. This came from chat. This is what's on the hearts and minds of fucking people. So, last little button on top. Everybody, please. We're gonna have the VOD is going to have everybody's links. Please
is
in the
that
comments? Follow them. I put it at the beginning, but I'm also going to go ahead and drop them in intermittently through the after party. We're going to go to the after party now. So everything else from here on in, you've either got to be a subscriber on Twitch to see, or you got to be here live. So thank you guys for showing up. Thank you guys for debating, and we'll see you guys tomorrow night. We got a whole list of debates going on tomorrow night as well. So, Whew. All right, fuck me, guys. So I'm going to go get whiskey because after that last debate, I fucking need it. And I'm going to be shaking my head, grumbling Tyler's name the entire time I'm getting ice in my fucking glass. People actually sent pictures of my facial expression while you were fumbling through your fucking grab ass question, just so you know. And I'm going to let everybody else pile in and insult you for it while I'm gone.
All right, so I'm gonna
try.
I'm gonna piss, and then I have to jump out of StreamYard so I can turn my camera on, and then my camera will be here and will be full screen like that.
Back.
Cool.
But yeah, if anybody wants to walk away for a second, go take a piss, go get a drink, whatever, because it's probably going to get spicy here. So
All right,
No,
so
it's so silly.
here.
When you say it don't mean
Stay
shit,
Stop
here.
the silliest thing
I'll
from
be
happening.
right back.
Your Indian
Okay.
Jesus
You could give me a
unresident.
3-0.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Hold on. Share screen.
So I had to really put the work in.
All right.
BRB, gotta pee. Actually, let's take the Morty out. You want to go outside? Let's go outside.
But no, like, come on.
You should have given me 3-0.
Go for a quick.
You should have given me 3-0.
You don't want to go outside?
I stand by all my decisions.
I don't deserve it. Technically, I should have lost 3-0. But you should have gave me 3-0.
Yeah, I'm so fucking pissed I fucked up that question. That was completely
Yeah,
my fault.
Yeah.
What was the question you fucked up? Because I still want to know what you were spazzing about.
I don't remember. I was mad because
Yeah.
you started going down a route that I knew was like how it was. It was
You
a
wanna go
reasonable
outside?
interpretation. It was 100% my fault. I just asked it. I don't even.
I saw you
remember.
throw your hands up, and I was like, "Did I do good or did I piss him off?" I don't know.
No, it's my. I was,
It was
yelling
fun.
at myself. I fucked it up.
I'll go rewatch your.
Hands always mean violence. Once you see hands, he sees red.
Yeah, right.
Nah, that's my fault. You know, I stand by all my decisions tonight. I think I did good judging, and everyone's free to disagree. That's why we do what we do.
Tyler, didn't I tell you before my debate that I had like absolutely no idea what I was doing?
Yeah, and I wish if you want to come to me and do prep, I will help you out. Like you're opening like.
Gee, I can't prep with a judge. I can't do that to my other debater,
judge
bro.
every night. I don't judge every night. And the judges also act as what's it called? Fucking team captains now.
We gotta go. People are waiting.
Do they? That's some bullshit. That shouldn't be happening.
So like, if you want to come, I'll help you out because like, you hit on good arguments. Like you gravitate toward good points. You just once you get pushed on them, you don't have the counter arguments ready because you don't really know them as well as you should. And it's not that difficult. I will sit down and do some fucking prep with you. It's fun. I enjoy it.
Nah, I already got prepped by Kay, and like during the entire debate, he was just like, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen. You deserve to lose. I was gonna get me Griffiths and Lily to vote against you. You shouldn't have won that. You shouldn't have won anything. That's the worst thing I've ever seen." I like went into a VC with him, and he's still in that VC, but he did nothing but like grill me. And I was like, you know what? After that performance, I'm surprised I got voted for at all. Like, but I appreciate it. I was telling Groofus, like, if I could win that, I can win any debate. Because I had no idea anything about the subject. I didn't even have an opener. My closer wasn't great. My, like, reputations weren't that good. But just because I had, like, one highlight right after his opening, and I wasn't going the Trump route because, like, honestly, I didn't even think of it. Like, I was so ignorant, I didn't even think of the thing that he was refuting, which was technically the strongest point I could have gone with. But, so, like, I just stumbled into the right answers.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that was retarded. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye to you people. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for inviting me, Horseradish. Indian Jesus, you're a bitch. Bye-bye.
Oh, who's rant free? I started my entire thing telling him how he did well.
How great he did, right? I saw that.
And
too.
then he got mad at me that I said the phrase debate tactics, and I meant that as a positive. Like you're doing debate well, but you can do
Yeah.
there's a difference between debate tactics and good versus bad faith. And like at the very end, I explicitly wanted to give him the opportunity to to differentiate between, I don't even remember what the two terms were, but the terms that he was trust and reliance. He was like, well, I'm going to go with what Game Boy said. And it's like, oh, well, okay, all right then. Your choice.
What can you do?
But he explained reliance when I said trust.
Mm-hmm.
Did no one else notice that?
Oh, we all did. Yeah.
And I tried to like say that in my closing, but like that was what was grilling him the most. Was like we were like, and Radish even told me stop talking over him, but it was like he would say something, I would say the opposite, and he's like, yeah, and then continue saying what he was saying, and it was like so annoying. Like I knew I was probably losing like public opinion there, but it was like I hope everyone was just as frustrated as I was.
Is she leaving? All right, we'll have a good one if you're leaving.
There was a lot of frustrations tonight, my friend. We will definitely get into those. So
no, he had like a stroke.
Say what?
He was my debate coach, and he saw my performance first and only time.
Well, for what it's worth, you were on the short list for MVP tonight. If I was giving out MVPs, because you did actually.
Who would have won?
I said Circa got it because he just.
Oh yeah, you
controlled.
did.
I love you, Vegan, but yeah, he controlled that argument.
Yeah,
even though
Vegan,
there were a lot of places that I wanted to poke holes, and we're going to get to that prompt, I promise. But we'll get to it later. So real quick, I want to be clear, Vegan. I am not saying that it is the sound of a type or your keyboard or anything like that. The sound that I am hearing is like a every time you unmic your, and it's just, oh my God, man. So now we have lost one of the debaters from each of the fucking first two debates. We have lost Emmett and we have lost Know Nothing Attorney. So our after party is going to be a little bit short, but that's okay because I promise you, I will fucking fight all of you. Ruckus, we're going to go all the way back to your debate because you're new here, man. And first of all, thank you for sticking around. I know it's kind of tough for a lot of people to have to stick around and all that stuff and whatnot. And we've had some problems with other people in the past, but
I got up at 3 o'clock this morning. It's currently midnight where I'm at. I mean, what's the difference, you know?
You are somewhere in the middle of America then.
Alabama.
Cheers.
Hey there.
Alabama. All right. Cheers. So you mentioned, and we're going to actually, let's put up your prompt first. Because as I said, we go back through everybody, just so y'all know. We go through, may I join you to talk about this one?
Well.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Sure. We got Roddy in here to discuss the third one. We've got a couple of holes here. Jesus, you're still here, right? Because for some reason I lost your feed again.
Your ninja's not working.
The ninja, yeah, your ninja has shut down, sir.
Oh, I thought we were done with that. My bad.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, you're still visible on my screen is also. I mean, it's I love to see that beautiful hair, man. So
let's see where
Ruckus.
Yeah.
You mentioned that. Well, you mentioned a lot of things. So first of all, it sounded like you said something that you work in the industry somehow, and I'm not looking for you to dox yourself.
No.
But how is it that do you work in construction? Do you work in real estate? Do you work in like what is it?
Things.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Before I bought this is the third house that I bought. Before this, I was basically a landlord. I had a duplex that I bought and rented out, and then I was working on buying a second one. So I have that experience that, you know, I know what it's like to look at a piece of property and know, you know, whether or not it's worth buying and how much you can afford to spend on it. And what it looks like from both ends of it when it's your first home to buy it, and then also as an investor, there's different requirements. So that's all I was saying. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, so the reason that I'm bringing this up, and it's kind of funny because we are going to have a little bit of overlap here. In your opinion, do you think that the ability to invest in homes is a benefit for the average citizen?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're providing a market service. I mean, if you're gonna this is what I was getting at. Is like everybody's looking at these corporations owning these houses as like a negative thing, but they are providing a service. They are providing homes for rent. If there wasn't people willing to rent those homes, it wouldn't be a viable business. And so, yeah, I think
really
it is
the question, though, is it?
Okay, rephrase it. Did I not answer the question?
The prompt is dumb. The prompt is dumb. Like it's not gonna fix the problem. But like, isn't owning a home historically? This is factually true as well. Probably one of the largest wealth expansions in human.
What am I missing here? Is this relevant to me, or should I just ignore it?
In 1990.
Okay.
So, eliminating access to that, is that a good thing for the public? Do you think this
How
is
are you
contributing to
how are
a
you
good
eliminating
thing?
access?
Renting means you don't get access to the equity increase.
No, you choose to rent. You could also choose to buy. You're not
I'm
eliminating
sorry.
access.
If everyone had enough money to buy, they would, wouldn't they?
Okay, now I'm hearing.
Yeah, if the houses were affordable. Yeah.
I would still say no, even in that case.
You don't think 40% of quarter-over-quarter purchasing by institutional investors, depending on how you define it, is contributing to the price increase?
No, I think there's a market cap of like I was saying in the debate. I
I'm
think
sorry,
there's
that's
a
demand. Okay,
limit.
you think that's not contributing to the price increase?
It does contribute, but I don't think it's to the
Okay.
scale that you're saying.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something.
I just said it's 35% in some areas. It's sometimes some areas it's 22, some areas it's 40%. You don't think what is that? 4/10 out of the total demand is not a big contribution.
I don't think it's that high. I think that's a crazy number.
You just don't know. Then that's a you problem.
Okay, you could.
You have a source?
God damn it! I keep doing that.
Yeah, I do.
I got that vibe. Thank you.
You guys mentioned that total ownership of homes, by the way, is like 2%. That's great. No one cares. We don't care about who owns them right now. We care about who's buying them now, right?
Yeah.
So the total ownership is going to be low, but in certain market destination places, which is the only places that are seeing development, obviously because it's the only places that are profitable, places like the very place you mentioned,
so
like Dallas,
much. I did
has
it again.
30%, 25%, and 22%.
Thank you so much. You have a fantastic night. I will see you next
of
time.
institutional investors that are purchasing homes over the quarters there during that time.
Okay, I just don't see it as a net negative. I mean, more people want to own homes, and that's great, and we should make it more affordable for them to do it. I think the best way to do that is to solve the supply issue.
Except housing costs and housing prices don't map with supply, and it never has. I don't know why you would just think it's supply. If it was that simple,
Really,
that's all we would do.
is that true, Serica? Because I feel like during during the coronavirus that I heard from multiple sources that the reason we saw this spike in prices was because the supply chain broke and people were no longer able to build new homes because they couldn't get lumber, they couldn't get glass, they couldn't get et cetera, et cetera. So when the supply chain broke, houses were not being built. Houses not being built drove the prices up because of the whole, supply demand ratio. There were not enough houses to go around.
Yeah. Supply shocks definitely contributed to building homes. They made them a little bit more expensive, but that's not the full story. Again, it's not as simple as just supply and demand charts. That's not, housing has never worked like that. If anyone takes the time to go look at the median cost of a house over time for as long as you can go back, and
This is
then
why
looks at the
personally,
total
no
housing
shade to
starts or
anybody.
housing supply, you'll notice that one of them looks
But
like
I
an earthquake
personally
seismograph,
prefer
the other
like
one looks
just
like
the open
commodity
panel
investment.
because
So
like I don't have much to say about
think,
this. So I just got to sit
take the
here for
time to
half
go
an
look
hour
at
until
that
we
and
move on.
understand that economics here is not as simple as buying a fucking candy bar.
Okay. So then in that case, Serica, what would you say is the primary driving cost or driving the primary real estate cost driver?
First is going to be income. So whenever you have
the income of the
rising
house,
incomes-
how does the house's income have any bearing?
Inflate. Okay, you said what is the primary reason? Okay,
Yeah.
we still have regular market functions at play here, right? Like
Shout out to
increasing wages
Razor with
is how
his kitty
inflation
cat hair.
happens. Those are the
I mean,
first
hair.
two.
You know what I mean?
Causally linked things. Okay. Now, what I think would probably alleviate this would be probably put restrictions on foreign investment, and then we probably need to put some sort of
Do
rising
what?
taxation that would
What did I
have to
miss?
be made extremely well. I even made a mock bill for this, mock legislation that I can show you if you'd like, of course. Because you don't want to
I would very much
disincentivize
like to read
development.
that. That
and
sounds fun.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to make it in a way that you could actually pass via legislation, but it couldn't be done at the federal level. It'd have to be done at a local level.
Get
that would
to
probably-
California, we'll do it. No, no.
I mean, it would probably help with places like California because we have a lot of issues
Yeah.
with LLCs being filed and made under different names, and you
I
can
wanted to bring
obfuscate
that
how
up. The
you own
difference between
homes.
an institutional investor
Because you're obviously
versus
trying to,
like an
keep yourself from
individual.
being too liable, right? And that's why you couldn't just do like a rising property tax because we don't know who owns the home per se. You can put like a fiduciary as your LLC, owner, your new LLC owner, right? And then that would look like their first home. So we'd have to fix that, and then you could do like a rising property tax that you'd have to target locally, depending on how much, because you don't want to disincentivize investment. That's obviously something you don't want to do.
Oh, of course.
But yeah, it's a complex solution for sure.
Oh, yeah, very much is complex.
Welcome on Razor, by the way.
Yeah, hi. I mainly wanted to talk on this one before I had to go to bed. Since no nothing attorney already left, and he was the affirm on this one. I remember that I was considered for the affirm on this one, so I thought, why not? Since it's the open, I want us to talk about it a little bit. There was a certain point that was made that kept being made about like building more homes and to take care of the supply issue. While yes, more homes should be built, more affordable homes should definitely be built. These build to rent homes need to stop, in my opinion. Because I would want houses that are built for single families to own. I don't need corporations to invest in just rental properties. I need them to. I need more homes for. We need more homes for. I know they do. I'm just saying I need them to not be the main thing that people are going for. I need more single family homes, and also there's the.
Let the guy who's asking a question finish.
No, sorry. I just wanted to say I had a question. So go ahead, just whenever you're done.
Yeah, sorry. So, the part of it when it came to the I just used the word, the scarcity, there's a faux scarcity of homes that are on the market. And it is because these different LLCs or these massive corporations are buying out a bunch of different suburban homes or just any single family homes, and they're leaving them vacant and using them as tax write-offs to earn them more money. That's usually the reasoning why we see this, so that they can then hike up rent prices. It's a common known secret of the industry. I don't think I heard anyone talk about that during the debate. So
he did bring it up. He did. Yeah.
He did. I may have missed it.
I felt like I heard it as well, but yeah,
I may have missed it. Like, didn't come across too much.
I was curious, and
so real quick.
Hang on, Roddy. No offense, buddy, but the people who were here get first. Go ahead, G.
Well, I think this might just tie a quick bow on that, and you might have already talked about this, but the difference between what did you guys say, a corporate investor and institutional investor versus what you'd say is an individual? Is it just a matter of somebody who has like an LLC? How are you differentiating?
Hard to define. It's really hard to define.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you have to draw the line. I think No Nothing Attorney drew the line somewhere at 50 properties, around that mark. I remember making a note about that. Yeah, it is really high. My mark was 5. He went with 50, so it was like,
that's for massive. Yeah, it's for like massive corporations where it's like it's just it's a corporate entity owning these things. That's going to end up being all the things like that number makes a little bit of sense because you end up with a lot of
they buy them with smaller companies to reduce liability.
The LLC thing I said, but even with smaller companies, it can, but then they're still connected to that larger one. So with that connections and everything,
they're not.
That 50 number kind of makes sense.
They're not.
That
though.
these never can
They're
kind
not
of make sense
financially
in a
connected.
way. I know. But
All right, so
that
real quick,
these never can somewhat
Roddy
make sense.
Roddy had a question. Y'all are getting further into the weeds. Let Roddy
Sorry.
get his in real quick. No, you're good.
Yeah, go- let him get it. Sorry.
Okay, so real quick, 2 questions tied together, and without looking it up, how many houses do you guys believe there are in the United States currently?
15 million.
Just rough guess.
Or that are
Total or
empty-
for
that are
sale?
empty.
Total
I
houses.
have zero clue.
That are empty
1
or
million.
Total houses. Just quick qualifying. How many total houses do you believe are in the U.S.?
I would venture a
lot.
guess
I don't
just
know the
based
exact
on
number.
vibes and exactly guesswork, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 150 to 200 million.
Sound about right?
Sounds right, but I don't know. Tell us.
Probably like 50
Yeah,
or
it's just,
60.
that's just a guess. It's just a vibe.
Yeah. 2021 had it at 142.15 million homes.
Damn! Cheers! Look at me, nailed
Wait,
it.
what was the number? What was the number? How much?
Okay.
142 million.
Second part
Do
of the
it, do
question.
it.
How many of those homes are single homes lived in as a primary residence? What percentage of the U.S. households live in that home?
45.
I think
The
that's
majority of them. It's like 97, 96.
I didn't see it that high. I saw it around like 60, 65, but we'll see.
What did I just say?
Yeah,
45?
what
I'll go 45.
65.3%.
What was your question again? Like
Yeah, I was gonna say,
non-investment?
ask that question again because it was kind of convoluted. So,
yeah.
How many homes are lived in as primary residences of a family?
80%.
It's 65.3.
Yeah, I heard that. I thought I heard that number.
Right. So of
65.3%.
142 million homes, 65% of those are single family homes that people live in. So,
I
like,
believe that.
when we're talking about these numbers of, well, not everybody can afford a home. Most people are
You okay,
housed.
Mort?
Like most
We don't
18-year-olds.
care who owns the homes
Okay,
now.
good
We
boy.
care who's buying them. How many times do I have to
but-
say this?
3 more
Right,
times at
but-
least.
Bro, are you kidding me?
Okay, so
No.
real quick, Roddy, because
Fucking
and I think this is kind of what Cirque is getting at, right? Though
fucking with you,
slightly
bro.
more sarcastically. There was a big talk, especially during the Rona, that when people were going to try to buy up homes, there were existing bids in on these homes from investors who would automatically outbid. So in other words, if you go to you go put in a bid at this house for 250,000, it's immediately outbid by 5,000, 255. You go back and you counter with 260, it's automatically back at 265 because their reserve offer was like 320,000. So they're willing to accept the loss while they're trying to buy up as many of these homes as they can. This was common talking points like during 2020-ish area.
Okay, so
Now,
2020
if I need to, I can look up the sources, but I'm pretty sure that's why everybody's kind of scoffing at you. What are you gonna say,
there's
Sergio?
there's more than just the COVID thing that happened, right? There's the PPP loan.
I'm saying it was
The
during
PPP
that. I
loan.
didn't say it was because of COVID. I'm saying it was
the
during that
PPP
time.
loan program, though. Remember, I mentioned the PPP loan program, how it was defrauded for $1 trillion. All that money went to people for payroll, right? And those are people who already own companies. So these people already own assets. So when people who already own assets get $1 trillion worth of money,
They
what do
buy
you
more
think they spent all the
assets.
money on?
They buy more assets.
They bought more assets. So the reason all the
Yeah.
fucking homes, also in addition to the shock, it's convoluted once more, but the main driver was the fact that PPP loans went $1 trillion was forgiven. Our government just gave away $1 trillion, and that went fucking right back into assets. That's why it was only like 2 years of a shock, right? I mean, obviously, again, there's a little bit of construction shock that happened too, but primarily all the homes were bought by people who already owned assets because they got $1 trillion worth from that PPP loan defraud.
Are you saying that the PPP loans were $1 trillion, or that there was $1 trillion
It was
of
900
fraud from
and
PPP?
something billion dollars forgiven. There's supposed to be loans for payroll, and all of it was forgiven. It's an absurd amount of money. Absurd.
So real quick, we got a question from chat, and I'm assuming that this is from somebody in your community. Ruckus, tell us about your plans at Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Oh my gosh, we're going to the Yeah, this is swamp creature shit. Yeah, we're going to the Libertarian Party.
It
convention
lights up
to,
green
celebrate
when you
the
talk.
downfall of our once great organization.
It lights up green.
Wait. Are you
Yeah.
another libertarian, Ruckus? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's such a
We have
complicated question.
No,
We
no,
could
no,
go
no.
on
It
this
really
for
is.
hours.
Here's the thing.
Lowercase L
man.
libertarian. Libertarian
Yeah,
minded.
no, samesies.
For sure.
Samesies.
sure.
I lean libertarian. I'm a progressive libertarian. That said, it's just funny to me because libertarians.
So you're not a real
act
libertarian.
as-
Give me a few.
That's what every libertarian fucking tells me.
Libertarian is
Right there.
originally left wing, but okay.
So yeah, right. I'm an intelligent libertarian. No,
Sure.
the thing is, libertarians act as conservatives in our community because what I found is most conservatives can't maintain an emotional stability long enough to actually engage in good faith debate. And that's not an insult to the conservatives.
Yes, it is.
It's just
What are you talking
it's
about?
it's not meant to be.
What
It's just
conservatives
that
are
it's
you
an
talking to?
observation. Well, you've seen. Again,
He
I'm
said
trying my
most.
best.
You
I
were
said
one of the
most.
good-
I've
I'm
got-
right
I've
here,
been-
guys.
You're not a conservative. You're a libertarian. I rest my case. So,
Hey, I take offense to
again,
that.
I know you do. And that's why I said it. So I keep trying to bring more and more conservatives in, and I have been finding conservatives, and it makes me very happy who can
Well-
actually engage in good faith. So, but I'm just saying that the vast majority of my conservative population
friend
in the
over
community is libertarians. So
I hear you.
welcome
I-
in. We're glad to have you.
I definitely
The
see a
water's
lot of
warm.
people like I'll just use my own chat for example. Love you guys, but very quick to be like, oh fuck this, the lefty and the this and that, and just very
Yep.
quick to be like, oh, why are we even paying attention? And I'm always saying, guys, we are paying attention because this person has influence. And so whether you agree or disagree, being able to understand that, I mean, that's what won circa the debate in my mind, the fact that he understood the opposing side. And if you're not able to understand the opposing side, then you're just saying what you think. And like, that's good.
And I actually was going to reinforce what you said whenever we got to the circuit debate, but since you brought it back up, I'm going to say it again. Yes, as far as debate tactics go, predicting your opponent's arguments in your opening statement is arguably the biggest dick move you can do. Like, there is no bigger flex than to be able to say, this is what he's going to say, and this is why he's wrong. And then it gets to him, and he's just like, so
Well, hopefully they thought about that.
You pop their bubble before they could fucking blow it.
It's a double-edged sword too.
It still is a good faith tactic. You're just saying like, hey,
Oh, yeah.
I already know what you're gonna do.
Yeah, this is what they're going to say, and this is why it's not going to work. I
Just
love it.
don't
I
come
love
in.
to see
Just
it.
don't come in like Gamer Boy and actually prepare a little bit, and you'll be okay. No, I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Hey. I did prepare, which is the most embarrassing part. I could show you something. The DMs between me and Kay were so extensive. There was large paragraphs, and then it slowly tapers down where Kay's just going, "The fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? That's not what we wrote down. That's not what we wrote down. That's not what we wrote down." And then I slowly stopped seeing chat messages in the stream. He just
He gave up on you.
Yeah. But that's the other
he
thing.
gave up with me during opening. It wasn't even like
Because you said you didn't have an opening statement. That's how you
really
opened.
My first note was
That's
weak
the most
opening. I'll be
embarrassing
honest, my
part. I
first
just
note was
didn't
weak
find
opening.
it.
Weak
But that's again
opening,
why
yeah,
I tell
samesies.
everybody that when you look at these debates and it looks like just two people talking, it's not just two people talking.
No. This
It
is
is two
jujitsu,
people
man.
talking.
This is mental
Plus.
jujitsu.
So-
Indeed.
With the
But I was telling Rufus, openings are obsolete.
Oh, whatever. Yeah,
I
clearly
kind of
don't need 'em
agree.
anymore.
I kind of agree. I don't love the. I mean, it's for like if I'm gonna go on here or Swords of Reason or Rage Man or whatever like that. That is part of the debate structure. But I kind of like when the it just kind of pops off. It's just like we're here for this. We're here for this. What's good? Let's go. I'm not saying for like this is obviously more structured, but I'm just saying in general.
Yes.
More fun.
No, I think you're right.
And to defend that logic, at least here before we get back in, and Razor, I know you got a comment, so I'm going to go back to you next. But just to defend that, part of the reason that I do things the way that I do and that I'm not going to change it is because what I have found is that when there's a timer on and there's an expectation for you to
That's pretty fascist.
listen during that opening, you have no choice but to focus on what that person is saying. And what I found is that etiquette immediately translates into the open forum conversation part, where you actually take the time and listen to the person, let them finish their sentences, et cetera, et cetera. So having that opening gives the people, it sort of sets the tone for the rest of the conversation. Does that make sense?
Oh, definitely.
That's my logic.
It's hard to find that balance between the entertainment of the blood sport and the conversational aspect of a more calm style.
True story. And that's why, again, it's only a 3-minute opening, and then it's 3 minutes cross, and then 3 again, and then we get into the open field where I let you guys kind of go a little more hard on each other, as long as you're still being respectful. That's really what it comes down to me. Everybody has a different definition of what good faith is. To me, ultimately, it's just about respectful. Like,
not Emmett.
Attack the idea, not the. Emmett was very respectful.
I'm just giving shots because he fucking.
I know. Emmett was being respectful. The only time I've seen him disrespectful is when somebody was
against me.
Well, and you. But yeah. But
well, let's not jump to conclusions. He did insult the Europeans.
He did.
Yeah,
he called them communists.
I thought he was debating communism, man. I was a little confused.
I've never been like. There was a few times where I was just dumbfounded.
Well, we'll get to your prompt next. I promise. I want to hear Razor's question, or he had a comment about we're finishing up
French. Just surrender, bro.
Yeah, I was going to show this problem. Then I probably have to go to bed. When it came to this particular info, I didn't get a chance to do full research on it since it wasn't my topic to debate today. But I remember there being both studies and in lawsuits being taken into place that were showed that there is a connected there's communication between all these different corporations or investment companies, or whatever you want to call them, that are buying up the homes and then price gouging everyone's rent. Like, it is a planned thing. It is something that is constantly talked about behind closed doors, to buy out a bunch of homes, raise rent prices, and put a faux scarcity on the market, which then has led us to where we are now, where the average person cannot afford a home. And the few people that can are
gotta argue against it
because they used a home
the only
loan
way
that they cannot pay off at all because of the interest rates.
Razor, it's not that they're evil, man. Remember, like, why would someone?
I'm not calling them evil. I'm not calling it evil.
You have to remember,
it is an evil
in the
tactic,
70s,
but it's not
70s, okay. In the 70s, there was a lot of extra capital, free capital that companies had. 70s and 80s. That's why the World Bank became like more of a thing, because we were trying to figure out companies were trying to figure out ways to use capital. And the truth is what is one of the best investments you could possibly do in this country?
Property.
With
land.
Property. You already answered it, but that's literally
they're not making any more of it.
It's not that they're like they did it because of bad reasons. It's because it's literally just something they could do, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
And
we could change that with the prompt. And what the prompt
bad
is,
outcomes,
that's why
say.
I was affirmative on the prompt. I agree that those are things, and I feel like at this point, because
eminent domain would not fix that. It would probably just destroy investment. It would be such a bad idea.
Yeah.
Okay, it would definitely be it would definitely be a option. It would be an option that would start helping towards fixing, because eminent domain is just one step.
Would
of
it stop companies from purchasing residential properties?
The eminent domain alone, no. That's just part of it.
What would be the next step?
What would it do though? It would probably stop companies from being classified as like investment properties, right? They would probably just not even invest at all. It'd be really bad.
Yeah, it'd be not worth it. Just
I would
actually
prefer if housing would stop being a commodity and be seen more as something that everyone has a right to.
Developers need to make money. There needs to be profit
but that's
involved
not what it is
for people to actually want to build the homes. I mean,
if I can jump in real quick,
at least with the season we have.
Let me in. So there was one part of it, and I think this is kind of part of what Jesus is about to say, so I'm going to punt it to him with this. But there was part of the debate prompt that y'all know, I'm not solely responsible for coming up with these prompts anymore. They are oftentimes recommended by or offered up by our viewers, put into the Discord channel. They go through the judges panel, who then refine the prompts, and then I put them out on the list. So with that said, there was one aspect of this that I was confused by when it was offered, and I never got touched on: the Fair Housing Act. correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding of the Fair Housing Act was that was when they were making sure that people you couldn't be barred or prohibited based on
Discriminated.
color,
Yeah.
race, etc., race,
Exactly.
religion.
This past a week
Okay.
after MLK was shot. It's exactly what it was.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
So explain to me how the fuck the Fair Housing Act has anything to do with
I think
eminent
it's
domain.
I think it's the
Like,
same
in this
thing as like
situation.
I think it's the same thing as like people want a new deal. I think it's in that same vein. I think
I'm
whoever
assuming it
wrote
probably has
this
to do with
originally, whoever wrote this
terms.
originally, wanted just to
Conditions
So
or
let's
privileges.
back
things like
back
higher
to
rent
what
or
back to what
security
Jesus was
deposits, right?
saying.
Yeah,
and I'm
so-
going to let him ask it as well. But let's say we eminent domain him, then what?
Yeah.
Right, Jesus? Go ahead.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
ask.
No, so like that's what I'm just trying to understand. Like that discussion was a little bit over my head, but I was judging debate tactics, not political opinions. But yeah, so if we're saying that we want the government to take this under eminent domain, what then happens to that land?
Well, that's what he proposed, and that's why I wanted him to define it because I wasn't exactly sure. So, from what I
There are
remember,
countries that have done this. You can think of like Austria.
I
right?
would
Austria
I
does
would
public housing.
probably
Done what?
As I said,
Public
I don't
housing.
believe that housing should be a commodity the way that it's become. So I would more than likely want it to be. I guess.
so
the
how does
best
that
way to-
work?
like,
You're just
almost
born
a
and
lo-
you just get a house. Is that how?
Yeah,
it
holy
works?
shit, you're the communist that
In
Emmett was talking
Austria,
about.
obviously it's cost-benefit analysis right now. So when I say this, I don't know if it will work in the U.S. the same way.
Sure.
So keep that in mind. But in Austria, I think the main city they have, can't remember the fucking name of it. They have quite a lot of percentage of public housing. It seems to work there. In a way, there's some cons and pros, right? But I don't know if it would just transpose like that. It's really hard to take economic ideas like that and just go like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you obviously got to make adjustments depending on both the population and the economy that you currently have.
So we're saying we want to
So
take this land and
one
make
thing-
low-income housing.
You can make
Well, one thing,
housing.
No Nothing did say, Jesus, that will at least a partial answer was the threat of imminent violence, and Ruck has
Right.
called him out for that, being used to force divestment. So basically, the first level would be for them to put them on the market for people to purchase. And then after that, he was implying that the government was going to buy
I like
them
that.
all. The government was going to buy them all and then slowly reduce the price until they all sold.
You know what's funny
That was
about
that was
That's how the
that was
government
his
works.
implication. Yeah, right.
Well, I was
and
gonna say,
that's
you know-
also about the Fair Housing Act, but that's why I was confused.
I think
So, go
Circa
ahead.
will agree with this because he alluded to this sort of tactic before. But I think what would happen in a scenario like that, like let's just say, for example, that there was the threat of eminent domain after 5 to 7 years if you did not sell your property. You know what they're going to do? They're going to sell the property to their friend, and their
Yep.
friend's going to sell them an equal property, and then the clock's going to start all over again.
Yeah, they're
Like,
definitely going
this
to
is
avoid it as much
it's
as
not
possible.
it's not going to work. It's just not
Which
going to work.
Which is an unfortunate.
I think
fucking loophole they
the
can
Fair Housing Act, you could technically, if they try to do like higher rent or security deposits that are above the median for the area, maybe that's what Desperado Sensei means by using the new Fair Housing Act. Or I guess
That's
he says for a new Fair Housing Act. So
Yes,
maybe
it's
there's
not
like
defined. I tried to, there is legislation that passed, I think the Senate or something, that I found that kind of talks about this. It's not as explicit as the prompt is, but that's the problem, right? It's like whoever is taking the affirmative has to define exactly what they mean by a new Fair Housing Act. Because like Horseradish was saying, is it based on the discrimination argument, or is there some new element that we're introducing and we're just using the name New Fair Housing Act?
Exactly.
There's
Like,
no way to know.
I feel a little bit better that that information wasn't really put out there, and then it
was not.
didn't just
It
go
was
over my
totally
head.
over. Yeah, he
Yeah.
glazed over it, and then it was kind of they stayed on the eminent domain aspect.
It's just a good
as
brand,
opposed
you
to
know.
the after aspect.
It's just a good branding tactic because people like the Fair Housing Act, and so you just give it the same name
it's
and you'll
mainly for
support it.
disability, right? Yeah, it's mainly
Well,
for
yeah,
disability.
like I said,
Like
disability.
if your landlord's like you're black,
ethnicity,
fuck
etc.
you. Know?
Well,
Yeah.
so now hold on. If you would say impoverished or low income as
Low income, I
being
think,
one of
is
the
the- yeah.
categories,
I don't
as,
think that's a
as being one of
protected
the
class, though,
categories.
right?
It's not currently, but I'm saying
Yeah.
if you wrap that up in the Fair Housing Act, then I could see that, which was one of the
My
arguments I was
problem with
looking for
that
tonight. and I didn't
immediately,
see it.
Horse, is that it's a federal one, right? And the problem with doing federal legislation on something like poverty lines, it's pretty
that it's
localized,
different from
right?
state to state. Yeah,
Yeah, it
100%.
would need to be
I've
very
usually
like
said for
my
federal-
housing bill is localized. It would have to be
Yeah.
something that localities have to do on their own, right? It could never
I
be
was
a
fixing
federal
to
thing.
say, the poverty
I've
line
usually-
for Ruckus down there in Alabama versus me up here in Washington, vastly fucking different.
Like the
I could-
Appalachian,
I've,
like in the middle of
yeah,
fucking
I could buy
coal
6
mine
houses
town.
in Alabama. For
I've
the
had
price
a,
of mine here in Washington.
And you'd pay a lot less taxes.
Yeah.
I've had a thought like I do not know how to write bills, but I've had a thought like of if there were to be a federal law on this, it would probably be like what's the word? Universally a universal like something. I can't I had a specific wording for it in the past. Basically, it will be a federal law that would then take into account each state. Like you have to do the bare minimum. It would say you have to do at least the bare minimum to get people taken care of, and whatever that it means for your state, you can then figure that out. Like it's
What do you need a federal law for that? You already have the 10th Amendment that says anything and not outlined goes directly.
True, but it's more true. We do have the 10th Amendment does make sure states can do it themselves, but the federal law that I'm thinking of would make it to where that becomes somewhat of a priority to make sure that all Americans are taken care of.
Wouldn't it be easier to pass it on a state level, show it works, and then spread
Yeah,
it
the
after
state
that?
level would work first. Like obviously,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like that would be the
If it
federal. That
works.
would be I'm being like the federal thing, but start like state wise, which you always do for most laws. Like most
Yeah.
big federal bills we currently have.
They start locally and
started on
expand.
state.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so,
I agree
All
with
right,
that.
real quick, we got one more question coming in from the chat. I want to go ahead and get to that real quick.
If it's from
before
Ronan,
we move-
ignore it. Go ahead.
It's anonymous. I don't know, so
Okay.
probably, but
it's
that's
Ronan.
okay.
Yeah.
Is there a fair market price that the government pays not with taxpayer funding? So, in other words, and this was the question, or this was sort of
No.
part of the question I was trying to ask Know Nothing
No,
attorney. Where do we get the money for fucking paying for this? Like the people are paying for the housing for the people? Confused. So is there
Obviously,
any?
well, especially
just
is-
support the market.
Of course.
Didn't
Hold on,
Government-
he's on the
government
app.
takes
So
money.
he's on the app, so let him answer
All right.
first.
Didn't Know Nothing. If I remember correctly, Know Nothing attorney answered that question with the
Sure.
in a way where he said like if we reverse some of the tax cuts that were given to the ultra rich, that alone covers at least more than half of it in a sense. And if you put in better taxes on these ultra rich who they can afford the hit of an extra 2% of their money they'll still be billionaires. They don't that 2% that you'll take in taxes from them could end up covering this idea fucking in like easily.
Okay, so
Okay.
fundamentally, again,
2 to
guys,
5.
I want to put this into perspective. Okay, when we talk about the military budget increasing every year, do we think of ways to fund that through taxation, or do we just increase it because we can?
It just happens.
Okay,
magic.
so that's literally what we can do. We can do that with fucking anything. I just want to make sure everyone understands that.
Yeah, exactly.
Taxation is there to
So-
recoup. Okay, it doesn't need to be. It's not. You don't need to like raise taxation
Exactly,
to then
I-
fund something. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I hate the fucking nonsense of like, well, how will we pay for it? And then it's like, what about the military? Oh, that just happens.
But
Like,
saying
what the
we should increase taxes for the rich to pay for this is the same thing.
You can-
Is it
yeah.
not?
Yeah, it is.
The problem
And
is,
so-
is that right now,
But that's
the
not how
little
it
guy
works.
is
The
getting
reason
right.
we want to increase taxes for the wealthy, at least their effective tax rate, because right now it's way too low,
yeah.
is not so
We're
we
talking
can
about
pay
the
for
effect-
stuff. It's so we can redistribute wealth across the economy better. That's the primary reason of taxation. Once again,
Well, yeah.
so
So
we want
I
to
did-
take wealth.
Is that
I
why
do-
we
I do
tax
gotta
the
run,
rich?
guys.
Or
We're
just
Thanks
trying
for
to
clarifying it. But
I do got to
thanks
run,
for
but I would
clarifying
love
it,
and maybe this is part of the aspect that wasn't clearly defined in the debate. But what would be the basis for choosing what land to be taken? Is that what?
Who owns it and who shouldn't?
Yeah, the corporate land, corporate owned residential properties.
Right.
was
But
the,
so
uh,
just
it-
every
it
corporation
should
no longer
own-
owns land, and it all goes to the government.
I'd
and
be fine with that.
Sure you
I
would.
would actually be- I
Start
would
a company and then see how you
okay.
feel.
I would actually be okay
want
with
individuals to own
corporations
land.
not being able to own single family homes. I think that should be like, again, you can own all of the apartment buildings, all of the condos, all of the even fucking duplexes. I don't care. But
Kevin.
single family homes, I personally, that would be my my
let me
criteria.
If you're an individual who
But
if you're an individual who owns like 4 or 5 homes yourself, like if you're an individual you just happen to have that, like what Ruckus had said earlier about like being his landlord who owned a home or a duplex and was owning
Right.
another one, that's fine. Like you're a good if
So
you're
why-
a good landlord and a slumlord, I'm not even gonna like I'm not even
Why,
gonna
why
look
wouldn't
you
we?
as well.
Why wouldn't we do that with
Yeah.
like cars, for example? Like if I have 4 cars and someone else doesn't have cars,
Cars
why
are
is it
disposable.
different?
But that's more of
I don't know.
luxury. I would consider that more of a something
What kind
that
of cars
can't be
you
seen as a
buying, bro?
commodity
Huayras,
because you can be a
$3.6
luxury
million
with it.
fucking investments. What's going on?
Right, but even though it's more, it's just
that
more in
would
the
be-
same
that
category.
would honestly, Jesus, my answer to that would be the difference in investment, because one of them is an asset that is an investment long term and accrues value, as opposed to the other one being
This
something
is a
that's
good
So
way to
nothing on the
diagnose
principle of
supply
ownership and property.
doesn't interact with
right. It's not about the
costs.
principle of ownership or the principle of
This is
Kind of
how
fucking
supply does not
libertarian are
impact
you?
pricing.
Not
This
a
is why
real
supply
one.
doesn't impact pricing.
Apparently,
because
apparently,
housing
doesn't
markets are
exist.
extremely inelastic. They're extremely inelastic. You could build 1 million homes around someone and they'll be like, fuck you, I'm not dropping my price. I can stay another 2 years. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. Like, they're extremely inelastic. So just building more homes doesn't lower the cost of homes. They have an expectation that it's going to make them money.
All right, so
True.
real quick, first things first, Jesus, absolutely great fucking job judging tonight, sir. I will
Thank you.
definitely be asking you back to do it again. Between you and me, you were the best judge tonight. So that said, shout
invite
out
me to
Indian
this one. I wanna
Jesus.
try.
We're going to put your stuff in the VOD. But go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you. Tell us who you are, all that jazz.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Well, this, of course, is my co-host, Morty, and I am Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So please do hit that subscribe. And you know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Shout out to the debaters. Y'all did a great job. And, of course, shout out to Horseradish. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, brother.
See you next time.
I would have another talk with you another one time.
Always
Dude,
welcome,
you
brother.
fucking
Got a whole
Hey,
damn production.
Can't wait to
with
see you again,
sound
my
pads
friend.
and everything.
Oh, it's really not going to let me turn it. Oh, there we go. All right. I tell you guys, I just need to get it out after, especially when it's not a debate that I'm doing, and so I got to spend most of the time being quiet. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, I need to speak and say a thing. Oh man, but interesting. I'm going to actually. There's a few of you here, so I'm just gonna ask: do you like when I judge debates? Because, we don't get a lot of opportunity to go back and forth with each other. I'm not getting to speak as much, but I think it is good to kind of have that aspect of me being the judge and having stakes in what's going on without actually being on one side or the other. But, I do understand that there's a lot of quiet time. So you guys seem to be about it. Yeah, you guys are about it. All right, word up. I'm gonna put another poll on the actual community tab. But yeah, this was fun. Not bad at all. Anything else here? You liked it? Glad to hear it. I'm actually very excited to go through these same debates as a normal stream, because you would think that you guys probably wouldn't want to watch it again because we just watched it. But the fact that we just watched it all the way through without me being able to pause like I normally do and put my interaction. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how, even though I'm the judge of the debate, then we go back and look at the debate and see how I judge it differently moment to moment versus just as the whole thing. I think it's going to be cool. Oh, thank you. You guys are amazing. Let's give Morty a freebie just for you guys being amazing. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, a big shout out to all of the donations. Very, very, very much appreciated. And of course, oh, fuck me. I forgot to talk about the monthly goal. So let's update the banner right now. God damn it. Oh, the monthly goal. We're going to do, so we're now $31 out of, for the month. What should we do for the month? I think 1,500 is a nice goal to reach for. So we'll start there. So now remember, but you guys got to start off the May goal. And I'm thinking of doing things like if we hit the goal, then we're going to do a special movie night. But even week to week, I might do like, okay, if we hit a certain amount for the week, then we can do another movie night. And then, of course, Jesus Christ, it's already the 2nd on the 4th. The 4th is on Monday. Perfect. So what we're going to be doing for Monday is watching Star Wars. So what I'm going to do is just start a stream on my phone that's just going to sit right here, and it's just going to be, at my face so that you guys know where to come in. I'm going to pin the link to the Rumble stream, and so the Rumble stream will look exactly like this. It looks exactly the same, but because we're over on Rumble, we'll be able to watch a movie. And so depending on, I don't know exactly how much, I want to, similarly to how tonight, we just had to kind of let it run and talk when we could, versus if we're watching the movie and, pause it here and be like, wait, didn't he do this? And, or if somebody's like, oh, this is a crazy lore about this scene. And we'll see how it works, but it's been a while since we did movie nights, and I've never done a Rumble movie night, so I think that is going to be fun. Thank you guys so very, very much. I know you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. It means the world to me, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, we've got Morty, the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect. Wait a minute. Oh shit, I got a debate on Monday. I forgot about that. Fuck. I'm on the negative that Trump is the greatest president in history. Is it greatest American or greatest? Trump is the greatest president in the history of the U.S. I'm on the negative versus Teriak. That's gonna be tough. Okay, so we'll push the Star Wars for like Tuesday or whatever. But I gotta do some I gotta do some reading up on history. I think this is going to be an easier debate than he thinks, because he's going to expect, well, Trump did this, and he's 34 counts of felonies, and grab him by the pussy, and whatever. And that's not the angle that I'm going to be coming from. I'm going to be coming from, greatest president of my lifetime, but before that, there was some pretty fucking big deals. Yeah, no, it's not about, exactly, it's not about being rough on Trump. It's about, giving credit to, start with an Abraham Lincoln or a George Washington. Start there. So look out for that. I'm thinking I might actually do a stream to do some research with that, because I think you guys will be better at driving me in the right direction. We'll think about it. I don't know. We'll see. We will see, you guys. Thank you so very, very much. Morty, I know you want to go. I want to go to bed too. It is a nighty-night sleepy time. If you that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, all I got to do is bring up someone that was well-liked and didn't have as much division and violence and all that stuff. Like, that's been my position on Trump since the beginning of 24, that, like, I don't even want to hear any third-term talk because it makes everybody insane. So that's the road I'm going down. But, all right, guys, we are done. We are zapped. It's been a fucking week. It's been a fucking week, if I do say so myself. I cannot wait to be asleep. Guys, thank you so, you had to be a little fucking bitch. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.